Hello at magandang hapon sa lahat ng mga dyan, and welcome sa isa na namang mainit, the Wild Rift action-packed matches ngayong araw na ito. I am GGsphere together with Autolose, at syempre, welcome mga kaibigan sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022 Group Stage Day 1.
Mainit to, Kuya Sphere, kasi alam naman natin na yung mga teams ngayon na inaasahan nating mainit lumalamig, at yung mga malamig naman dati ay umiinit, and we are featuring 8 teams in total dito mga kaibigan. We have 3 teams from Korea, 1 team from Japan, and then we also have 1 team from Masters region, 1 team from the Philippines, 1 team from Thailand, and I forgot the other one though. Oh my god.
You have Japan team?
Yeah, Japan.
Pero alam mo naman, we have a lot of teams right now na talagang ready dito na lumaban sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. Kasi ito nga ay again, invited teams yung mga nakapasok dito coming from their previous matches or previous results ng mga tournament natin from, di ba, different tournaments that we had recently sa ating mga teams dito. And again, this is IPAC, di ba? Talagang big teams ang mga kilala natin dito, especially, well, RRQ, no bias mga kaibigan. But eto, yung ating group stage or format natin or yung mga matches na mangyayari for our Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. Starting with the group stage, we have today, which is yung round robin natin, single round robin, best of 3 matches per game.
And tuloy-tuloy ito, Kuya Sphere, wala nang pahinga to. September 5 hanggang September 9, kokoronahan natin ang syempre magiging kampiyon dito sa Wild Circuit Asia. So, para sa RRQ na nakita natin kahapong naglaro at nung isang araw, wala silang pahinga, and makikita nyo sila mamayang gabi.
Yes, and syempre, ang mga teams natin dyan, sinabi na kanina ni Autolose, we have 3 teams from Korea, Southeast Asia region naman, meron din tayong 4 at isa from Japan with a total prize pool whooping 40,000 USD. What a nice, diba? Sana all na lang talaga.
True, and nakikita rin natin ngayon yung hatian ng mga groups na meron tayo. Group A will feature Team Flash, Flash Wolves, UNSOLD, Stuff Gaming, KWANGDONG, FREECS. Samantalang sa kabila, Group B, mas masikip. Kasi meron kang ROLSTER Y, meron kang RRQ, meron kang BRU, and yung isang wildcard which is yung LIIV SANDBOX.
Yes, and syempre, di ba medyo yung iba dyan, for sure, di ganun ka-familiar sa mga teams natin dito. No? Sa ibang teams natin, as we mentioned, we have 3 teams from Korea at iba't iba pang teams dito from Southeast Asia. This is the today's matchup, no? We're going to cast yung ating first game natin or first series natin, Team Flash versus KWANGDONG FREECS. Maya-maya lang, of course, we have Flash Wolves and USG, RY versus LSP, and syempre, ang pinakamamahal nating RRQ going against medyo mahal lang natin na BRU kasi mamaya yung mga cashers natin may pa-edit dyan.
Medyo
sa
mahal.
series na yan.
Totoo, merong development para sa BRU sa mga hindi nakakita nung announcement. Coach Lion Nation, previously of Final Adversities, now the head coach for Buriram United. So may interesting na magaganap dyan yung Kuya Sphere kasi syempre kung sino ba ang pinaka-familiar sa Filipino meta, definitely are the Filipino coaches. So that basically sums it up. Meron tayong 4 games, tuloy-tuloy tayo, wala tayong masyadong pahinga. Our breaks will only be in between matches. So, arangkada tayo kagad. And ito, Kuya Sphere, Team Flash versus KWANGDONG FREECS, tamang-tamang painit na painit ng Wild Circuit Asia.
Yes, actually, speaking of these two teams, we all know right now that, of course, Team Flash is one of the best among the rest sa ating overall Southeast Asia region. And they are one of the team to beat dito para maging champions. And Team Flash, they still have the same lineup, but we're medyo surprisingly, we're seeing Taddy, who's going to be the Dragon Laner of their team, ha?
True. Hindi natin na naasahan to based from our research. Naasahan natin that they will employ yung 5-man stack na meron sila, which is Shai, Zisu, Coyote. Ellie will now be the sub Dragon Laner and then Empty sa may support. Pero Taddy, again, pagdating naman sa Vietnamese region, especially Team Flash, hindi sila basta-basta magpapalit ng player ng walang rason.
At saka, syempre, parang yung pangalan dito ni Empty. Empty din yung picture ni Taddy sa ating line dito for Team Flash.
Unlockable character.
Unlockable character. Kung magay pwede mangyari dito. But let's talk about KWANGDONG FREECS dito, of course. We all know that right now, KWANGDONG FREECS, Korea is still trying to find their identity when it comes to their meta at kung paano sila maglaro overall as a team dito sa Wild Rift.
True. And if there's a team na talagang napaka-disappointing during the Icons Global, that is KWANGDONG FREECS. Maalala nga natin na itong KDF is actually the second best team in Korea and they did not manage to snatch a match win over anyone. In fact, natalo nga sila ng Sentinels during Icons Global. Kung kaya naman nagkaroon tayo ng konting revision, Choir, which was the previous mid laner, will be replaced by Zeal. Zeki, their star player, will still be there. Maru, Acrobat, and Not naman yung tatao sa may bandang ibaba.
Yes, but of course we can't deny the fact that right now, still Korea, diba? The region overall is still one of the strongest team or one of the strongest region when it comes to League of Legends. That for sure, makakapag-adapt din sila sa ating Wild Rift. So again, I'm really excited to see kung ano mangyayari sa laban na ito because Team Flash being one of the strongest team right now sa ating Southeast Asia region going against maybe possibly one of the strongest as well sa Korea region.
Yeah, kumbaga ang question natin dito is, nakalimutan na ba ng KWANGDONG FREECS yung masalimuot na pangyayari the last time out during the Icons Global o magpapatuloy ang ragasan ng Team Flash? Again, Team Flash is the most decorated team here in Southeast Asia, the best team overall, bar none. However, Kuya Sphere, just yesterday and other day, nakita natin na nagkaroon sila ng konting shake-up at nakakakuha na ng RRQ ang Team Flash ng isang buong serye, samantalang yung nung Sunday naman nakuha sila ng isang game. So things are definitely developing right now and that could be the reason why we are now seeing a shake-up into Dragon Lane with Taddy inside.
Yes, even surprised talaga. Lahat tayong mga casters, no? Even everyone, I think, that yung nangyari, naging result dito again between RQ and Team Flash. But yeah, looking at the predictions, no doubt mga kaibigan, Team Flash kami dito ang dalawa ni Autolose. Nakita nyo sa inyong mga screen right now na sila, I think the rest of the casters as well, no? Are also voting for Team Flash, di ba? Di naman sa pagiging bias because Southeast Asia region, but we just feel like right now, iba pa rin yung standing dito ng Team Flash.
Yeah, it's hard to bet against Team Flash. Again, the Southeast Asia gold medalist, the champions during WCS Finals, top 4 during Icons Global. Paano ka ba magbe-bet against them? Medyo mahirap talaga yan. But if we will be proven wrong at umatake na naman ang mga sumpa ni Kuya Osiris at ni Kuya Autolose, then that will be a welcome sight because if there's some, if there's a region na alam naman natin na magkakaroon ng acceleration, full throttle, that's going to be the WCK region.
Yes, WCK region. Indeed, no? At saka, we've been talking about this yesterday that currently KWANGDONG FREECS are actually the number 2 in Korea region right now. Na behind lang sila ng KT ROLSTER o ng konti lang naman.
Yep.
But we can say that for sure again as we are keep on improving, seeing a lot of tournaments na nakita natin ngayon for different teams right now, malaki yung chance talaga for KWANGDONG FREECS to show further pa yung kanilang experience dito. And this is really a good start for them going against Team Flash kaagad.
Yes. Siyempre, mas gusto mo na kaagad ma-testing kung gaano ka kalakas at a very early juncture ng tournament. And again, when we talked about the roster that we have for KWANGDONG FREECS, we did say and we did mention that their jungler is actually their star player.
Yes.
So, ngayon, kung meron kang isang pag-asa na matapatan ang Team Flash, we all know that Zissou is the heart and soul of this team. If you control Zissou, chances are you will snatch an upset.
Yes, possible. Ban dito nga ba for Morgana na nakita natin kahapon sa mga previous matches ng Team Flash dito together with, of course, Coyote with his Zed na one of the playmaker na pwede natin makita talaga on the lineup of Team Flash. So that's one of the things. Those are just one of the few things na pwede natin ma-look forward in these upcoming matches dito. No? Really excited to see this one. Pero syempre, excited din kayo mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita na mga kaibigan dahil eto na ang ating first pick. First ever picking phase natin, banning phase natin sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. Once again, Team Flash versus KWANGDONG FREECS.
Okay, such respect given again sa Yumi. Again, when it comes to the competitive matches, we have seen Yumi and Karma really very dominating on the bot side of things. Pero ito, interesting to. That's going to be a respect on Zissou's Vi. Yung Vi kasi ni Zissou is actually a fair bit different. I talked to Omo about this and we actually discussed that his Vi is more on the damage department. Talagang Kraken Slayer will make sure that your skull gets bashed. Kung kaya naman, KWANGDONG FREECS does not want, to deal with some uncertainties na meron galing kay Zissou and we'll be banning that away. Morgana, the meta, is now banned away as well for Team Flash.
Kumbaga siya na mismo yung nag-ban sa kanyang sariling champion dito na pwede rin naman maging upset sa kanila kung sakali man na makuha ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Remember, still, overall, Morgana talaga dito is one of the biggest threat na pwede natin makalaban. Kasi, Wild Rift is really small map, a lot of choke points, a lot of potential use of that soul shackle na pwede maging beneficial talaga. So, kung sino man ang gagamit dito for that Morgana. Lucian will be removed as well. Zil, in terms of, I think, based on what we've seen, parang still in the meta, yung AD carry mid talaga na pwede nila makuha.
And ito yung na-miss ko sa Korean teams. Looking at the camera, you would see that the coach himself does actually have yung notebook. Diba? Halos lahat ng mga
Handy-dandy notebook.
Matik yan, diba? Handy-dandy notebook. Karma being banned away.
Okay.
Such expectations. Now, Camille is still open. Alam naman natin na 3.3C and sobrang daming patches na pinalayan ang Camille in the barrel lane. But we'll see. Knowing Team Flash, okay, Senna. This is also very scary.
Yes, interesting first pick coming in from Team Flash dito. But remember, there's a lot of options right now na pwedeng isabay kay Senna. We have Gragas, we have Galio, we have even Nasus na nakita natin before Nasus-Senna combo sa ating bot lane. We'll see about that. But pinag-isipan ng KWANGDONG FREECS dito, they can actually get... Actually, Renekton is a good choice right now because of the buff that he receives from 3.3C.
Yeah. Again, the most stable battle lane champion, bar none, ang Renekton. You give him priority. You basically are expecting to get priority almost every single time. At makakatulong kasi yung priority na yan sa early parts ng laro. Especially during scuttle skirmishes. So Renekton being picked here for one of their more stable player in Naru is actually a good choice. Now Set has been picked up. This is interesting kasi pwedeng maging Set support. Itong Set na nakikita natin.
Which is actually one of the options as well from Team Flash dito. No? Having a Senna, that's also a good combo kung sakali man. Senna, Set combo on the bot lane. But since it was removed by the equation ito na KWANGDONG FREECS, we're gonna be seeing Kha'Zix as the first pick. Naku po, Zissou sa Kha'Zix? Parang medyo pakati-kati yan, ha?
Alam mo, Kuya Spear, binigyan tayo ng ilang traumatic moments na itong ni Zissou on the jungle and getting his hands over to the Kha'Zix. He doesn't care if his Vi gets banned away. Now, they're going to supplement itong Senna with a Nasus. Ilang buwan na nilang pinapakita na sobrang proficient ang bot lane ng Team Flash on this duo. However, we have a new player, si Tati. So, natin.
Tignan natin indeed, no? Normally, ang ginagawa ng mga players or ng mga teams dito is that kung sino yung Senna, siya yung AD carry or yung marksman natin. Shyvana! Naku po, Kuya Eddie. Medyo masakit ito, remember? We've been talking about this yesterday. Nakita rin natin ito kahapon, di ba? I think that was Esports or Team Flash na gumamit ng Shyvana and it's very effective because of how Shyvana is right now, kung gaano siya kalakas with regards to earning yung kanyang stacks dito compared before na talagang Dragon dapat.
Yeah, true. So, more flexibility for this champion. And kung naorasan ko nga ng mabuti ang Shyvana, you will have access in the intervals of 4, 8, and 12. So, normally at 12 minutes, doon na natin nakikita yung pinaka-importanting upgrade sa Shyvana, which is the third skill that will turn your magic damage onto true damage kapag ka nag-transform ka. So, that's Shyvana in a nutshell. However, syempre, when talking about Shyvana, you can still pile up the crowd control needed. And although hindi naman kailangan yung dragon para sa Shyvana, it still is very helpful kasi malaki yung stacks na nabibigay ng mga dragons.
Yes, indeed, no. I think that's 100 stacks yata out of 400 na iipunin ni Shyvana overall because I've been using Shyvana as well in the pub games and sobrang effective talaga niya. I would say sa makikita natin na pwedeng gawin itong Shyvana na ito. Looking at the bans, we have Ziggs together with Varus being removed by Team Flash at Jax. And Riven was removed as well considering na meron tayong missing top lane or baron laner for Team Flash together with yung kanilang possible maybe mid laner kasi pwede nilang gawing mid si Nasus. What we have, totoo nga ba ito? Kanina pa niya kasi over si Amumu eh. But I think it's going to be Zed, most probably.
Amumu is seeing relevance sa League of Legends PC as a support. But that's not going to happen because Zeal, actually, ito yung champion na talagang nakikita ng ibang mga coaches dito sa KWANGDONG FREECS na, alam mo yun, effective para sa mid laner, sa bagong mid laner ng KWANGDONG FREECS, and that's actually the Zed. And now, Kassadin is left open, plus a Camille. Talagang sobrang sakit ng lineup ng Team Flash. By the time na umabot ng late game to, Kuya Sphere, naku po, talagang kailangan magdasal ng KWANGDONG FREECS.
I think since the very beginning, yun talaga yung plano dito ng Team Flash, no? Having Senna, Nasus, these two champions, all are scaling champions and it's really important for them to prolong the team fights, prolong the game. I think having, Kha'Zix and Camille is those two champions na talaga na pwede nilang gamitin dito to stall the game, prolong the game, tapos makaipon na sila. They have enough stacks for their, winters, yung ating armor dito item for that Nasus. Yun yung magiging effective para sa kanila. More stacks as well para kay Senna. And that's going to be a Camille 5th pick. Okay, para dito sa Team Flash. Remember, may konting nerf yan ha. But I would say na hindi siya talaga nerf. Just going to be more mechanically champion itong si Camille sa kanilang lineup dito.
And yeah, okay. So, very interesting kasi walang range champion pa so far dito ang KWANGDONG FREECS. So that Galio hover will most likely not going to go through. And they are electing for an Oriana bot lane. So, Seth will be the support, tapos Zed will be the mid lane. And then, hintayin lang nila yung scaling ng Shyvana. The only concern that I do have here for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS, kung hinihintay mo rin yung scaling ng Shyvana, nagsiscale din sa kabila. You have Camille, Kassadin, Senna, and Nasus, which is very, very scary by the time na umabot tayo ng late game.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem, no? Looking at Team Flash right now, they really have to make sure that if ever man, nagawin nila yung trade na ginagawa natin normally sa first 5 minutes of the game, one team will get the referral, the other team will get the dragon. It's really important na ma-make sure nila na yung mga susunod na objective pa ay ma-secure na ng Team Flash kasi one dragon alone could give the heads up para dito kay Shyvana to get that big scaling na kailangan niya to get the power spike.
Okay, and kailangan din natin pansinin yung laning prowess na meron tayo dito. Renekton versus the Camille. It's a duel na medyo matagal na, Kuya Sphere, pero with all the nerfs na nakita natin from the Camille side, most likely Renekton will get a tempo advantage in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kassadin versus Zed, pre-level 5, actually, kahit mag-level 5, tingin ko pre-level 9. Talagang aangkinin ng Zed natin yung mid lane because ang gagawin lang ng Kassadin is pa-chani-chani lang ng crit score dahil kailangan niya mag-scale into the late game. And normally, ang AP items ng Kassadin relatively later compared to the damage items na meron ng Zed. So, asahan mo na magkakaroon tayo ng bulihan and suportahan ng jungle mid synergy sa magkabilang.
Yeah, it's really important for KWANGDONG FREECS to make sure that they can shut down kaagad itong Kassadin. Because again, shutting down Kassadin is really important because Zed has the upper hand. Alam mo naman na ang kalaban ng Zed, or ang kalaban ng Kassadin is an AD champion. Any AD champion, pag ang kalaban ng Kassadin is going to be easy. Now, easy price. Look at the champ players natin dito. Kita-kita naman natin. Napakagwapo. Kita na ba?
Alright. Kuya Sphere, narinig ka kaya? Tingin mo?
Hindi ko alam kung narinig tayo dito, pero mas naririnig ko ngayon ang sigawan ng mga tao sa ating mga
Oh,
viewers because Team Flash going against Kwangdong Freaks sa ating Game 1 Wild Streak Asia
kaya
Invitational
mainit
2022.
to. Again, pre-level 5, walang gang na mararamdaman mula kay Zeki. Sobrang sobrang weird, hindi naman weirdo, pero sobrang chamba kapag ka nakakuha siya ng kill pre-level 5. Because normally, as a Shyvana, gugustuhin mo lang naman yung power farm mechanic na meron siya. He's
Oh,
one
yes.
of the fastest clearing jungle na meron tayo. Meanwhile, Zizou will have his presence felt. Dito kailangan mag-ingat ni Zeal. Kasi sinabi nga natin na pagdating sa early game hanggang mid game, lalamang at lalamang itong Zed. Pero kung mabisita ka ni Zizou, naku, at ginawang 2v2, nawawala yung lamang mo, Yasper.
Ito na yung sinasabi natin, Erp, kanina. No? The early lead na pwede mong makuha against sa Casa din, the early shutdown that they have to make sure para kay Coyote dito, para hindi siya makapag-ipon ng kanyang enough item early on sa laban natin to shut down that scaling Casa din kagad. Grass of Death dying yung kanyang keystone dito. And moving towards kagad sa ating Scuttle Crab, no? To shutdown lang din kagad dito ang ating jungler Coyote. Sabi ko na nga ba mga kaibigan, nagamit yung kanyang flash.
Grabe.
Pero sinapak ng isa. Ignite not gonna be enough. Barrier will be there together with the flash para kay Coyote dito, pero hinahawl pa rin nila yung mid lane. And mamangkita, mag-disengage lang muna si Zil and si Noth.
Yeah, etong si Not, no, talagang nakakabigla yung kanyang rotations, leaving itong Oriana. And yung punish na makukuha dito ng Team Flash is a very awkward reset para sa ating Oriana, which means na hindi ito yung talagang gusto mong spot no? As an Oriana, you want to have that lost chapter available pagdating mo sa lane, pagbalik mo sa lane, just for that mana purposes. Pero again, it's interesting what they're doing right now. They're supplementing itong si Zeki. Zeki won't be able to make his presence felt pre-level 5. So North is the one doing the damage on the side of Kwangdong Freeks. This is very interesting and very fun to watch.
Yes, indeed. No? Nakikita natin dito yung early aggression kaagad ng Kwangdong Freaks dito. And it's understandable. No? Alam naman nating lahat na, as you keep on mentioning kanina, they have to shut down Coyote. Pero right now, he was able to buy yung kanyang blasting was dito. Look at daghang attempt from Team Flash dito. Ang layo no na from downtown pero hindi umabot yung kanyang tactical sweep.
Yeah, and Zeal with the fast hands, kung nagkaroon lang ng konting delay, on the bot lane though, nagkakaroon lang ng harutan. Pero again, going back on the mid lane, kung hindi nirespeto ni Zeal yung pagpasok ng ni Shy at that point, using his flash, then it's most likely going to be the death of the Zed dahil isang hextech ultimatum lang naman ng Zed at wala na siyang pupuntahan, Kuya Sphere. So, overall, that is a small win for the side of Kwangdong Freeks. And information gathered na wala na nga yung flash nitong top lane natin for the side of TF.
Yes, doesn't have to use that hextech ultimatum. That flash still really big information dito for Kwangdong Freaks. They have to make sure right now na ma-utilize nila ito moving towards the top lane. Pero as I mentioned, it seems like they're still gonna go for the mid lane dito. Lalo na, level 6 na dito si Coyote, no? He has right now yung kanyang Void Rift dito. Pwede siya makapag-disengage kung sakali man na mag-gank ulit siya sa mid lane.
True.
And they're just going back to the laning phase in which kailangan talaga nila magpa-scale ng mga champions nila dito. Ipon lang muna ng mga Dragon Soul para kay Shyvana habang the rest of the members of Team Flash is actually earning as well sa kanilang mga Tear of the Goddess.
True. Yung scaling, labanan ng scaling, and then yung explosive fights will happen most likely at the 10-minute mark kasi pwede tayo makakita ng handshake for both squads. Kung titignan natin kung sino yung lalamang dito sa level 5 skirmish, I would still tip my hat over to the side of Senanasus dahil nga sa Spirit Fire na shredding. Hextech ultimatum, kailangan mo lang naman pumitas ng isa and then jobs done na agad-agad. At kung si Zeki pa yung talagang pagtitripan nyo, Zeki is not that tanky. Remember, Shyvana wants to have that damage items. So yun yung kailangan nating ingatan, or kailangan nilang ingatan for the level 5 fights.
Yes. Also having Analyst, I think magandang idea rito para sa kanila kasi pabagarin lang nila yung Dragon eh. And that's going to be really hard para kay Zeki na makahabol. Unless ma-utilize nyo na maayos yung kanyang Dragon Flight dito, di ba? Tumalon siya sa 7 Lions ng kanilang kalaban. And that's going to be the information para sa kanila. 10 seconds on the clock, mga kaibigan. And it seems like they're gonna go for the referral pala, no? Mukhang eto yung mas pinipestuhan nila dito. They don't want to go for the trade. And Zizou will steal the red buff para sa kanila. Tumalon sa loob, mga kaibigan. Uy, nag-shockwave! Hindi pala shockwave yun. Nagkaroon lang ng effect doon sa may referral natin. Pero they're now going in. Kung Kwangdong Freaks really want to make sure that they can get the referral para sa kanila. Walang trade na mangyayari dito. Nasa bot lane lang si Coyote. And the rest of the members of Team Flash, alam nila that they are not on the upper hand para sa laban na ito. So they will go for the Dragon.
Yeah, that's a very interesting part to expect, diba? Siguro nakikita nga nila yung respeto, pero half health yung
Oh,
Dragon dito. Pasok!
no. Pasok sa loob. Ginamit na kanya chokes lang dito. Pero makuha nga ba nila ang Dragon? Guangdong Freaks secured the Dragon for themselves after getting the refill para sa kanila. Now, one champion will fall down as well. Empty. But behind. Nahuli siya dito. And two, objective was taken down by Guangdong Freaks.
And then ito yung nakikita nga nating rust, so to speak, na nakikita natin sa Team Flash. I did say na mas malakas sila sa mga skirmishes in the early parts kung magagamit nila lang mabuti yung Spirit Fire. But if you are actually the one starting the Dragon, you are investing your skills already. Tapos, ang nangyayari pa ay bumababad ka at nakakakuha ka pa ng damage from the neutral objective. So, KWANGDONG FREECS, sinabi nga natin, is this the evolution that we are expecting from the Korean team? So far, pinapahirapan nila itong top 1 team ng Southeast Asia.
Indeed, Erp, nakikita natin dito kung gaano ka-pressured ang Team Flash right now after all those trades nang nangyari. Imagine, the attempt of Team Flash to shut down itong si Zeki on getting those stacks for himself. Nag-deny ng husto. Diba? Nakuha nila yung referral, nakuha nila yung Dragon, and just the replay.
Yeah, talagang napakagandang engaged noon. Ni North at putik kagad yung Kazakhs. That's going to be the first blood. Follow through pa itong Nasus na wala nang kawala sa ating Shyvana. Skirmish in the bot lane though.
Sunog. Meron siyang slow dito. Tumasok sa loob. Kaya ng death mark. Pero barrier. Walang problema, kaibigan. Dahil ginamit niya na yung kanyang flash and barrier dito. Also, up na rin yung kanyang Rod of Ages.
Yeah, and again, I have to commend North. Nandoon siya for any potential counter ganks. Shai will be spotting itong potential gank on the top lane. KWANGDONG FREECS! My man is doing a lot of work.
They're doing it, my friend. Here comes Hexacle na matagiro top lane dito. Tumalon na rin sa loob si Sisu. Pero nasunog! Hinampas ng tsinelas ang ibis, mga kaibigan. Pero si MT, papasok para mismunde. Si Ted kinagat. Eto na ito. Dragons. Hinahabol ang sakit. Inyak din ng Dragon dito, mga kaibigan, ng top side natin. And two champion will fall down sa kamay dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Hahabol pa sila. Eto na ang shockwave. Walang circle na magaganap. At makuha nila ang buhay ni MT. Uwi siya ng empty-handed.
5-0, 5K ahead ang KWANGDONG FREECS over Team Flash. I did not expect this. This is the evolution na talaga kinakatakutan din natin for the side of Korea. But the question is, how consistent will they be? Can they close this game? Well, normally, when it comes to execution ng mga late game skirmishes, you know, that's where Korea is actually at their best. Pero kita mo yung ginawa nila dito. Maru was able to bait out the Hextech Ultimatum, and with Zeki, the star player for KWANGDONG FREECS being there, isang dragon form lang, talagang nagtawag ng 8 dragon si Flame of Preka.
Oo, grabe. Lahat na pati tatay niya, sinama niya. And that's the damage na nakita natin dito. That's how effective a Dragon, a Shyvana could be. Imagine, we're not yet even in the mid-game, di ba? 8 minutes pa lang tayo sa oras natin. We're slowly going towards the mid-game. But KWANGDONG FREECS really getting this early lead that they need. 3-0 para dito sa Shyvana.
Yes, and again, it's all about making sure na ma-push nila yung tempo na meron sila. With the lead that they have, they can, I should say, stroll into, you know, the next objectives kasi I don't think they will get challenged, but we still have to call it as we see it. Team Flash, when it comes to scaling pagdating ng late game, nakakatakot pa din ng Sena Nasus plus the Casa win na meron tayo. Also Shai on this Camille, it's one of his best champions, so hindi man natin nararamdaman pa sa ngayon itong Camille. Mamaya kapag hinarap niya na itong si Maru, ipapahirapan niya na rin itong Renekton natin and the Barrel Lane. But so far, itong si Zeki, naku po, kala mo naka-buffet lahat ng objectives sa kanya.
Hinanda na kumbaga lahat ng pagkain sa harap niya dito. Na nakikita natin nakuha naman niya, nasisecure niya na maayos, and I don't think in this current situation na meron ng Team Flash talagang hindi nila kayang i-risk na magkaroon ng mga trades dito here and there, and that's one of the things na kailangan matutunan ng mga tao sa ating pub games dito. Na pag di kaya, wag ipilit. Nagpa-scaling na lang muna. Tsaka I think this is also the thing about Team Flash, no? We're not yet on that late part of the game. Kaya kaya pa nila to. We have the Winter's approach going, ma-upgrade na yan. Also yung ating Mana Mune na malapit na rin ma-upgrade for Taddy. I think this is what they want.
Yep. Kailangan lang nila makakuha ng isang redeeming teamfight here as here. Kasi kung hindi sila magkakaroon ng kahit na isang magandang clash, this could be a snowball turned into an avalanche for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. Sa ngayon, nagkakaroon na tayo ng Dragon Dance. Again, when Shyvana gets his hands on the dragons, ang nangyayari is nagkakaroon siya ng 40 stacks. So talagang na-accelerate yung kanyang power spike. Right now, 10 minutes, konti na lang yan. Magiging 300 na yung stacks yan. Talagang magiging problema yan mamaya ng kupunan ng Team Flash.
Calculating it right now, I think nasa around 200 na ata yung stocks niya, no? Considering all of the camps na nakuha niya. And now, Dragon securing para sa kanila, around 250. Moving towards 300. That's really big na for Shyvana. Zissou gonna get this red buff para sa kanya ulit. Parang inangkin niya na yung red buff dito ni Zeki. No? Sige, sa inyo na Dragon. At least meron ako ditong Bramble. But siya ay nahiya ng konti. Tumalon sa loob si Zissou. Pero look at the damage. And look at the HP. On shield as well. Executive para magbay ng time sa kanyang tropa dito. Pero Deathmark will secure the kill. At pinag-uuntog sa kanyang muscle. Zissou will fall down as well. Siya and Zissou 3 versus 5 ang mangyayari dito sa ating mid lane. Kaya ba nila i-defend ito? We'll see about that kasi tatapos sila dito buhay. And Empty will just use yung kanyang third skill to clear the minion wave. Pero not also there. Andun naman, kinagat na naman ng Dragon. Nag-proc na yung kanyang Blade of the Ruined King and also the secondary turret being defended right now. Pero eto na si Notsay na naman. Shade Face Breaker, pinaguntog. Pero sayang naman yung kanyang Dragonflight. Pero no problem. Almost half na ng HP yung ating secondary turret sa mid lane.
Yeah, hamang sa top lane naman nakikita natin si Maru just pushing the wave and making sure na makuha niya rin yung advantages na meron siya minions-wise. And you would see na sobrang komportable na rin talaga ng KWANGDONG FREECS na ibigay yung resources over to Zeki. Because you could see in the bot lane, siya na yung kumakain ng minions. Kung ikaw jungler, sana uli, no, Kuya Spear?
Imagine.
Yung masarap eh.
11,000 na siya.
Yep.
And that's a big resources na binibigay talaga dito para kay Zeki. Really wanted to go for the scaling or yung power spike na talagang hinahanap niya dito. Now with that Death Dance and yung kanyang Gargoyle Stone Plate, hindi siya basta-basta mababurst kaagad ng kahit na sinong member dito ng Team Flash.
Yeah, and okay, pwede niya paggamitin yung Gargoyle Stone Plate just for an exit kapag katapos niya nang ibato yung mga-skill. Pero si Not, may makikita na naman.
Not today! Mukhang papasok sila doon. Hindi nila mahuhuli si Zissou dito. Pero 26 on the clock. Mukhang mag-up yung Baron. Pupush pa nila. Nakunin nila kagad dito. Actually, kaya no? Kaya nila kukunin kagad kung sakali man.
This is a very big achievement over to the side of KWANGDONG FREECS just to be able to push back itong Team Flash to this big deficit. Just goes to show na meron talaga silang ibubugas pagdating sa evolution. But right now, 7 seconds till Baron. I don't think magkakaroon tayo ng 50-50 dyan sa ngayon. Dahil KWANGDONG FREECS will just play out the map. Pwede naman nilang split yung mapa with Zeal on the Z on the side lanes and Maru with the hefty advantage na meron siya. Pwede niyo mahayan yung Baron lane.
Right now, wala pa tayong Serious Grudge dito or para kay Zilla. That said, there's now slow yet na meron siya. At mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng attempt to give that bait para dito sa ating Baron, Zissou. Minamatahan niya. Wang-wang lang muna tayo dito. Sky's Orb. Para magkaroon tayo ng information. We'll see if they're gonna try to risk this one. I don't think so. Medyo early pa. Medyo risky para sa kanila. Kahit na meron silang early lead dito. And remember, slowly but surely nag-scale ng husto ang Team Flash. So I think they really want to rush this one.
Ultimate?
Ito na, nag-invite na sila dito. Pumasok sa loob. Execute ito para sa isa. Napakakuha naman ito. Not today, sabi niya. And there's going to be showstopper. Hindi umuntog. So walang damage. Here comes Maru as well from the backline. At papasok nito sa loob. Empty. Kinamitan na ng Deathmark. And that's going to be 2 champions falling down kagad sa kamay ng KWANGDONG FREECS. At target nila. Wala iba ko rin si Zissou at si Shy. At wala na silang paligoy-ligoy pa. After the bait, Team Flash will fall down and now KWANGDONG FREECS have the opportunity to get this Baron.
Yeah, and 3 people down para sa side ng Team Flash. Wala silang maaaring mag-face check dito. Coyote is not that tanky. Pwede siyang harapin dito. Nila Maru.
Ayan ang no moment para dito kay Coyote. Pumasok sa loob pero mali yata siya ng flash. Ang pinigay dito pero napakabilis ng Baron na masisecure na nga ng KWANGDONG FREECS. And that's the first Baron of the game. 110 scored against Team Flash.
Grabe yung pressure na binigay nila. And looking at the replay, kita naman natin that North did actually survive just because of the amount of lead na meron sila with the shockwave being there. And of course, yung Dragon's Descent, once your most, I would say, fed member is actually there for a 3v5, chances are makakapalag at makakapalag kayo. And for the exit kills, nakita natin si Zeal talagang kumuha ng mga ulo ng Team Flash and KWANGDONG FREECS with the Baron buff. Pwede na sila magmarcha dito sa may mid lane or the bot lane. Kuya Spear, this is not what we expected, but this is a very welcome sight.
Ano ba yan, RP? Medyo naka-team flash tayo sa ating prediction. What is happening right now? Hindi natin pinredict na ganito yung possible na magiging
Grabe, no?
evolution talaga ng KWANGDONG FREECS dito. Really effective play style na nag-shutdown ng gusto mo sa loob ng upo. Wala na paligo-ligo pa. Here comes the shield. Everything is being used right now. And here's the showstopper as well. Pero makuha nila si Sisu. Hinahabol nila si Coyote. Kinagat ng 7 Lions. Sinapak ng isa. And the Dragon will try to chase them down. Second turret will fall down as well. Tati and Empty. Wala sila magawa nito kasi 5 baka din na makakalaban. At napakabilis. Galit na Dragon. The Nexus will be the one standing dito. Pero napakakunat. Meron siyang survivability dito. Nakadara ng shield. Pero wala silang pake. Meron silang bottom pump. Meron silang isang kanyon. And that's going to be the first win ever sa ating Wild Circuit Invitational Asia 2022.
Grabe yung development and yung improvement ng Korean teams na meron tayo. I know that we won't be seeing yung mga co-casters natin from Korea, syempre. Pero I'm imagining all's well sila ngayon, Kuya Sphere. Because having defeating ito ngang Team Flash, it's not a very easy feat, diba? And not to mention na yung mga champions nga din na nakuha dito ng Team Flash basically spells Team Flash. You have Asena Nasus, you have Zisu on the Kazakhs, tas nasa iyo din yung Kassadin, which is actually one of the most obnoxious champion in the late game on the AP Assassin department. But KWANGDONG FREECS, oh my god, ang star player ko will always be, syempre yung pinataba nila, na si Zeki, pero
diba?
We have to give props to the support North. North was everywhere and he was just, the best piece out there to supplement yung early aggression na meron ng Team Flash.
Yeah, also, I would like to highlight din kung gaano ka-effective yung top side natin dito. Shutting down Shy, Daisamaru, all the attempts. Imagine, we've seen them going for the mid lane. Coyote and Zeal always going for the head-to-head match dito. And there's also a situation na nakikita natin na bumabalik yung ating mga support. And also the AD carries the support responding to the mid lane just to shut down itong si Coyote. But Shy and Maru, just with a 1v1 matchup, Maru really did a lot of good job, a lot of shutdown dito para kay Shy sa top side natin.
And wire to wire yung nakita nating kalamangan dito, although negligible yan sa first few minutes. Makikita mo na walang color blue dun sa graph, Kuya Sphere, looking at the damage department. Tulong-tulong no? Kung mapapansin, kung titingnan natin yung buong laro na yun, iisipin natin na si Zeki merong 30+% damage share. Pero hindi pala ganun. Talagang nandoon yung tulong ng bawat miyembro dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Getting that one win against Team Flash and being one win away to secure a 2-0 against the best team in Southeast Asia is actually very big, Kuya Sphere.
Oh, indeed. No, this is really a surprising turnaround, no, coming in from KWANGDONG FREECS. Really, and unexpected. Talaga, nagulat ang lahat. I'm not sure kung ano yung mga nangyari sa comment section na ito, pero for sure, alam ko na kayo din, guys, no, nagugulat sa nangyayari dito because a lot of players are actually familiar with how Team Flash win the games na meron sila sa mga matchup natin. Pero, this turnaround sa ginawa nila, how they're able to make sure that Zeki will get all the buffs that he can or all the stacks that he wants to get. Talagang naging effective ito para sa KWANGDONG FREECS, really shutting down the scaling lineup of Team Flash.
Yeah, and kailangan nang mag-isip ng dalawang beses dito ng Team Flash. Will they be happy to give over the Shyvana dito kay Zeki? Because we all know na itong Shyvana is actually very easy to use. Farm ka lang, tas mamaya isang maganda Dragon's Descent, mabubura mo yung lineup ng kabila. Tingnan mo, itong highlight na ito. Halos hindi na siya kailangan mag-deal ng damage. Isa lang yung pinasok niya just because all the members, including North, hinahabol yung mga miyembro dito ng Team Flash. Overall, super performance for the second seed of Korea.
Yeah, and overall, I think Gargoyle Stoneplate is really one of the must-have items na for our, bruiser champions. Kahit na with the nerf that he received recently, I think from 30% to 20% yung ating H or shield na pwede mo makuha, still really effective. Imagine the situations na nakita natin na kung kaya nilang ma-burst kagad, but because of the Gargoyle Stoneplate, more enemy more around you, more shield that you can get, and more effective yung makukuha mo dito. Talagang naging an essential item for every champions natin, especially for Zeki kanina.
League of Gargoyles 2020 indeed.
Welcome.
USP, halos lahat
Welcome to the
talaga
League of Gargoyles.
kabukuhan yan. And mainly the reason why I think that's a very, very popular pickup is napakamura niya kasi. That's just going to pay 500 gold. But it's too early to say na magkakaroon tayo ng 2-0 dito. It's actually, I'm very happy to see, signs of life coming from KWANGDONG FREECS here. Sphere, pero we still cannot count out etong Team Flash. Yesterday, we saw them bounce back sa isang talo against one of the Thailand teams, if I'm not mistaken. So they would actually go for, the same set of, or the same goal right now. Now, siguro ang tanong ko lang, Sphere, is with all the tournaments happening right now for Wild Rift Asia, ikakapagura na ba ang ating mga players? Kasi mukhang fatigue factor yung nakikita natin dito because the Korean teams are actually very fresh. Hindi natin sila nakita. Sobrang tagal na. Even the Japanese team. So, yun yung advantage na meron dito yung mga teams na yan.
Kumbaga, meron silang hyperbolic chamber na sarili lang, no? Sila lang nakakakita. Kasi doon sila sa ibang dimension, doon sila nagte-training. At nagpapalakas talaga. And as you mentioned, indeed, we're not seeing a lot of tournaments na familiar tayo with how Korean teams right now are actually just practicing or getting this kind of meta. Maybe they, again, as I mentioned kanina, during sa intro natin dito na League of Legends in terms of regions natin, Korea talaga still one of the best. And I think ito yung ina-apply nila ngayon sa Wild Rift na nakuha nila yung mga idea nila, how they're reading the teams, kung paano nila maka-counterplay yung mga ginagawa ng kanilang kalaban dito. Team Flash, papabalik nga ba si kaibigang Ellie? Tingin mo, Arp?
Pwede, kasi again, knowing Ellie's background, he is a born winner. Marami siyang titles, iba't ibang laro na talagang pinakita niya na siya yung pinakamagaling sa buong Asia, possibly in the whole world. So that advantage when it comes to, leadership and yung decision making na meron siya is severely being missed here by Team Flash. There is a possibility that we will be seeing Ellie and MP back in action in the bot lane. However, had it happened kanina na parang si Ellie naglaro na, I don't think it will be any different.
Yes.
Kasi talagang si North yung naging masakit sa ulo. It was actually empty on that Nasus na walang magawa dahil once you go for the set of Nasus, you won't really be able to rotate the map well in the first few minutes of the game. It's not like, a set. It's not like a Thresh na playmaker, even a Rakan na level 1 to 4 pa lang, talagang kakatakutan mo na.
Yeah, compared to North having a set, diba? Compared to Nasus na wala talaga magawa kundi mag-farm lang muna sa lane and make sure that they can win their laning phase dito. That's what happened between KWANGDONG FREECS and Team Flash. Pero game to mga kaibigan, huwag kayong mabahala. Dahil sabi nga namin dito, this is a best of 3 series and this could still be a win na pwedeng makuha ng Team Flash. Walang problema mga kaibigan, si Taddy will still be playing sa Team Flash. And we'll see if this time makakabawi ang Team Flash dito against KWANGDONG FREECS.
And we are seeing the same opening bans for both sides, diba? Yumi and then Vi, natatanggalin nila. That's actually the same second ban for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. Talagang hinahayaan na nilang ma-open yung isa sa mga primary champion in the Camille. This is going to be very interesting kasi kung hindi ako nagkakamali kanina, KWANGDONG FREECS did actually elect to ban yung Karma for their third ban. Pwede nilang i-leave open yung Karma na yan for, priority. We'll see how Team Flash will respond to the bans na meron dito ang KDF.
Looking at it, I think the first pick will be KWANGDONG FREECS dito, no? So, maybe this time, they will actually have the opportunity to go for the first pick as you mentioned. Talagang ipa-priority nila dito. As you mentioned, maybe a Karma. So, 6 na magiging last ban. Oh, Lucian pa din. Still the same. JC medyo na iba kanina. I think iba lang yung arrangement but that was also a ban champion no ating first game dito. Senna will be removed. Karma para sa last ban ng Team Flash dito. So ayaw na nila din makuha si Senna and ayaw nila makuha ito ng KWANGDONG FREECS.
Same set of bans na meron tayo, nagkaiba lang. Yung isa, KWANGDONG FREECS yung nag-ban ng Lucian and then Karma is now banned by Team Flash. Senna din. So, this is very interesting kung paano sisimula ng KWANGDONG FREECS yung laban na ito because actually hindi pala same ban kasi may yung Senna pala
yes,
tinanggal na rin sa picture. Now KWANGDONG FREECS, what will their first pick be? Renekton pa din.
Still the most contested champion I think para sa kanila, no? KWANGDONG FREECS kasi pwede kung Camille man ang gagamitin dito ng Team Flash then yeah, no problem. I can go with that. I can go against that. As you mentioned kanina, RP Autolose na parang standard champion talaga in the bottom lane that could actually win anyone just a matter of paano lang talaga niya masusurvive yung top lane dito and how the jungle will respond. Is this going to be Morgana? Remember, first game, bando. Pero Zizu, mahahawakan ko na ang inaasam-asam ko na Morgana. And indeed, Team Clash will be able to get Morgana for their lineup.
The heavy scaling, hindi naman heavy scaling, pero heavy farming jungler for the side, at 80 champion that is for the side of Team Flash. Pero pwede pa rin sagutin ng Shyvana. And yesterday we saw a clash or a duel between Morgana and Shyvana. Nakita natin na nanalo doon is going to be the Shyvana. Pero this is the wild card that we are expecting to see from Team Flash. It's not the Irelia, but the Riven this time.
Riven na nga, yun na nga ba yung sinasabi ko. Kung hindi Irelia, kung hindi Camille, then maybe we can have Riven to go against dito sa Renekton ni Maru, no? Which is, Shy will be using Riven, and we all naman na siguro talagang mainit dito ngayon. Si kaibigang Shy, but Zeki will once again be able to get etong si Shyvana. Muntik tayo maging Animal Planet, no? Sabi nga ni Kuya Berting, kasi meron tayong Crocodile, meron tayong Dragon, pero Zed, may isang tao tayo siguro yung tagapag-alaga nila will be for Zil once again.
True. And right now, yung Zed na yan, which was a problem para sa Kassadin pick-up dito ng side ng Team Flash will actually be at least more favorable para sa kanila dahil Riven can go in the mid lane. At yung matchup naman ng Zed and Riven, as long as you are able to block some of the damage using yung mga key bursts na meron dito ang Riven, yung shields, dashes, you'll have an easier time compared to the Kassadin.
Yes.
But this is going to be very scary as well for the side of Team Flash. Kasi talaga, pagkatapos ng pick-up ng Riven, all-in sila. Dalawang support ang pwede nilang ibigay. Shen being picked up para sa Baron lane ng TF.
Yeah. Could this be a Baron lane? Do you think may chance na maging support? Or pwede, di ba? But most likely, a Baron lane. Could be a Baron lane. Kasi as you mentioned, could go we could have a Riven na lalaban kay Zed. But let's see about that. Okay, we're looking at 4th ban ngayon ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Could this be a Lee Sin ban? Pero,
interesting. Mukhang ang basa nila dito, Morgana is not going to be put in the jungle and that they're banning the flexibility na meron dito si Zizu to snag away one of the more aggressive junglers. Pero this is, you know, Team Flash basically playing their mind games over KWANGDONG FREECS, and KWANGDONG FREECS hindi sila kumakagat and they will still be banning away one of the junglers that Zizu is very, very efficient at.
Ang galing, no? This is how our coaches are thinking right now, especially with KWANGDONG FREECS and Team Flash na talagang nagkakaroon na sila ng mga idea kung what could be the mind games na nilalaro ng kanilang kalaban dito. But a Vayne, so this may have Vayne last ban. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. Vayne removed by KWANGDONG FREECS para dito kay Taddy. Is it?
Yeah, and walang enchanters, no? I mean, Morgana is an enchanter, pero that's just the black shield. Wala talaga siyang binibigyan na attack speed. More into shields lang ang binibigay ng Shen and Morgana onto a Vayne pickup. But this is very interesting. Actually, one way to deal with the beefy members ng KWANGDONG FREECS, which is Renekton, Shyvana, and even yung support nila, which is most likely going to be a tanky support, is a Vayne pickup. Diba? Now, Team Flash is expecting that they will go for set once again and just made sure na hindi makakaulit dito si North again.
Not again. Not today, sabi nga nila. Pero prolonged team fight ang gusto yata dito ng Team Flash, no? Having a set. But look at the possibility of... wait. No, okay, akala ko naman sila. But again, going back, look at the possibility of the setup na pwedeng gawin ng Team Flash dito. Morgana, we have Shen, we have Seth, diba? Imagine the showstopper, and then we have the Shoal Shackle. Parang lahat na ng may S at saka H dito ay ginamit na. Could this be a Seraphine? Magkakaroon ba ng concert dito? No? We have a brand. Hindi tayo magkakaroon ng concert, pero may sunugan na magaganap dito, which is going to be possibly a support brand.
Possibly an
AP carry. Yeah.
Yes, because Nautilus will be the one on the support role. And gusto ko to kasi percent health damage binibitaw ng brand kapag nabitaw mo yung mga skills. Umabot yun na 3 skills or 3 stacks talagang sasabog yung mga beefy members dito ng Team Flash. Medyo negligible, pero pag na-team kasi ng late game at nakita mo yung stats, makikita mo talaga effective din ang isang brand. Isa sa may pinamataas sa damage dealt, diba? With all the damage over time na available para sa kanya. And not to mention, medyo mura yung mga items niya. Rylai's Crystal Scepter, we all know that it's not that expensive. And then, susundan mo kagad yan ng Liandry's Torment for more burn potential. Still though, eto nga, we are seeing Kha'Zix being picked up, hindi Morgana jungle para sa side ni Zizou. Etong Team Flash.
We are correct with what our coaches are thinking, di ba? Pinag-iisipan nila. Tama nga tayo, Erp, na talagang binabasa din ng KWANGDONG FREECS dito na possible na hindi maging Morgana jungle. And sabi ni Team Flash dito siguro nung coach nila, alam na naman nila, wag na natin talagang gawing jungle to. We're gonna be having Kha'Zix once again sa kanilang lineup. Looking at the lineup of KWANGDONG FREECS, I think they still have the upper hand in terms of damage. Shyvana, diba? Zed and Brand. You are most likely going to focus on armor, pero since meron ngang percentage HP, mas masakit yung damage dito ni kaibigang Brad.
And sa mga kaka-tune in lang, again, ang nakakuha ng game number 1 ay KWANGDONG FREECS, which is not something that we expected. No one expected. If anything, ang talagang prediction natin, although we don't have prediction scores, it's very easy to predict 2-0 for the side of Team Flash just because of their recent performances, diba? Pero KWANGDONG FREECS, again, is showing a different element here. Pinapahirapan talaga nila ang lineup na meron dito ang Team Flash. Nagkaroon naman tayo ng response, getting over, snatching over yung set, and now they have also a Morgana to stop some potential engages with that Black Shield. So this is very interesting galing kay Team Flash. Ito nga yung sinasabi nga natin na ang Team Flash, nakakatakot sila hindi lang sa in-game, pati rin sa drafting phase. So yeah, one more win for KWANGDONG FREECS, or will this be a reverse sweep for Team Flash?
Yes, this could be the thing para dito sa Team Flash, no, to get that comeback. Could Morgana be the champion na kakailanganan nila, or the highlight? That this is an AP carry, which means she has the more opportunity to get those farms, get those minions in the bot lane to make sure that she can get all of the items. Actually, just one item alone is important enough para kay Morgana, the Rylai Scepter. Pag meron ka na nun, anak, itabi mo, ako na. Sobrang bagal, ang sakit sa ulo, at may damage pa.
Yeah, and sabayan na magkakaroon tayo ng rotation for the supports. Hindi katulad kanina that Senna tried to match yung rotation ng isang set and was not very effective in the first few minutes of the game. So ngayon, meron tayong Autolose, and then meron pa tayong isang pang playmaker for the side of Team Flash. So this bot lane, pwede ang mangyari dito is kung magkakaroon na tayo ng wave clearing bot, I think this is it. Dahil meron kang Brand and meron kang Morgana.
Could this be it nga ba para sa Team Flash? We'll see about that, mga kaibigan, kasi eto na ang game 2 natin sa ating unang series ngayong araw na ito. KWANGDONG FREECS versus Team Flash, going it again sa game 2.
Alright, and semi-standard start para sa side ni Zeki, and I don't think he was spotted, pero kita mo dito ang ginagawa ni Coyote after getting the priority in the mid lane. Pasok agad at trinay niya na kagad hanapin yung Scrying Bloom. We actually haven't talked about Coyote here, Kuya Sphere, and Coyote is actually one of the best mid laners that we have in Southeast Asia. Flexibility-wise, mechanics-wise, lahat na nasa kanya, Kuya Sphere.
Kumbaga, having Riven as well on his hands dito, na pwede makita natin nilalaban against kay Zil. Pwede talaga niya ma-shockdown ng gusto si Zil sa game na to. No? Unlike kanina, he was using a Kassadin. Ay, sabi ko nga, ang kainaan na Kassadin is an AD champion. Any AD champion, kung nasa LoL PC ka, may Talon, di ba? may Zed. A lot of champions that you can use to counter that one. But Zizou going to be there, Coyote. Here comes Not once again, the rotation once again, na pinapakita niya na ginawa rin niya nung ating game 1.
Yeah, yung talagang kita mo yung aggressiveness dito ng support ng KWANGDONG FREECS. We'll see though.
Nako, 3v2 situation, mga kaibigan. Mahuhuli nga mo si Coyote. Hindi naman na kahit na isa lang. Hinampas sa ulo si Zizou. Tumalon, ginamit ang smite. And flash smite and leap was used. But not gonna be enough to secure the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, kita mo yung aggressiveness dito ni Not. Actually, kanina mas mahirap gawin yung engage na yun on that set. As a Autolose, basta tumama yung hook shot, then basically lockdown na agad-agad. Ignite, binitaw ka agad, and Zizou again, uncharacteristically is behind in the early game. Natin dito, Kuya Sphere.
Oo, talagang nakikita natin yung early dominance ngayon ng KWANGDONG FREECS, and this is the information na kailangan nilang basahin. I think surprisingly, eto yung counterplay na ginagawa sa kanila. Hinatak na naman, grabe naman, inangkla sa mukha si MT, pero hindi nila na-secure yung kill na yon sa ating bot lane. And Maru, look at the pressure, look at the minion wave na binibigay para sa kanya, pero Ignite, grabe, tumalon yun ha, tumalon. Tumalon literal. And Maru will not fall down kasi ginamit yung Ignite and yung kanya ult.
Right, true. Medyo kinabahan ako para sa side ni Maru doon. Pero again, he's one of the more stable champions na meron tayo. And if he actually turned out dying doon sa interaction na yon, that's a big boost para sa side ng Team Flash because normally you would expect the Renekton to really win the lane hard against the Shen. Especially kapag ginamit niya yung kanyang Stand United. Now we are seeing some rotations again from the side of MT. But ito, may kill threat din kasi si Not sa bababa eh. So itong si MT, kailangan niya rin talagang bumaba dito. Kasi pagka naangklahan nga, tama ka, Sphere. Tapos binigyan ng combo dito ni Acrobat. Itong si Taddy. Kahit may Black Shield yan, especially level 1 lang naman yan eh. Pasak pa din yan.
Parang kakapit pa rin yata eh. Pero empty, naku po, teka lang, level 5 na dito si kaibigang Acrobat ha. Pwede ka magkaroon ng acrobatic skills dito pag nagkataon. Look at the poke, just damage, clearing lang tayo ng ating minion wave. At pareho ng final chapter yung ating mga AP carries dito, yung kanilang mga libro. We should give them some of the APs and mana for their champions. Pero no aggressiveness muna sa ngayon, just giving the poke. Pero yung ating mga supports, hindi na gano'n na nakapag-rotate ng malala. Unlike kanina, si MT ginamitan ng shield pero nawala ka agad. Tama ka dito since level 1 lang. Medyo manipis. Yung kanyang black shield, tumalon. Pinakuna-untog ang sakit na dami ni Tinastan. At nasunog mga kaibigan para kay Acrobat. Pero sabi ni Acrobat, huwag nang umisa kasi wala na akong mana.
I spoke to one of the coaches na meron dito tayo sa Pilipinas and he said that yung brand is actually very underrated just because of the percent health damage and pinakita doon ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Di lang yung percent health damage yung nakakatakot para sa isang brand bot lane, pati yung lockdown, mega lockdown, hindi na nga nakagalaw si MT para ibitaw yung kanyang haymaker for that extra shield. Bura ka agad Kuya Samir eh, no? Tapos itong si Shai, hindi man lang Stand United. Naku po.
Hindi nga siya napag-good. Siguro, he got his hands full din sa top side. Alam mo naman na with regards to going for the call, sabi siguro niya, Mario, go mo para di makapag-use ng kanyang Stand United. And sayang, no? Opportunity for them sana to make that turnaround. Kung sakali man. Kasi makurot din naman si MT. Imagine just use that playmaker. Could be the turnaround na kailangan nila. Pero Gargoyle Stone Plate is up for our supports. Both of them already upgraded their boots, which is one of the important items na kailangan nila dito to make some plays sa mga laban natin. 30 seconds on the clock. Maga-maga pang ating Dragon and Referral.
Yeah, and dito sa may Dragon, sinisimulan niya ng KWANGDONG FREECS ang kanilang pag-dibs teritoryo. Kung magkakaroon lang tayo ng swap of objectives. The Rift Herald will be gifted over to Team Flash. Actually, gustong-gusto na Team Flash yan eh. If there is a team that can really utilize ang isang Rift Herald, that's them. We'll see though, Not bot lane.
Hinatak na naman, pero dito mama dito para kay Noth. But I think this is going to be the first start of the game. Kung sakali man na mauna sila. Pero look at the damage kami from Acrobat dito. Look at the poke. At sumubog-sabog pa nga, mga kaibigan, yung ating mid dito. Pero Acrobat with the slow and exhaust and the damage na binibigyan niya dito para makakasalan niyang kalaban doon. Pero bot lane, nagkaroon pa rin ng bagbangan, ginamit yung ultimate and the barrier as well to make sure that they can secure the kill. And no first turret will be secured for now. Only the trades for that 1-1 kill sa mid at sa bot lane.
Yeah, hindi na-expect ng KWANGDONG FREECS na biglang magpapakita itong si Shai. That's actually one of the relatively weakness ng Korea. Even going back sa PC, si Yellow Star support Shen, I still remember that as clear as a day, pero walang weakness. Pagdating dito kay Zeki, Kuya Spear.
Angel lang. Kumbaga damage lang. Dragon form niya ay nawala na. Pero no problem para sa kanya. Kasi wala namang spell shield eh. Wala namang shield yung dalawang to. Kaya niyang tapatan kahit na sino, basta AD lang. Walang samahan ng kuya.
True. Stand United, Sandfire Aegis, Gargoyle Soul Plate, available para ka dito kay Shai. And Zisu, the Shen delivery system na meron tayo, di pa natin nakikita, 0-1 and 0 pa lang yung kanyang scoreboard dito. Right now, this is still a very big, not really a big advantage na meron ng KDF, but this is nothing that we expected. At 6 minutes, they're in firm lead, 1k gold lead para sa kanila. And kung titingnan natin yung state of the game, they're actually doing so good right now. The Team Flash has to respect KWANGDONG FREECS as one of the top teams na meron tayo dito sa torneo.
But right now, medyo pumapalag sila. Looking at the score, looking at the gold gap, 7 minutes, konti lang yung gap nila. Kanina, nung 7 minutes, nasa 3k, 5k na lamang ang KWANGDONG FREECS. Talagang responding very well and they're adapting with the current situation natin dito. Ginamit na ngayon ang Slice and Dice pero napag-Gargoyle Stone Plate kagad si kaibigang Shai. Ang sakit naman ang dami siya doon with the Sunfire na meron siya. Nasunog si kaibigang kaibigang Lolong.
I think one of the big differences na nakita natin doon was etong Renekton did go for Mercury Greaves, which is magic resistance boots. Samantalang itong ating ating Shen, we did actually go for, did actually go for a plated steel cap. So yung mga trading na yan sa battle lane, talagang lalamang may armor. Alright, we'll see another skirmish.
Yes, skirmish indeed. Eto na, may dragon form siya, lumipad, palayo. Pero wait lang, how to train your dragon nga ba mangyayari dito? Nagkakasuntukan natin ng Haymaker pa. 3v2 ang mangyayari. Dominus was used na para kay Maru dito. Pero kinakagat-kagat lang nila yung minion sa ating bot side. Habang ang top lane naman, si kaibigang Not. At kasama niya si Zil, responding si Coyote. I think they're gonna get this one. Tinalon, hinampas, inuntog, inangklahan at dinetmark pa. Pero
uy, grabe, hindi donation.
Kasama mo kaibigang Oso, pero secured pa rin nila. Ang kill na yun, 1v1 si Zil. Si Shai, medyo makunat yan. May sunfire siya. At ito na si MP. Tutulungan niya kayo. Tropa dito si Zil, disengaging pa din. And they can chase him down. Kasi nga, meron pa sang shadow sa kanyang kamay. Pero Zeki will respond to the top lane as well. Seeing that MP will be there. Mukhang hindi na napipilitin pa. Kasi si Moro yung nasa boting lang naman, pushing pa din yung ating first tier turret.
Yeah, konting kalabit na lang yung Toro sa may bandang ibaba. Pero nakikita natin dito yung talagang presensya ng isang Shen. Dalawa na yan na nakita natin that was actually very good for them, yung Sun United. Pero nakakuha pa rin ng return kill dito ang KWANGDONG FREECS. Such development. Sobrang nakakatuwa na makita ang Korean region standing toe-to-toe against the best team that we have here in Southeast Asia.
Sobrang sulit na. Pero Haymaker, showstopper ginamit dito para kay Maru. Hindi na nagdalawang isip, tinatlong isip nila dito. At sinecure niya yung kanyang showstopper so they can at least burn a flash para kay Maru. For the rest of the members of KWANGDONG FREECS, just getting this referral para sa kanilang team. That's another objective for them and another stock para sa kanya. Up until now, 9 minutes, wala pa rin tayong turret na nasisira. Sirahin nyo na.
Ito na, paunahan sila.
Nauna pa, yung bot lane natin.
That's fine. You go for the trade dahil meron ka pa rin naman tempo advantage with the referral that you got. Pwede mong isaman in the mid lane or in the bot lane. I would prefer it being used for maximum efficiency sa mid lane. But look at here, nandito si Zissou. Talaga mahilig siya sa red buff ng kalaban GGsphere.
Sabi nila, kota ka na Zissou nakakarami ka na sa amin.
Nakita sila?
Sinama-sama na mga skapunan ni Eugene, pero wait lang, muntik na. Mahuli si Zissou dito, nagkaroon siya ng wang-wang because of yung kanyang skin na Mecha K6 was able to get away. 10 seconds on the clock, mag-up na yung ating dragon. May stand united tayo, kaya push lang. Trabaho lang si Shai dito. Walang personalan. Repair big sound right now. Nahuli nila si MT. Huli nga ba dito pa loob? Si Jin, nandiyan pa rin. Inampas ng akla. Hindi pa rin ginagamit yung kanyang ulti dito para matalbog ang kanyang kalaban. Pero Dragon slowly being taken down by KWANGDONG FREECS. Medyo mabilis yan because that's na. Inamit na ulti para kay Zissou. Walang magawa. Wala na silang Dragon dito. Wala silang jungler rather. And they're gonna make this 2 trades para sa kanilang team. Coyote was trying to make this turnaround pero nakuha pa rin nila ang kanilang Dragon sa kanilang kamay. Si Zil disengaging pero showstopper to secure the kill. At ito na ang Dragon. Tumalo na ang 7 Dragons. Kinakagat si FP pero nasa torre sila. Walang problema kasi kaya nilang mapatay si Shai dito kahit ganap makakunat. Pero hindi pala enough yung kanilang damage doon because that referral will just give the damage in the first tier turret and at least 4 pa rin ang nakuha ng Team Flash sa laban na yun.
Nagmumukha maliit yung kalamangan dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Pero make no mistake, etong si Zeki untouched all throughout this match. Hindi talaga siya napipitas dito. Samantalang kita mo naman yung strength ng isang Nautilus. Talagang pinatalon ka agad. Etong si Zissou, wala na siyang choice kundi i-surrender yung kanyang buhay. Stand United being there, hindi na i-target sa tamang miyembro. Although nakakuha ng exit kill dito, isang miyembro ng Team Flash, it wasn't enough to give them the advantage that they need. Overall, exit kill para dito kay Zeki na hindi kinailangan yung Dragon's Descent all throughout that team fight.
Parang panghabol nga lang talaga no? Pang-initiate kumbaga or panghabol na lang sa kumbaga pang-police na lang ang pwede niyang gawin to no. Habulin niya kung sino man ang naiiwan pa sa members dito ng Team Flash and it was very effective. KWANGDONG FREECS right now. However, they were able to shut down itong si Zeki but still they still have the upper hand. Sa game na to, being able to get that Dragon, 2 Dragons sa kanila.
Yep.
And magiging 2-0. May naaamoy lang ako, but hindi pa rin naman huli ang lahat para sa Team Flash.
Yeah. Again, Acrobat is one of the unsung heroes na meron tayo dito para sa tahig ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Yung kanyang Pyroclasm is actually able to deal a good amount of AP damage. So yung AP damage department definitely lalamang ang
Ayun
isang
naman.
brand over the Morgana, pero
Ayun
hindi
na
na naman
naman.
si Zizou.
Parang big objective naman to. Hinapaksa naman ng angkla mga kaibigan si
Oh,
MT.
yan.
Ginamit ang daming shield niya
Uy.
pero hindi pa rin enough yun para mabuhay siya. Kasi apat ang
Uy.
kalaban niya dito. Hindi na naman tumama yung angkla. Muntik na umabot yung isang dulo ng dredge line na yun. Itong si kaibigang North. But Earth, still the playmaker is not once again in this game too.
Iba yung pinapakita dito ni
Oh,
Noel.
yun na naman,
And
depth
another
charge.
ultimate, babato dito kay Zizou. Black Shield will be there to negate the effect of that ultimate coming from this Nautilus. Nautilus pala. Kaya naman pala, no?
Kaya pala,
Spear.
Nautilus pala. Ang dami, no? Today, Nautilus. At talagang, baka ito yung main champion niya. Depth
Baka.
charge siya. Every time na depth charge siya dito si Zizou. Parang yung depth charge niya para lang kay Zizou. Yun lang yata yung talagang target niya dito. Every time na ginagamit niya yun, it's really effective para sa kanila. And kailangan siguro ni Taddy na mas mabigay pa, mas mapokus pa yung paggamit ng Black Shield sa kanya.
We are still relatively even pagdating sa gold lead. Although yung tempo nando dito naman para sa side ng KWANGDONG FREECS. 3 towers to 2 towers dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS over Team Flash. Pero mapapansin mo yung paggamit pa rin talaga yung macro playstyle dito ng Team Flash. Hindi ganun kataas yung lamang na nakukuha ng KWANGDONG FREECS. If this was a different team, most likely KWANGDONG FREECS will be enjoying like a 5k gold lead na agad-agad. Pero sa ngayon kasi 2k lang eh. So props pa rin para sa Team Flash.
Still anybody's game, di ba? Anyone can still win this one. Kailangan lang maging maingat.
Yeah.
Iwasan yung mga random dark binding na pwedeng tumama dito from Taddy. Pero I think kahit na makatama sila ng dark binding, para ang hirap pa rin makakuha ng kill sa lineup na meron ng KWANGDONG FREECS eh. Kahit na, especially if that's not, di ba? A lot of things could happen.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for our itemization to pop up. Yeah, there you go. Zhonya's is now available. Or Stacy Essential is now available for Acrobat. So tama ka. Kahit i-try nilang i-lockdown, itong si Brand should still be able to buy some time. Right now, level 13 na rito si Zizou. And
Depth charge, dalawa pa tinamaan, nahuli ang isa, nahuli ang dalawa, empty-handed siya, ginamit ang showstopper para makapag-disengage, pero hindi mo mamatay si Maru, ang kakapal na mga shield, stand nila to win po there, nakuha nila si Maru, one champion is down, tumalon si Zizou, mahuli si Zeki, and the comeback is coming mga kaibigan, this is it, Pansit, nagawa na at nahanap na ng Team Flash ang hinahanap nila, kanina pa, catching down si Maru, and the turnaround that was made by MT was really huge in this game.
True, medyo umasim sila doon. Inasahan nila na itong si MT will be able to, just surrender his stealth agad-agad. Kasi yun yung nangyayari kanina eh, diba? Binubuhos lang nila yung ultimate nila dito kay MT, but right now, MT was able to survive, stall enough time, at dumating yung kanilang mga carries, Shy, Stand United, Baron heading over to Team Flash. This is the comeback that we are expecting from Team Flash, at least in game number 1 and game number 2. Pero in game number 1, hindi nangyari. Right now, though, Team Flash is in full control of this game.
Yes, indeed. At ang bilis ng pangyayari na just one single clash. And imagine, the over-aggression of KWANGDONG FREECS was also their weakness na nangyari kanina. Because of the use of that depth charge na muntik nang mahuli. Yeah. Diba? Huli sana si Zizou, but they turned around and changed their target to MT.
Grabe. And napakaganda rin kasi talaga na decision making dito ni MT. Using yung kanyang showstopper to disengage. At ang naging ally pa nga doon ay itong si Maru. Had Maru be, in a more not so forward position, he will not be susceptible for that disengage coming from MT. Pero wala eh. Ganun talaga, breaks of the game. Maru being found at the right angle by MT did actually make him stall enough time for him to make sure na itong si Maru yung unang babagsak, following itong si Zeki and the rest of members of KDF is now scrambling to try to defend the towers here, FREECS.
The meta of Ixtali, CJR, medyo marami silang plantito pala, no? Nakita mo, both teams, parang mga support natin, may CJR na dala sa kanilang mga items dito. At sobrang kunat talaga nitong si MT at yun ang naging winning condition nila nung game na yun. Sabayan mo pa ng magandang paggamit dito ng Stand United. Itong si Shy. Hindi na sila nahiya. Inuubos na nila. Paisa-isa. Ang unlimited turret natin, one by one, diba? Inuubos na dito ng Team Flash together aside from the top lane, mid lane, and bot lane as well. Hindi yun nila problema. Wala nang alintana dito.
Uy!
At kinagat!
The jumping!
Ariko pa! Flying ipis mga kaibigan. Nahuli ang isa. At mukhang going for game 3 tayo dito.
Yes, sir! Again, Team Flash. not really the team that you can count out agad-agad. They just, made sure another kill para dito kay Zissou. This Kha'Zix has been on a tear nung nakuha nila yung kalamangan. But still, Kongdu Freaks, there's still a win condition para sa kanila, and that's going to be the Elder Dragon win condition. But with the state of the map for them, tatlong inhibitor turret yung bagsak, it's going to be very hard to approach yung big objective na Elder Dragon. Pero nakuha nila, like miraculous steal coming from Zeki, posible na manalo sila rito.
Pwede nga. That could be the turnaround. Pwedeng hintayin ng Kongdu Freaks dito, no? That one Elder Drake na darating in 20 minutes of the game. Pero Maru, teka lang, easy ka lang. Medyo nanilambot na siya dito, no? Looking at Maru's item pala, medyo hindi siya makasabay kay Shai, Death Stance, Black Liver, Blade of the Ruined King compared to Shai na meron ng 4 major items. Medyo makunat-kunat at masakit-sakit. We don't normally see this kind of build para Shen, not to lose. Easy ka lang, kaibigan. Baka maging no to lose tayong mangyari dito. Coyote, tinamaan ng death charge ako. Masyado ka malalim, Coyote. Coyote will fall down kahit na may gamit dito. Paggamit ng Stand United. Pero si MT ang next target na napakakunat yan. Nasa loob si Zeki. Zeki, pinagkakalmot ang kanila mga kalaban dito. Pero Shai, napakakunat ng damage doon. Oh my gulay. Kongdu Freaks is getting the win once again. One more hit. Hampasin mo ng Crocodile. Meron kang laruan dyan na ginagamit na pwede mga bullet kay Zissou. Pero Zissou, with the void spike and leap out, Dragon is about to go out in 1 minute time. We'll see if aabot pa ang Team Flash dito.
Yeah, pero ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Kongdu Flash is to go for that Baron. The Shadow Dash not hitting yung primary target and also Taddy being in the middle of everyone. Napitas kagad isa sa mga damage dealer sa yung flash dito, pero half health yung Baron natin dito, Kuya Sphere. Junglers are up.
Wait a minute. Zissou waiting patiently. Trabaho lang, walang personal. Tatalo na siya dito para ginamit ang kanyang infi. At agaw niya yung Baron. He was able to steal the Baron. What are you doing, Zeki? Hindi niya in-expect ang pagtalon ni Zissou doon and still jumping in, jumping out because of the Baron steal. Hindi pa matatapos ng Kongdu Freaks ang laban na ito.
Yeah, pero this is a 50 seconds on the Death Chamber para dito kay Zissou. Kuya Sphere, sinabi ko nga na meron tayong Elder Dragon win condition para sa Kongdu Freaks. Although walang Dragon's Rage na magiging available itong si Zeki, we could still have, a very good 50-50 here once na mag-respawn etong Elder Dragon. 30 seconds, kahit... And cooldown yung TP niya, Kuya Sphere. So walang way para makabalik dito si Zissou agad-agad.
Gusto ko makita yung nangyayari, pero ito yung replay natin kanina ko saan nakita natin na napakagandang pag-steal ni Zissou using yung kanyang Unseen Threat Ultimate, Invisible tumalon at kumagat ng isa at nahuli nga niya yung kanyang objective which is the Baron. This is it, Pansin. About to go for the team fight. Mahuhuli ang isa, ginamit ang kanyang base breaker. Empty will fall down nga ba na nabot ang kanyang buhay dito, pero napakarami ng shield! And Shai will use the ultimate. Stand United to chase them down. 2 champion is down sa Kongdu Freaks dito. And they can pretty much end this game right now. They still have the bottom buff. Death Mark ginamit pero na-death siya sa malayo. May shield doon. Ang kapal naman ng shield ni Shai. Pero yung ating Nexus ay pinagkakagat na ng mga minions. And that's going to be a win and a 1-1 score sa ating first series of the game.
Grabe. And it all happened with MT being able to use yung kanyang ultimate to push away yung jungler ng kabilang team, or si Zeki. So yung 50-50 na inaasahan natin for that Baron play did not happen. Talagang ang bilis, ang ganda na naman kasi ng performance ni MT. Again, the ultimate was actually there at the right angle. And kanina, no, game number 1, North was actually stellar. But on game number 2, I'm saying that MT was a stellar or maybe even more stellar compared to the support counterpart. Kuya Sphere, ang kunat ni MT, right? The Gargoyle Stoneplate is just so massive.
Everyone is using Gargoyle Stoneplate and every shields that we've seen kanina was all because of that Gargoyle Stoneplate. Sabayan mo pa ng Stand United, all the shields that being given by Shai to make sure that they can protect yung kanyang teammates dito was really effective. And no doubt, he is the MVP of this game sa ating stats pa lamang. The pressure against kay Maru and also the pressure being given overall sa kanyang global presence. And that's it.
And this is a very interesting, and then again, this is the 15-minute clash na nakita nga natin another stellar play coming from MT, bringing over etong si Renekton onto their side. From that point, nakuha nila yung Baron, nakuha nila yung Dragon, and then they tried to go for the try sweep of the inhibitor turrets. GGsphere, Team Flash, again, just showing their props in this game na hindi sila basta-basta magpapa-O2.
O2, not today kay Nautilus, sabi nila. Pero nakita natin, eto 35,000, look at the damage by Acrobat. But still, not enough with the damage. Kasi nga, with all the effectiveness, and all the support being given, coming in from Team Flash dito, I would say, malaking threat yung, imagine, dalawang shield black and white. Kumbaga, meron tayong shield for the physical and shield for the magic. Yun ang lahat na naibibigay dito ng Team Flash. And that's just shows kung gaano din ka-effective yung lineup nila dito na kahit sino man ang i-target ng KWANGDONG FREECS, meron tayong shield na ibibigay.
Also, it's Zisu's ability to just, make sure na attract ng attention. MT being, the main tank here. And when it comes to damage department, we did say that Acrobat on this brand actually give yung good amount of damage, but it's not as effective as the other types of damages. We could see here the turnaround fight that did happen at the 1450 mark, where nakakita tayo ng napakagandang ultimate coming from MT. Again, MT smurfing on game number 2 did actually make sure that we will have a tight game heading into game number 3.
Yes, so ito na nga, Erp, ang hinihintay natin, the game 3. And imagine, just this game alone shows kung gaano na slowly closing na naman yung gap natin between these two regions, diba? Southeast Asia, Vietnam, and Korea region. Slowly but surely, we're seeing a lot of improvements from these two teams. And we didn't expect this a lot. But again, kudos to both teams. Team Flash, especially with MT, as you mentioned kanina, how he's able to stop and shut down every single time na talagang siya ang kanilang tina-target dito. Very effective and it worked para sa kanila.
Imagine, Sphere, if that was a 2-0 for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. Unang prediction pa lang kagad natin, palyado na agad.
Palyado na.
This is something that we did not expect at all, but we are looking out for, again, the evolution of KRWCK.
Flash, especially with MT, as you mentioned kanina, how he's able to stop and shut down every single time na talagang siya ang kanilang tina-target dito. Very effective and it worked para sa kanila.
Imagine, Sphere, if that was a 2-0 for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. Una prediction pa lang agad natin, palyado
Mali
na
na.
agad. Diba?
Palyado
But
na.
this is something that we did not expect at all, but we are looking out for, again, the evolution of KRWCK. Wild Rift meta is definitely on the horizon. It will happen sooner. I guarantee you. Now, the question is, will that improvement be enough to push over and get a match win against the best team that we have here in Southeast Asia, Kuya Sphere? Kasi kapag ka nakakuha sila ng 2-1 dito, mapapadali yung kanilang pag-secure ng top 2. Remember, in bracket A and bracket B, only top 2 teams will be advanced into the playoffs. And having a win against the Juggernaut in Team Flash will actually cement you of a better chance to advance to the playoffs. So, we are now down to our last game here, Kuya Sphere. Kanino ka? Team Flash or KWANGDONG FREECS? Kasi sa ngayon, pwedeng KWANGDONG FREECS eh.
Feeling ko, pagdating sa possible prediction natin between these two teams, will matter yung kanilang picks, no? Kasi we've seen a lot on our game 1 and game 2. Parang dun, it takes a lot kung paano sila maglaro talaga overall. Having a Shyvana once again for those 2 games na meron tayo for KWANGDONG FREECS, and at the same time, the counterplay that was done by Team Flash dito, talagang magmamatter kung ano yung magiging picks nila dito. We'll see if they're gonna be able to get secured at least yung ating Morgana, and also the play style na ginawa overall ng Team Flash with regards to MT responding, Shy responding.
Yep.
And imagine, hindi nga nagbuo ng is that Edge of the Night? Hindi nga bumuo ng Edge of the Night si kaibigang Zisu dito to make some counterplay kung sakali man doon sa depth charge. But no problem kasi marami namang shield and it works pretty well for them. Parang bait na lang ang nangyari sa ating laban.
True. Again, we are now seconds away from game number 3. Ayun lang sabi ko, it will be an easy win para sa side ng Team Flash. I'm happy to be proven wrong here, Kuya Sphere. And again, do or die na ito para sa kanila, para sa dalawang team natin. Not really do or die, but it's the match point. So kung sino manalo dito will be getting the first point dito sa ating Wild Circuit Asia.
Which is really important. Again, as you mentioned kanina, yung ating point system dito. If we get that 1 win kaagad, konti lang yung araw natin, onti lang yung matches natin, and it's important to get that 1 win kaagad on your day 1 pa lamang. Eto na, mga kaibigan, same bands. We still have Yumi and Vi. Ayaw na lang makita si Ate V at si Yumi the Cat. So, siguro natin sino mag-second band. Could be a Jace, could be a Morgana. See about that.
Yeah, same bands na nakita natin. And now we are going to have another swap. KWANGDONG FREECS will be on the red side. We'll see if there will be respect given dito sa the boss na si Seth. Kasi kanina, itong si MT, tsaka si Noth, nagpakit ng gilas talaga. Although Noth on that Nautilus was actually good enough as well. We cannot highlight, the fact na talagang MT was at the right moments, he was the clutchest player for the side of Team Flash.
Nakaraming Noth ka dun, Kenoth, di ba? But yeah, looking at what they're doing with regards to the bans, Jace pa rin tayo dito para sa KWANGDONG FREECS. Lloyd the third one. Kasi naisip ko din na pwede pang parang i-juggle pa dito ng Team Flash ulit yung pwede maging picks nila eh. Like they could once again go for a set kung open yan. Kumbaga labanan lang ng mga tank champions eh. But Morgana will be removed. And is that a skip?
Yeah, skip ban.
Oh.
Kuya Osay tuloy, Kuya Spear.
May skip nga, no?
Oo na, sa sobrang bigla ako, nagkapalit na yung pangalan nyo, ni Kuya Osay, Kuya Spear. Pero we'll see. Team Flash, I'm not sure what happened there, pero, those bans are very important, especially the competitive matches. Karma being banned away, Lucian is open. Yun yung kanina nakikita natin that has been, a focal point ng magkabilang team when it comes to the banning phase. Lucian, Senna, daming option, Kuya Osay. Ay, Kuya Spear.
Oo nga. I like that too. My favorite part yan. But Karma will be removed as you mentioned for KWANGDONG FREECS. Tapos, first pick, Lucian this time. Hindi siya na-ban. Unlike kanina, na 2 beses na pitas dito ng ating mga teams. With Lucian being picked by Shy, ito na nga ba ang AD na ating mid lane. Coyote has been using that champion during the Icons Global, and the Hullbreaker meta will still be there, but we'll see about that if yun nga ba ang magiging plano ng Team Flash.
And marami talagang champions na pinakita itong si Shai. Remember, we have Shai on Ashe as an option as well. So this will be very interesting. And now, the response here, KWANGDONG, is the Senna will be gifted over to KWANGDONG FREECS. Is this going to be a Senna Nasus or Senna set? Kasi nakita nga natin kanina effectiveness ni North. Now, Zed will still be prioritized here, KWANGDONG.
Pwede, no? Pwede maging set. As I mentioned nung ating Game 1. Kasi yung Game 1 natin kanina, it was a Nasus Senna na hindi naging effective to make some counterplay sa mga rotation na itong si North. But we'll see, may second pick dito ni Zissou. Renekton again. Sa kanila naman this time, no? Hindi na ito para kay Maru. This will be the top laner or baron laner ng Team Flash, and that will go to Shai. We'll see kung ano yung magiging counterplay ng KWANGDONG FREECS dito. Could this be this time? Sila naman ba magsishen? We'll see about that. And Lee Sin! Ako po, Zissou for the Lee Sin.
Zissou on that Lee Sin. I'm trying to check over my notes here. And syempre, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, this is also an angle for a Darius for Maru, which is one of his favored champions as well. Stable BR laner na ang champion to watch out for ay ang kanyang Darius. So we will see. Our Darius versus Renekton is also very exciting to say the least. Kasi may kill potential magkabilang side. And they have, the same set of responsibilities. They have to go in, they have to be the healer, and meron silang damage na dala-dala sa kanilang kit. Now, Senna Nasus will be locked in here.
Again, and again. Okay. Nasa Senna ulit tayo dito sa KWANGDONG FREECS. No? Talagang they really want to go for the scaling once again. Panning out namin. Parang medyo napapansin ko yung mga last two bans lagi ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Parang
situational,
randomizer. No?
Situational, I guess, is the better term.
Situational is the better wording para dito. Kasi it's like they are thinking kung sino yung pwedeng mag-counterplay sa kanila. But Nami, no one picked it for the first and second game, and no one banned it as well. Set will be removed, and Shyvana, wala na sila sa equation. So
yes,
this is going to be a good thing kasi iba-iba na mga champion natin sa third game.
The Nami is actually in response dun sa obnoxious laning phase na meron ng isang Nami Lucian against the Senna Nasus. Talagang nasa kanila yung full priority. Kung kaya naman, that's actually, you're right, that's a very situational ban na hindi natin kadalasan nakikita. But it does make a lot of sense here, KWANGDONG. Now, the set na talaga naging star presence na meron tayo kanina for both Game 1 and Game 2. And the Shyvana na nakita natin dito kay Zeki has been banned away. What will be the carry jungler na ilalabas dito ni Zeki? He could elect for... It's scary to go for the Kha'Zix against the Lee Sin, but this is also a potential Olaf, maybe? We would see.
Yeah. But Jax is a jungler. I'm not sure if it's going to be a jungle because we all know naman na actually the nerf for Jax is really hurtful, no? Kung hindi lang starting with the reduction of yung kanyang attack speed with yung second skill sa kanyang mga minions, that's actually just the first one. But also reducing the base damage of Jax sa 3.3C is really a huge debuff para sa kanya talaga na pwede maging problema kung jungler man siya. So this is most likely going to be a top lane Jax.
Yep.
Sino magiging response dito? AP carry Ziggs para kay Taddy.
Yep. Parang lahat ng champion okay. So Ziggs Braum ang naging response dito. Parang sinayang ng Team Flash yung ban ng KWANGDONG FREECS. So ban mo yung Nami. Hindi naman kami magda-Nami Lucian sa bot lane. Tama ka, KWANGDONG. It will be Coyote that will be on the Lucian duty. Although pwede pa rin naman siya sa bot lane. It's not as, how should I say this? It's not as popular these days yung Lucian Braum. And you, especially yung Ziggs in the mid lane. Let's see, what would be the jungler here for Zeki? Okay, we did highlight na si Zeki talagang bubuhat sa kanila. Okay? No, not okay. Had it been the okay moment, I have a lot of things to say.
Mapapa-okay din na sana ako.
Kha'Zix tayo. Yeah.
I think right now, in this situation, you have no other option. Well, we can still have Ramos, but no. Not okay. Pero Kha'Zix is a better option with regards to the remaining champion pool na meron tayo sa ating jungle. So Kha'Zix will be there as the last pick ng KWANGDONG FREECS dito. looking at the line of the Team Flash, still the same. But this time, we're gonna be having a Brom. Though, kahit sabihin natin na hindi siya magkasama kay Lucian, that's still a Brom na kasama si Lucian sa late game.
True. Lucian na merong concussive blows is very effective para sa mga front to back engages, especially in play with the playmaking play or available dito kay Alisin. We are mistaken here, GGsphere, and this actually makes a lot of sense because Shy will be put on the Lucian instead of the Lucian against the Zed, kasi alam naman natin that marksmen are actually very susceptible and very easy to kill down using assassins. So, third game na natin nakikita itong assassin ng mid laner ng KWANGDONG FREECS. He's been okay, not the best, pero when the game permits and siya yung talaga lumalabang, he can definitely make some plays sa KWANGDONG FREECS. So, GGsphere, with all this said and done, oh my God, Team Flash, KWANGDONG FREECS will be on the match point.
Yes, this could be a very interesting matchup. As you mentioned kanina, we can't predict for sure kung sino magiging possible na winner sa ating Game 3 would depend solely kung sino yung mga picks and bans natin. But looking at the picks, still cannot say for sure kasi there's a lot of things that could happen in terms of their playstyle and yung gameplay nila overall sa ating game dito. I would say with having a lot of CC sa isang team, feeling ko din talaga magmamatter kung paano din nila ma-execute like what happened sa ating game to kanina na naging pinaka-important is how MT was able to make some plays and control yung pagkapanalo nila dito by getting those shields that they have, stacking up the shields, helping their teammates. And I'm really excited to see yung ating game 3. We are going to have a KWANGDONG FREECS this time na scaling. Na unlike kanina, ang scaling is yung kanilang kalaban.
True. Alright, we'll see. Again, certain win conditions is actually very apparent for both sides here. We have Nasus, Sena Nasus. Kaya nas all as time na nga scaling yan. Pero what I'm actually looking for right now is yung ability ng Jax to really influence the game after so many nerfs na nakita natin sa kanya. Especially against a marksman in the top lane. Baka mahirapan itong si Maru. Pero good read para sa kanila kasi I was expecting the Renekton to be on the top lane and Maru will be able to showcase yung kanyang Darius nga na kinakatukutan ng ibang mga teams. But reading the drafting sequence is one of the best traits na meron ang Korean teams, and KDF just knew from the get-go that Lucian will be at the hands of Shy.
Yes, and we'll see if mas gagana to para sa KWANGDONG FREECS because Jax, as you mentioned kanina, with the nerfs, nakita natin here and there, but with the Counter-Strike, if ever man, ma-secure niya yung Counter-Strike, huge trade kagad na pwedeng magawa niya dito. But we are talking about Shy in the top lane. And that's Shy using Lucian. That's Shy with the damage na pwede niya ma-utilize dito. He can kite Maru for sure. And it will matter also on how our junglers will try to respond. And how, again, the support will do the same kung ano yung ginawa nila kanina. Pero I'm not sure if Noth will be able to do the same what he did nung ating Game 1 and Game 2 because this time, he's the one using Nasus.
We'll see. Noth, yung mga supports natin, yung talaga naging star player kanina.
Oh, alright.
Or unsung heroes will be given tasks. We're just having some quite of a delay here, GGsphere, na parang hindi pa tayo nakakapagsimula na game number 3. Pero this is expected kasi kapag ganito, nakikita natin that both teams would really want to get that one up, would get that win over the opponent. So we will see and we'll have to wait kung kung makakapasok tayo sa Wild Rift. Because so far, again, we have discussed yung drafting phase na meron tayo dito. Definitely excited sa evolution na meron ng KDF. Moving forward, GGsphere, kasi this is just one game and para sa ibang mga teams na kasama nila sa bracket, namely, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang kasama nila sa bracket ay FREECS, FREECS and USG. Would actually be a bit worried kasi pinahirapan nila itong clear favorite in their bracket na T-Flash.
Yeah, imagine the remaining Korean teams, di ba? Na meron pa tayo sa ating mga matches today. Could do a lot more. Diba? Again, we're just talking about the number 2 team right now sa Korea region. And what more if we see ROLSTER Y and the rest of the Korean region na meron tayo. This is going to be very interesting and I'm really excited to see kung ano pa yung mga lalaban, 'di ba? Lalaban pa ng mga matches ng mga teams dito. And we'll see. We'll see about that. But also looking forward din kasi hindi ko na gaanong ang iba kasi ang difference kasi dito is that we're always watching Southeast Asian teams, di ba? We're always seeing them
True.
toe to toe. We have other tournaments like ongoing sa kanila, but Korean teams, they're like hiding under the blanket, tas biglang hello sa inyo, what's up sa inyo, talagang nakakatakot na ang kanilang mga teams dito. So I'm really excited for that, and I'm really looking forward again sa mga teams sa susunod pa na lalaban dito. Speaking of second games, we have ang ating match to later on, Flash Wolves 10 versus Usage or USG.
Yep.
Usage.
Yep. So our games 1, 2, 3, and 4, and of course yung pinaka-importanting laro para sa ating mga kababayan ay the match number 4 in between RRQ and Buriram United. Napanood nga natin kahapon, the Buriram United was able to get that one up against NGX. So merong score to settle itong RRQ against this Thailand team. But make no mistake, again, all the games that we have here are as exciting because we are trying to see the evolution of the Korean teams. Kasi sila talaga yung pinaka-inaabangan natin dito. Sila rin yung pinaka-base. So Riot Korea was actually our main base for this, kung kaya nakita natin yung tatlong teams. And this is a very much welcome, Kuya Sphere, kasi sabi mo nga, di ba, kadalasan natin nakikita sa Southeast Asia, yung Korea, hindi natin masyadong nakikita, and this is actually a very good way for them to display their skills right now to a point na pwede silang katakutan talaga ng ibang mga teams heading into, more Wild Rift esports action.
Yeah, the thing is with regards to Korean region, para kasing kung ano yung performance ng isang team, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na isang team lang yun eh. Could matter a lot with regards to their region overall performance. And again, with 3 teams included here on our Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022, malaki talaga siguro. For sure, malaki yung iba pang pwedeng may pakita ng mga teams ito from Korean regions. But that goes to the rest of the regions as well. Like syempre for RRQ, they've been practicing a lot. They've been talking about yesterday kung gaano kalakas din yung in-improve ni Helios as a player and how effective it was yung kanilang pagkakaroon ng konting adjustment sa kanilang roles and how they changes their play style. That goes to, let's say, Team Flash and Flash Wolves as well.
And Kuya Sphere, we just heard that we are having some technical issues or technical concerns coming from Team Flash. So we will have to go on a short break sa pagbabalik namin, game number 3 na between KWANGDONG FREECS and Team Flash.
Okay, what happened? But Yes, hello! Hello, mic check. At hello sa inyo lahat mga kaibigan. Welcome back sa napakasaglit lang na ating break dito. Going back again mga kaibigan sa ating Game 3. I am GGsphere pa rin. Siyempre kasama ko si Autolose para sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. And this is still a match between Team Flash versus KWANGDONG FREECS. Nako, RP. Ano ba nangyari sa ating picking kanina?
They haven't. Sobrang init ng laban na ito. So we are now heading over to the match number 3, pick and ban GGsphere. We now have Yumi, Riven, and it does appear that we will have a draft. Okay, so both sides should have agreed to this in order for it to push through. And now we have Team Flash versus KWANGDONG FREECS that we will have their draft being analyzed once more. Tapos tuloy-tuloy na to GGsphere to the Wild Rift.
Alright. And yeah, looking at the bans right now, we're seeing that Yumi, Senna, and Lucian will be removed. So this is a different ban compared to what we have earlier sa ating game 3 pa din, sa ating banning phase. But also, we're still gonna be seeing again via Jace and Karma. So I think the issue was earlier, I think we have one missing ban for Team Flash. Pero ngayon, naayos nila. But yeah, we're still gonna be having first pick for Team Flash. Shy still will be going for a Renekton. Oh yes. No, I think earlier it was Renekton. Yeah,
Renekton that was swapped over to Coyote. Tapos nag-Lucian itong Team Flash. But right now, Lucian is left open for the taking of KWANGDONG FREECS. And hindi pala kasi it has been banned away. So that means na walang Lucian available para sa kanila. What will be their first pick here? Possibly
Zed.
Oh, okay. Talagang sobrang sobrang hilig nila sa Zed champion.
So it is like overall a redraft of what happened or what could have been the first draft or this third game natin. So Zed will still be the champion para kay Zil, like still the same sa ating third game first banning phase or drafting phase. We'll see the second pick is going to be Ziggs. And I think that could be the mid laner or no, probably the AP carry pa din of KWANGDONG FREECS dito. Oh! Switch to Jax. Still the same.
Yeah, ito yung Jax na nakita nga natin din kanina. Zeki going for that Jax on the top lane was answered properly by Team Flash going for the marksman in Lucian. But because that's already not available, this Jax will have an easier time in the top lane if in case na Renekton yung mga katapat niya. Jax versus Renekton is an okay matchup, especially with the new flavor for Jax, which is Grasp of the Undying, that allows him to sustain more and scale well into the late game. So Lee Sin is going to be picked up pa rin para sa side ng Team Flash.
Could this be a third pick Lucian this time? Kasi earlier, it was Lucian was the first pick and the third pick si Renekton. Pero Lucian...
It's banned away, Kuya Sphere.
Oh, no. Yeah. I just realized. So nga pala, Lucian was removed already.
Pwedeng wala na rin talaga Senna available dito. They will go for Morgana and Shyvana is still open. Again, ina-expect na nga rin natin that Jax will go over to the Baron lane rather than go to the jungle. Mainly because of the nerfs that he received. Attack speed, clearing time is very, very important for our junglers. And so, this Jax should head over to Maro.
Yeah, most probably. And it could be a Kha'Zix once again, but no! They will still go for a Shyvana as their third pick.
Yep.
Game 1 and Game 2, still going for the Game 3. Shyvana once again, nakalusot yan sa ban. Compare kanina na na-remove itong si Shyvana, but this time, no Shyvana sa ban natin. So, Shyvana will be picked by KWANGDONG FREECS. And that will give them, again, the lead for Zeki, the buff that they could provide. Depende kung paano nila i-sustain pa or paano pa nila kukunin yung mga 4th and 5th pick nila dito. Could be a support, someone like maybe a Lulu na pwede magbigay ng support dito for Shyvana. Or could go for a set once again since set is still open.
And yung hindi natin nakikita is also the Rakan. Although magandang counter kasi yung Morgana sa isang Rakan. With the Black Shade available and Dark Binding, you can disrupt yung combos na meron ng isang Rakan. So this is going to be very interesting because this is the third game that we will be seeing Shyvana picked up. For the side of KWANGDONG FREECS, yung tandem talaga ng Zed Shyvana has been their staple. And so far in games number 1 and 2, they did not really go for enchanters, rather go for the playmaker support, right? So you're right. Will there be a mix-up here of Lulu being available or being picked up for KWANGDONG FREECS, or will they stick with the set as an option? Because set is always an option here for North.
Yeah, Autolose was removed as well as the last ban of KWANGDONG FREECS dito. So this could be empty, deciding if they will remove. No, not today, not set. So set is open. At there you go. Set is open para sa KWANGDONG FREECS. So wala silang, hindi nila binan si set. So they decided to ban Lux, which is, I'm not sure if that's a champion that also an option for KWANGDONG FREECS with regards to their last pick dito. No? So maybe they're just predicting kung ano pa pwede nila magawa dito to counter the Morgana, but that's going to be a set para sa KWANGDONG FREECS. We'll see kung sino makuha dito ng Team Flash para sa kanilang fourth. Brom, still the same kanina. But Ziggs is still open as well.
Yes.
No, rather, it was banned.
Well, it was banned away.
Sila din, no? Sila din yung mga nagban ng mga pinili nila kanina.
Yeah, so ang mangyayari ngayon dito, Sapir, is with set being, the engager, Brom's task is to counter-engage with the Glacial Fissure, front to back, Morgana, the team fighting prowess of a Brom will always be there. The question is, it's going to be Brom Morgana in the bot lane, and then they're willing to flex Renekton and Fiora for their solo laners.
Actually, this could be a Fiora mid lane, which you normally see. Ginagawa din ng ibang players dito.
Yep.
And, or a Renekton mid, diba? Depending on sino pwede naging matchup dito against Zed. To see who's going to be the last pick of KWANGDONG FREECS. They could go for an AP carry, which is Orianna. An option for them to give that shield para kay Shyvana or Jax to go toe-to-toe straight to the enemy. With the shield buff na pwede niya ibigay dito. But let's see about that. Could this be an Orianna? Yup, indeed. An Orianna para sa KWANGDONG FREECS. And eto na yung mga swaps na ginagawa natin sa ating mga teams. Remember, Fiora was buffed a little bit sa ating 3.3C.
Yeah, and this is interesting kasi kanina, during game number 2, kaya talagang nagkaroon ng hesitation ng KWANGDONG FREECS to really pull the trigger was because of Shy's Shen. But Shen is not going to be their focal point here, but rather go for the Fiora. And on the bot side, we are seeing Acrobat back to the Orianna, which was very effective on game number 1. Etong si North is also on set. Game number 1 champion din yan, which was the game in where KWANGDONG FREECS pulled an upset. So the only difference right now is Maru is on a different champion. Zeki, Zil, I'm trying to remember kung ano yung first champion dito ni Maru.
It was
But
Renekton.
regardless, this Jax versus Fiora is going to be a very intense skill matchup.
Yeah, with regards to the first pick of Maru sa ating game 1, it was Renekton. Pero ngayon, sila ang kalaban, di ba? Sila ang may Renekton dito. And that's a mid lane Renekton for Coyote. And we all know naman na Coyote can do a lot of things with that AD champion towards the mid lane, the AD Bruiser champion na meron siya, which is Renekton. Kanina, he's been planning to do that on the game 3 as well, pero di nga lang natuloy yung kanilang mga picks dito. So I'm really excited. Looking forward to what could they do sa ating magiging matchup dito between these two teams, especially looking at, as we mentioned kanina, same lineup almost ang game 1. Kaya ba nilang gawin ito this time now that we don't have the Shen compared to the game 2 that we have?
Yes, and our main storyline, Sphere, has always been, kumusta ang Korea? How's the evolution of Korea in a nutshell? And so far, again, taking that one game away against the best team in Southeast Asia just proves that their region is now closing into the scary territory. We did say that KWANGDONG FREECS did actually finish the Icons Global in a very, very depressing manner. They're standing, they were not able to get a win at all during that last international event. And they want to prove themselves better with a new mid laner na tatlong beses na natin nakikita sa Zed, Zeal, Maru in the barrel lane, and syempre Zeki in the jungle. Overall, this is still a very, a very good improvement for the side of the Korean teams.
Yeah, and we also have to take note that this time MT will be using Brom. So unlike earlier, he used a champion like Seth during the second game natin, in which he was able to make a lot of plays, di ba? Because of that set. This time, with the Brom, I don't think he can make a lot of plays but open spaces for his teammates. But we'll see about that kasi eto na mga kaibigan, ang ating Game 3. Tuloy-tuloy na tayo dito. Talagang malalaman natin kung sino nga ba makakuha ng 2-1 score. Sa Game 3 natin, Team Flash pa rin going against KWANGDONG FREECS.
Yeah. And actually expected mo tayo, going for that beefy tanky champion in the mid lane to face against the Zed is a lot better than the Kassadin that was very, very greedy during game number 1 for Team Flash. So KWANGDONG FREECS going against Team Flash with adjustments, actually very scary. So ngayon, itong si Coyote getting that priority, was able to get that control ward for himself. Maganda yan.
Yes, control ward right now. There's a additional 30 gold, di ba? Malaking bagay na yun para sa kanya. Early lead. Dapat niya makuha against his opponent. But ito is pinaka-look forward ko rin eh. How Shy and Maru actually going to match up sa ating top side. Jax versus Fiora. Remember, ngayon, di ba, less of a Jax na nakita natin because of the continuous nerf na nare-receive niya.
Yep.
Going against dito sa Fiora na si Shy. Going for the mid lane, Zissou with the Sonic Wave. Going for the pressure against kay Zil. Just focus on, look at the early aggression coming from Zissou dito. Gonna try to shut down si Zeki this time.
Yep.
At may kasama na siya. This is again a different matter this time. No, siya na ang nagiging aggressive Coyote with the useless stun. Oh, Not will be there. At ginamit niya yung kanyang face breaker rin. Nahabol nila si Coyote. And Coyote, ginamit niya yung kanyang flash. Maru will be there para responde. Going for the first blood nga ba? Tatanong siya dito. Tignan natin. Hindi. The turret. Ignite na lang para kay Zin. Akin na yan. First blood 350 para sa akin.
Yeah, gifting over that kill over to the Zed just to have that one up against the Renekton is actually very ideal para sa kanila. Pero you can see the difference between Team Flash and KWANGDONG FREECS composition from game number 1, game number 3. Pero nandoon pa rin si Noth, no? So Noth is actually very good in sniffing out yung mga ganks na ganito.
Wait a minute, barrier will be used for Maru dito. Smite will be used as well by Zissou, but not gonna be enough to secure that kill to top side. Maru, helicopter, counter strike, try to make some stun. But they're not gonna gawin mo na for now. Teka lang, easy lang tayo dito. Wala pa tayong Dragon's Descent para magamit. But MT will be responding here towards the top side. Nakita natin na meron tayong tri-bush. Meron din siyang ward doon. So di sila mapasok sa loob. Just gonna recall back home and refresh muna for now.
Yeah, and good respect coming from Team Flash kasi level 5 na si Zeki. So Dragon's Descent is again one of the strongest ultimates that we have in the game right now, just because it gives you different set of skills, magic damage na talagang pupunit sa iyong kupunan. But right now, Zeki is going to spot itong si MT, but that's a very tanky Brom. No engaging whatsoever, but Scattered Vision in the bot lane will be gifted over to the farming Shyvana.
I like the way yung pag-ano dito pag-try ng shutdown, look at the moves coming in from Zeal. But not gonna be enough for now. Ignited nga ba? Nope, not enough damage. Actually, hindi nagamit pala yung Ignite doon para kay Zeal. But that was a pretty smooth move from Zeal dito. But Dominus, niligtas niya si Coyote.
Yeah, this is interesting, no? Bakit walang... Coyote's Ignite was actually available, so maybe it was just, you know, a couple of seconds off. Because had he used it against the Zed, it will be very easy for him to get that return kill. Remember, meron ng 1-0 na kalamangan dito yung Zed natin for KWANGDONG FREECS. 3 games in a row na natin siya nakikita. Zeki, also 3 games in a row na natin nakikita on the Shyvana. So they're very comfortable in running this specific draft with Sphere. So we'll see. It's relatively early and the clashes may happen during the 5-minute team fights or 5-minute objective spawns.
And that just shows kung gaano din dito ka-pressured talaga ng Team Flash to secure this win, no? Look at the aggression coming in from Maru. And that's how you use Jax, di ba? Just make sure na every time na up yung iyong third skill dito, yung iyong counter-strike, use it.
Yep.
Yeah, use it and try to give the pressure, poke your opponent, and just that's how you win it. Pero right now, 4 minutes pa lang tayo on the clock. Wala pa naman makakuha dito na Dragon and Refel, but slowly getting onto that one. Pero bot side, nakita natin, nag-rotate na yung ating mga mid laners, no? Moving towards the bot side na.
Yeah. Sobrang, eto na naman si Nozo. Nag-aamoy na naman siya and is headed over the top lane. Counter-strike, not going to hit. So that is what we call a summon of a support or of a jungle to push out the wave. So that they can reset for the big objective fight that will happen in 12 seconds. But you can see here on the bot lane, nandito yung Team Flash and MT and Coyote trying to get their presence felt. But that's actually big because the Dominus has been burned. This is an advantageous position for KWANGDONG FREECS overall just because of Dominus not being available.
So pwede nilang pasukin talaga. Uy, napakagandang setup na naman para kay Sisu dito. Sisu will fall down. And that's going to be a secured kill para sa kanila. At walang jungler ngayon ng Team Flash to defend the Dragon or try to steal this away against KWANGDONG FREECS.
Yeah, and oh my god, again, the aggressiveness and the confidence dito ni North to pull the trigger whenever makikita itong jungler na si Zissou has been the focal point of KWANGDONG FREECS on games number 1 and 2. Nautilus niya nga, di ba, pag nakikita si Zissou, pinapatalo niya agad. So, what?
Then charge ka agad sigurado ka agad na isisisi niya at isa-shutdown niya kagad si Zissou dito. And now, that's the members of Team Flash making some trades here and there but making sure they can get the refill para sa kanilang team dito after the Dragon was taken down by KWANGDONG FREECS. And they're gonna be able to secure this one para sa kanilang sarili. No first turret down pa sa ngayon. So, looking at the replay, ang ganda na setup na yun.
Yeah.
Parang
Proto-built no?
Oo. Parang Kobe. Shot.
Super clean. Exactly.
Parang alley-oop.
Yeah, one of the plays na pwede mong gawin sa set that is very mechanically intensive. And again, talking about KWANGDONG FREECS here, mechanics are no longer in question. Macro is no longer in question. So the evolution is definitely there. Nakuha pa ng solo kill. Dito si Zeal, solo bolo in the bot lane. 0-2 Coyote. Oh my god.
Not today, diba? Diba hindi siya naligtas ng Dominus niya ngayon. Unlike kanina, Dominus saves the day. Zeal didn't even have to use yung kanyang flash in that 1v1 matchup at the bot lane. More than enough yung kanyang death mark dito. And, wait lang, Zissou predicting the possibility of Acrobat being there. Sinipa niya palayo para madepensa yung ating first hit to top lane dito and secured. Buhay pa naman. Wala pang turret na nasisira ang KWANGDONG FREECS. Tumama yung kanyang Wither's Bite.
There we go! Grabe!
Here comes another alley-oop play and gonna be secured the life of Zissou.
Wrong
target! Naku po, Maru! What are you
Oh
doing, my
no!
friend? Almost there, but not enough mga kaibigan. Zissou, very risky recall. Ito na yung Dragon, may aura pa, may damage pa, and Coyote ang hinabol nila. Ignored nila dito si Zissou, and they will just go for the first tier turret, and Coyote will fall down. Whether with the trade na ginawa na siya in the bot side.
North has been so good. Spotted so far dito si Zissou, and Acrobat will chase him out. Of the Wild Rift, Zissou wants to be executed. He will be executed here, GGsphere. But what a start for KWANGDONG FREECS once again! Damn, looking at the replay here again, that 1v1 that we were not able to see, Coyote did not respect the damage potential na meron dito si Zeal. Again, this is the third game that we saw his Zed. And now, getting that 2 kills up against your lane opponent is actually very good, very big para sa kanila. Pero make no mistake, North has been so stellar in this game number 3, similar to what happened on game number 1.
Very utilized with regards to yung kanyang Black Cleaver and North doing those second setup na ginawa niya. A lot of setup, the playmaker, as we mentioned, di ba? He's always the champion or the player that creates the space for his teammates to make sure that they can secure the kill here and there. Oh no, Shy so deep. And there's going to be the haymaker. Ginamit niya yung kanyang post, but not gonna be enough to save himself dito. And another kill para kay
Barrier.
on top lane, Nation Fisher. Paparating niya ba dito si Maru? And the helicopter,
He's so tanky.
Ng kanyang counter-strike, and that Divine Thunder will be able to save himself here in the top side. Pero hinabol nila ngayon si Coyote. Coyote super low na, and there's the slice and dice. There's going to be the Gargoyle Stone Blade to save himself, but Rampage will be there as well. Pero wait, Tadi, naipit, Soul Shackler, pero Acrobat, oh my. The damage from KWANGDONG FREECS, 7-0 score, at 19 minutes mark. In fact, kanina lamang sila, 2 turrets na for both teams.
Yeah, and this is, again, glimpses of what happened during game number 1 in where kahit anong engage na gawin ng KWANGDONG FREECS, they were able to get the upper hand against Team Flash. This is smelling like a win for the Korean teams. Not something that we expected. Again, all of us predicted for Team Flash to win. And for good reasons, KWASPHERE. This is interesting because KWANGDONG FREECS, with the lead that they have, pwede na silang magtuloy-tuloy pa rin ng kung ano man yung ginagawa nila. Have the Jax split push. In the tankiness of that Jax, barrier being available, the ultimate being available, and plus the fact that he is on Grasp of the Undying. Just make sure that this Jax was able to buy enough time. Rift Herald is going to spawn up here. And look who's here. Who's here? KWANGDONG FREECS yet again.
KWANGDONG FREECS once again getting this Rift Herald for themselves. And Dragon to prepare for this one. 10-minute mark na tayo mga kaibigan. No? So, pretty much making sure na, I think right now, around 250 once again or 200 yung kanyang stacks dito for the Dragon. Dragon stacks giving him more power later on to the game. Mountain Drake is up. We have the wards dito. Pero di silang information with the orb or balls. Itong si Oriana. See about that. Oh, preferred weak summon. Maabot nga ba? Hindi man lang nakasuntok si Ate Shelly. Hindi man lang nakauntog. Pero Dragon, kapalit nga ba ng tower na kinuha nila ngayon sa mid lane. Maru was able to disengage using that flash. He's pure tanky right now. 7 HP ang natitira. Inampas na ni Coyote. And the rest of the members of KDF.
Nice
sumama
disengage.
yung kanyang face breaker. And nice kick. Dragon's Rage from Zizou to disengage in that particular team fight. But Coyote, naipit sa Geddy. Ginamit na kanyang Dominus pero may counter-strike tayo dito in the death mark. What will use dito, but Ignite will be there as well. Coyote will fall down. And Turret will survive in the mid lane. However, patay naman si Coyote. And Dragon was secured by KWANGDONG FREECS.
8-0-2 towers for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. 2 dragons para sa side nila. And looks like they're not yet done on the bot lane. Shy would have to use the flash. Ignite will be used as well. Pero nabuhay naman siya.
Yeah, Showstopper was used by Not. Not gonna be enough this time. Shy with the repost. And the flash yung ginawa niya kanina. And again, with Device Hunter. Talon sa loob, talon sa labas. Kaibigang Maro disengaging together with the shield coming from Acrobat dito. Hindi pa ganun na nakita yung highlight for Acrobat. No? More likely, parang nakita natin siya as a support right now. But we'll see about that later on sa game natin pag nakaipon na siya ng marami pang AB.
And he's one of our scaling champions for the side.
Oh, ayan na naman! Another one by sa task nga ba? Nope, not that mark, not that mark. Not gonna be enough for now. Ginamit din niya yung kanyang face breaker and also yung kanyang Hextech Protobell.
This is very interesting because Zizou is still very aggressive here, KWASPHERE. Regardless of what's happening, and also look at the itemization of the Jax. The Jax is actually there to tank a lot of damage coming from Team Flash. Going and electing for possible Frozen Heart that would be a very good addition or a very good negation against dito kay Shy and Coyote. So, wow, okay. I'm really impressed with how KWANGDONG FREECS evolved and has read this meta. And they are on the verge here, KWASPHERE, of just pushing their tempo, pushing the lead, and possibly get a win, a match win against Team Flash.
Yes. Kumbaga parang nagkaroon talagang na-adapt nila ng gusto. Not only the playstyle or the meta, but just how they're going to play the game. Diba? Remember, I think na-late ng konti yung Wild Rift sa Korea. So, Imagine how fast they are right now with regards to adapting yung mga playstyle na meron sila dito. But the bot lane, you're seeing that Shy is just pushing, giving the pressure. 164 HP left here in the mid lane sa ating turret, but Baron is up. Just gonna try to bait it out. Pero look at the pressure being given by Shy. No counter-strike as of yet. He's not afraid to go in really deep sa ating second turret right now. But I don't think he will go for now kasi nagamit niya yung kanyang grand challenge. But here comes the shockwave.
Oh, no.
Para dito kay MT. MT was forced to flash away. And here, ginamit na rin niya. There's also going to be the Black Shield coming in from Taddy. Pero not enough yan para sa kanila. Save naman nila si MT dito. Just gonna disengage for now. And the rest of the members of KWANGDONG FREECS are just giving the pressure towards the mid lane para makuha yung first tier turret.
Yeah, and itong Sino, samahan na pa rin ng angulo. Will be checked here by Zissou with the Black Shield, so walang possible counterplay for that. Again, Maru, one of the champions na sinabi nga natin, is definitely a problem in the late game. But upside
Zeki going in. Coyote, not gonna be enough yung kanyang third skill dito to secure the life of Coyote, but just shows kung gaano na ka-scaling or kung gaano nakataba itong si Zeki sa kanyang champion dito. The damage against Coyote alone, remember, right now, I think meron din siyang Gargoyle Stone Plate, so medyo tanky siya, but still, the damage of Zeki, more than enough para sa kanila.
Yeah, so with the timers that we have now, I realized na 300 stacks na etong si Zeki, so he's going to deal through damage on the Dragon 4, but they have to pick their fights. A Shyvana that does not have a Dragon form, Dragon's Descent, is basically a problem for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS because most of the kit na meron ng Shyvana is reliant on the Dragon's Descent. So, yeah, kailangan na maghanap ng laban dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS to really extend their lead, pero Team Flash is doing their best to defend and to stall out the game.
Just one mistake once again na pwede makomit dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS could be the end of the lead na meron sila dito. Kasi earlier, that's what we saw, diba? One minor mistake, kahit na lamang dito si Zeki, it's just one mistake na nakomit nila, lumamang bigla ang Team Flash dito. So they have to be very careful on making sure na yung mga makomit nila dito is they have, you know, the upper hand. 18 seconds, so baka mag-up na yung ating Dragon. Habang si Shy, trabaho lang, walang personalan, meron siya teleport, dapat niya gamitin to respond towards the Dragon lane. Kung sakali man, Zissou will be there as well. I think they're just going to trade it out. They don't want to go for the Dragon. They're just gonna focus on getting the turret and possibly inhibitor turret as well.
True. Ang ginawa dito ni Zissou is if there will be a potential gank on the top side, will be there to supplement very good lane shadowing coming from Zissou. Was able to get another objective para sa kanila. That's the trading that Team Flash is very good at. Again, when we talk about playing from behind, you should be able to go for trades. And Team Flash just showed that those trades are still available for them kahit ang laki na ng lamang dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS.
That's a good response to the top side, no? Nabinigyan kaagad dito ni Maru after seeing what was about to happen.
Yeah.
So they were able to defend the third top lane, pero with the demolish, you know, na meron si Shy dito, they were able to secure the second turret immediately, di ba? So this is the job, no, of a Fiora right now. Ito lang yung kumbaga trabaho lang, walang personalan. Gonna go for the push, gonna go for the pressure with the hull breaker na meron siya. Just giving the pressure, and I think Maru has to do something about it. Meron siya Frozen Heart at as you mentioned kanina, Earp, no? And yung kanyang wits end.
And again, I did say that KWANGDONG FREECS did have a good amount of lead, pero looking at the gold, it's actually not the case anymore.
Yes.
Oh my god, like 3 dragons up, 8 kills above, but still, the gold deficit was just a measly 2,000. Shows the props for Team Flash. Ang nakakatakot to for KWANGDONG FREECS kasi pagka umiven ang Team Flash, pwede tayo makakita ng comeback.
So I think this is just parang deja vu na game 1. In a way, just pouring all of the resources para dito sa ating Dragon na si Zeki. Pero mahuhuli nga mo nila si Zil dito, disengaging with the death mark and a shadow out para kay kaibigang Zil. However, the rest of the members of KDF will respond right now towards dito sa ating jungle. IMT will disengage as well. Pero here comes the Dragon's Descent. Huhuli si Coyote. Hindi tumama yung kanyang flash and Haymaker, face breaker rather, and Zissou will fall down. And the rest of the members of KDF will respond right now. Nakuha ni Coyote ang buhay ni Zil. And GGsphere still trying to make some trades dito. Coyote will fall down as well in trade sa live dito ni Zil. But bot lane, trabaho lang dito kaibigan si Shai. Pero si Maru 1v1 sila, napakabagal na kanyang attack speed because of the frozen heart na meron dito. Si kaibigang Maru, he used the barrier pero 1v1 the grand challenge. Mapapatay nga ba niya? Remember, it's really important for him to survive this one. The 1v1, the counter-strike, the Baron was secured, and now empowered na yung bigyan sa bot lane natin. And I think it's going to be a trade, and Shai will fall down. It's an ace para sa KTM. 113 score against Team Flash.
Oh my God! GGsphere, they have just won the series against Team Flash Guangdong Freaks.
This is it?
This is it. They're just going to march the top lane here. Babasagin nila ito and head straight to the Nexus. What a game!
With the battle buff that they have and ace straight to the Nexus, mga kaibigan. Guangdong Freaks, the first winner sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. How about that?
Wow. Okay. So, first prediction is a miss already, Kuya Sphere, kasi we did not expect that to happen. Pero props really for the side of Guangdong Freaks. I want to see the highlights over on how they chased down ito mga members ng Team Flash, because by the chase down that they did, they were able to get the advantage necessary. Again, very intelligent pickup coming from the Jax, going for the Frozen Heart, was able to give him enough sustain against the Grand Duelist and the Fiora. Pero more than that, again, the evolution of Korean Wild Rift is here already, Kuya Sphere.
They're coming, kumbaga. It has begun. We're seeing them right now dominating this first ever team na from Southeast Asia, and again, one of the teams na talagang top-notch, di ba, na team which is Team Flash. But looking at the match history, ang ating stats dito, di ba, everyone, they only got 1 kill. But overall, it was all in the effort of North. And syempre, wala iba kundi si Zeki.
Yeah.
Andun pa din Zil also, one of the playmaker of their team. We saw them, you know, makikita natin yung graph dito, more leaning towards, syempre, yung red team pa rin. But there was some time or some cases na nagkaroon ng comeback potential itong Team Flash. But at the end of the day, even Shai, with all the efforts that he provided sa ating game dito rin gumana.
True. And again, we have to give credit where credit is due. Guangdong Team Flash was able to stall out that game. Kung mapapansin mo, the goal lead did not actually advance for a good 5 minutes, and that just goes to show that Team Flash knows how to trade objectives. But Guangdong Freaks, pulling the trigger at the right moment and at the right time, was able to snatch a 3 kills advantage on the top side and route to a Baron and route to an Ace, and there you go. Kuya Sphere, it's official. We have our winner, and Guangdong Freaks is on the table.
Guangdong Freaks did it, mga kaibigan. Ito yung naging ating match score. Kung saan first game, of course, nakuha dito ng Guangdong Freaks, and then second game natin is napunta sa Team Flash. Pero yung game 3 na yun talaga ang nagdikta that they are here right now. Koreans, they are about to dominate the Wild Rift scene. And nakikita natin, di ba, there was a situation na parang, Empty is doing it. Once again, nakikita natin, Coyote is also making some trades dito, even Shai with the attempts to go for the split push. Pero at the end of the day, it's Guangdong Freaks making sure that they have all the upper hand dito, at the same time, yung kanilang power overall with regards to the team fights.
And also, kailangan natin din i-check kung in the next couple of days, makikita natin si Taddy ulit as the substitute Dragon Laner for the side of Team Flash. Because Ellie was not playing. One of the members na talagang nagpapa-solid ng lineup ng Team Flash was not available and was subbed out in favor of Taddy. So, tomorrow kaya, Kuya Sphere, makakita kaya tayo ng, switch back onto Ellie?
Yeah, we will see about that. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that one as well, kasi I would like to see Ellie go back sa ating game. But, mga kaibigan, we'll be having a short break. Pagbalik natin, Flash Rules na versus USG. I'm GGsphere together with Autolose. We'll be right back. Stay tuned lang. What is up guys and welcome back sa isa na namang mainit na laban, this time between Flash Wolves and USG. I am GGsphere together with Autolose. And kamusta ka naman RP? Excited ka na ba sa ating next game?
Wild Circuit Asia is living up to its name. Kasi Kuya Spear, just on our match number 1, who would have expected the Korean team KWANGDONG FREECS getting a series win against our favorite or one of the favorites here in Southeast Asia in Team Flash. So pwede mag-tuloy-tuloy ito, Kuya Spear. Pwede nating makita na yung mga underdogs natin, after na hindi natin sila nakita, i-development will be there.
Yes, and well, speaking of regions, we're gonna be seeing from Taiwan region, Masters region, we have none other than Flash Wolves. Still the same, of course, sa kanilang mga lineup dito. We're gonna be seeing Isera, Cookie for the jungle, Bruce para sa ating mid lane, Locking for the AD or Dragon lane, and also, syempre, si Ison for the support. One of the scariest support player, aggressive playstyle,
Yes.
especially with Rakan.
And again, Flash Wolves has been relatively our second best team in Southeast Asia.
Yes.
During the WCS finals, it was Flash Wolves going against Team Flash, wherein there was a clear disparity between the two. So Flash Wolves has to step it up kasi kung kanina na isahan yung Team Flash, pwedeng mangyari rin sa kanila with this opponent that they have.
Yes, and gaya na sinabi natin kanina, this is about region showing off their skills after quite some time. Unsold Stuff Gaming coming in from Japan region na makikita natin dito sa ating game. Kung Koreans region are showing off and that first game pa lang, could this be another time para sa Japan region na makikita natin si Mai, Aphrodite, Tatuki, Trees, and si Cass sa ating game 2. Really excited to see this team actually, no?
Yeah.
With regards to their lineup right now, I'm really looking forward kung paano din nag-adapt yung kanilang meta towards the region.
And again, Kuya Sphere, going back sa Icons Global, Unsold Stuff Gaming was actually in the same group as RRQ. So RRQ was actually the reason why USG was not able to advance in the group stages. And right now, USG needs to show improvement all across the board, similar to what happened for KDF.
Kumbaga, speaking of some score to settle between USG and RRQ, we're still gonna be having that moment kung sakali man syempre na makapag-proceed sila or makalampas sila sa kanilang mga group stage dito. Cass din will be removed. This is actually the first time, no, not the first time, but some of those times na medyo madala kasi natin makitang maban si Cass din I think earlier sa ating Series 1, medyo mape-predict nila at nababasa nila yung mga Cass din play like what we have during the Game 1. Ngayon, Sena, Cass din, Yumi, and Camille will be removed naman dito for Flash Wolves.
And just to add to what you have mentioned, Kuya Spear, we have Kassadin that was exploited during the laning phase ng isang Z main for the side of KDF. So the banning Kassadin does make sense, especially in the late game. This is actually one of the strongest champion that we have here. Again, we have different metas to talk about, right? So USG is from Japan, Flash Wolves is from Masters. So if there is anything na pwede nating talaga makuha sa kanila, it's that USG, I don't know, it's basically a region na parang pwede pa natin talagang sabihin na marami pa silang papatunayan compared sa Masters.
Yeah, well, speaking of papatunayan, I'm really looking forward sa matchup between Tatuki and Bruce. Both players, like parang yung mga star player ng kanilang mga teams dito. We've been talking about this yesterday, kung gaano din kagaling, actually, the player, the main player or MVP player dito ng USG is all about si Tatuki. With regards to their first pick, we're gonna be having Ziggs. And para naman si Flash Wolves, Morgana is secured ang nakakatakot na jungler ngayon sa ating meta. And Gragas.
And okay, so they're going for Z. And just to add, more information about this Ziggs priority coming from USG, it's either Veigar or Ziggs yung talagang gustong-gusto nila. I'm actually wondering why Corki is not, as flavorful or as contested as it's supposed to be, because there were some adjustments on that champion, 3.3C. That would be very beneficial then on the damage department. But looks like we have a Z and a Raven on the same team here, Chris Fear. Interesting.
Tsaka, when you talk about Gragas, parang ano din kasi, no? Right now, Yung pure AP Gragas is still one of the S tier talaga na pwede nating ma-look forward dito if that's going to be the case for Flash Wolves. Third pick nila, wala ba ako ni si Jace? Alam mo, Arp, kung magiging Ziggs man to para kay Trees, maganda to kasi dito na natin tatawagin Kobe yung kanyang ulti, kundi sinabi ni kaibigan Osay kahapon, si Trees tumera ng tres. Diba?
True.
Yun ang mangyayari dito. So, pwede makita kay Trees.
Pwede. This is most likely going to be a Dragon laner kasi kahit yung Veigar siya yung talagang designated Veigar player back in during the Icons Global, and now they're going to be targeted here by Flash Wolves. They're sensing that this Riven is not going to the jungle, so they elected to remove yung Lee Sin and yung Wei.
Para kay Aphrodite, no? Really interesting bans coming in from Flash Wolves dito. Could be the Garen ban para sa Baron laner to lock down itong si Isera sa kanyang mga champion picks dito. But we still have Darius, di ba? That's also an option na pwedeng gamitin ni Isera. We have Camille, Fiora. Camille was removed pala and banned already. But Wukong is going to be the pick. Could be the Baron lane para sa Flash Wolves dito. And having Jace, in terms of yung the damage department, I think they have pretty much locked in already yung kung pure AP man na Gragas yung kanila magiging lineup dito. And the poke will be there as well coming in from Jace. And the knockup and Soul Shackle setup from Wukong and Morgana.
True.
Shyvana!
Okay. Alright, Set. One of the special or one of the champions na nakita nga natin has been very effective throughout day number 1 has been this champion. Kha'Zix will be locked in here for Aphrodite. Shyvana is still open. And now the question is, so what will be our laning? Morgana and Gragas will be in the bot lane. Shyvana will be in the jungle. And then Wukong and Jace will be the solo laners.
Yeah. Mukhang eto na nga RP. Isera in the top lane with Wukong going against Mai sa kanyang Riven. And damage overall coming in from USG as well is pretty much, the assassination combo. They have Kha'Zix, they have Zed. Parang solo kill, making sure that they can get some pick-offs before they go in for the team fight. And a setup as well coming in from Kaz. And I think the pressure will be given to the supports once again. Kay Ason for the damage department coming in from Kaz. And also the CC of course from Kaz with the CC, the setup na pinakita kanina ng ating mga set players on that game 1. So medyo, medyo may pressure para sa kanila na kailangan nila magpakita ang gilas dito at ipakita na yung mga set and itong si Gragas will make a lot of plays sa mga team fights.
True. And again, make no mistake, USG Unsold Stuff Gaming is also very disciplined when it comes to, getting these advantages. So baka makita tayo ng slow-paced game. Flash Wolves has been very well documented na mabagal din sila maglaro. So pabagalan tayo dito Kuya Sphere, but USG has a tough task because again, the favorites here is, dare we say it will be Flash Wolves from Southeast Asia. Will this be 0-2 for us, Kuya Sphere, for the prediction score or not really? We'll find out.
Actually, makikita naman natin syempre pagdating sa magiging playstyle nila on this game 1, again, medyo matagal yung ating huling nakitang laro dito ng USG. But we'll say about that, ito na yung ating game. Group A Match 2, USG Unsold Stuff Gaming versus Flash Wolves. May init pa sa hapon dahil medyo wala na ang araw dito sa aming bahay. Lisit Pansit, Game 1 sa ating Series 2.
Yeah, true. And again, we're talking about these two teams na magkaiba. Hindi, alas parehas yung playstyle. They want to really go for the late game clashes. Now the question is, who will have the advantage during the late game clashes? If Aphrodite and Mai and itong si Tatoki will be able to get those picks, then that 4v5 setup will be what they need to really win out the game. And it's a tough task against Flash Wolves.
Yes. On the other hand naman, kung halimbawa man magandang CC dito, kasi in terms of team fight, coordination, crowd control, lamang talaga ang Flash Wolves di ba? They have Wukong, they have Soul Shackle, they have Drago, Shyvana for the damage. Of all this is going to be very interesting. We'll see if they can make some picks here and there in that particular team fight. Pero with the meta of Gargoyle Stoneplate right now, parang medyo mahirap para kay Tatuki to secure those kills. Isong going towards the mid lane, giving the pressure right now para kay Tatuki dito to give some early dominance. Let's see if they're gonna try to secure this one. Nope, babak lang muna. Tamang damage lang coming in from Shock plus combo of Bruce.
Oh, and you will see the difference here between the two teams. Ison willing to rotate onto the mid lane just to make sure na parang yung kanina ginagawa ni Noth will be there for them. But Scotta is now under target. No.
At gonna go in muna for now. Medyo mahirap pa nagkataon para kay Ison dito. Aphrodite will just let that Scuttle Crab be taken down by Cookie. That's the second Scuttle Crab para sa kanya. So early advantage kaagad. That's around 200 gold deficit dito between our junglers. Early advantage para kay Cookie. Continuously going for yung kanyang mga objective.
Yeah, and they, again, we're talking about Cookie here, the jungler for Flash Wolves that is known for his carry junglers. Naalala ko dati, Riven is one of the champions na kinagamit lagi dito ni Cookie to carry itong Flash Wolves. But make no mistake, we have Bruce in the mid lane. Also very deadly. Now is on the Jace, which is really interesting. I'm not sure if this is the first time I saw Bruce on this champion.
I think more on the AD side, pero I'm not sure nga if this is going to be a first chase para sa kanya. But it's working perfectly well right now with regards to the pressure being given para kay Tatuki. The movement coming from Ison towards the mid lane kanina to give the pressure. It's just, at least kahit pa they're trying to make some attempts to go towards the mid lane. Topside naman, Mai and Isera is just also busy with 1v1 situation na meron sila dito. Wala pa naman mga objective, so wala ring aggression coming in from our junglers. But here comes a trade to the top side. Still poking lang, damage lang. Wala man napapasok.
Yeah, and the trading of Wukong is very good dahil meron siyang balik na HP. Right? Cookie was able to spot that, na-spot siya on that ward. So he's just going to clean that up and rotate over to his jungle camps. Again, we're talking about Shyvana, the meta champion, the meta farming champion that we have here in Wild Rift right now. And you can see its effectiveness hindi lang sa later stages ng laro, kundi na rin sa early parts.
At eto na nga movement sa top side, ang ating mga support from the Dragon lane papunta sa ating Baron lane. Mid lane also being pressured, giving just the damage dito. Deathmark will be used, but barrier will be used as well by Bruce. Top side, pasok sa loob, ginamit tayo kanya ball slam dito. Isera with the decoy, disengaging, bamboozled sila ng bagya doon, but Mai and Kaz will not push further pa. Pero here comes the jungler. Aphrodite together with Cookie together dito 1v1 situation para grabe ang showstopper. And the Dragon's descend. And here comes the Cyclone. The knockouts will be there. Look at the damage, Cookie. One more hit. Tumasok sa loob with the flash in. Aphrodite not gonna be able to secure that kill para kay Cookie. But the Scuttle Crab, that go to Isera. I think right now Aphrodite is securing that one. But again, wala pang trade na nangyari. Pero hindi mo na-boost kasi Bruce from downtown with the flash securing the first blood sa ating game 2, game 1.
That's big kasi nagkabitawan na ng mga ultimates sa magkabilang koponan heading into the dragon fight. So getting that advantage on, that exit kill coming from Bruce was actually very good. Now Cookie would have to stack up yung kanyang Dragon's Rage in order for the dragon to be available. USG is showing signs of life actually in that clash. Similar to what happened kanina na game in series number 1. But the question is, will it be enough?
Yes, yun nga ba ang katanungan sa laban na ito, no? Sapat ba yun para mapapatuloy nila ang kanilang winning condition dito against Flash Wolves because of the first blood na nakuha nila, because of Bruce nga going there. Trade lang sa ating objective. Medyo mabagal yung pagkuha nila ng Dragon dito. Wala sila kasama. Pero here comes 3-pointer by Tres dito. Di nga lang ganon kalaki yung damage. Not gonna be able to secure or steal the Dragon as well. Refeld being sounded a bit right now. Coming in from members of USG. Ito lang rest of the members of Flash Wolves. Wala tayong Dragon's Descent, ha? So they cannot make a play dito in regards to that one. Pero uy, hinampas ng Maso. And secured kill para kay Tatuki. Bruce will be securing that one. And Tatuki with the Deathmark, kaya na para kay Bruce, hindi man lang nalaginamit yung kanyang barrier.
Yeah, Bruce diff so far, at least in game number 1 ng ating match number 2 with Sphere.
Usual.
Well, I'm trying to look for openings for the side of Flash Wolves, pero hindi pala nila kailangan yan because of the advantage that Bruce was able to get on the solo lane. Now, They are in control. They're in good control of this game. Itong si Cookie, hindi na siya napipigilan mag-farm. Samantalang itong si Bruce, kapag tinatapatan siya rito ni Mai or ni Tatuki, nagiging problema na talaga. So this is going to be a big problem for USG overall.
Pero Flash Wolves pushing the bot side right now. Just giving all the damage they can provide. Getting the plate as well. Kasi wala na palang plates. So that's... Meron pa. Just medyo malabo lang ng konti. Ayun na, turret plating pa lang. Wala pa lang slowly. Ito ang 7-minute mark of the game. Pero bot side now still giving the pressure na ginagawa dito nitong si Bruce and si Eason. Already up yung kanilang mga gargoyle stone plate. Dalawa na yung ruby crystal itong si Cass. I think go for possibly maybe tali si Jordan katulad kanina or maybe a Warmogs of course for some tankiness para sa kanyang champion. Remember, more HP. More for the Haymaker. Shield na pwede niya mabigay dito. Turret plating is down. So ngayon, bot lane pa rin tayo. Cookie, nakikita niya ngayon sa bot side. Dinampas na naman ng maso, pero here comes the death mark para na makapag-disengage. Itong si Tatuki, not gonna try to go in really deep. But Kaz will respond towards the bot side. We'll see if makakaroon siya ng magandang tradings dito. Hindi na niya pinilit kasi nakita niya yung threat na itong si Cookie.
Yeah, and then Bruce, saktong recall na lang din. Hindi niya rin siya nakakuha ng plates dun sa may bandang ibaba. But you can see the presence overall, the tempo advantage that Flash Wolves has right now. Izon is effectively a better support right now compared to his counterpart na si Kaz. Ito si Kaz parang hindi pa natin nararamdaman yung kanyang mga showstopper.
Oo nga, parang hindi nga siya makapag-setup ng maayos pa right now, no? Unlike nung, I think there's one in the top side, pero not that, impactful in terms of yung team fight kasi hindi tumama sa likod or hindi nagkaroon ng damage towards the rest of the members of Flash Wolves kanina, yung kanyang showstopper dito. But we're seeing it. I think, looking at his keystone, nakaano pala siya, face rush. Diba? So, damage, counting jab, diba? Sabay movement speed. Gusto niya pang chase down talaga. Nasta ng Isera, decoy, tinamaan dito ng face breaker, pero hindi siya papasok doon sa loob. Ginamit ang Haymaker, pero here comes the Death Mark once again para sa bot lane. Mega Inferno bomb for Bruce and Isera. Not gonna be enough to secure that Death Mark para kay Bruce dito kasi buhay pa rin siya. At medyo makunat nga naman talaga itong si Bruce with that Black River.
Yeah, this is actually very sad for the side of USG. They're trying to make plays. Pero Flash Wolves has been reading them like a book. And wala talaga sila makuhang pitas or any advantage all across the map. And Flash Wolves, slowly but surely, ginihintay lang nila yung tamang opportunity for a team fight of their own. And that might happen in 26 seconds because of the Scuttle Crab. But the question is, USG, will they contest? Kasi parang wag na sana.
Maging very risky pa on this part. They were able to secure the first one. I have to take note of that. Pero in this 9-minute mark, I don't think they can win the team fight sakali man. Unless Kaz will be able to set up properly with yung kanyang showstopper. Wala si Zed, Tatuki is not there. Plus giving the pressure to bot side dito. Pero makuha nila si Kaz. Kaz super low yung kanyang HP. Ginamit yung kanyang showstopper. And Haymaker as well will be there. Pero nabakunat naman ni Isera. Bruce will fall down as well. 1-1 trade lamang. Pero wait, they still have the referral. Referral will be secured dito by Flash Wolves in a 1-1 trade sa kapalit ng buhay ni Kaz at ni Bruce.
That's kind of greedy coming from the side of Flash Wolves. One of them wants to go for the push on the top side, kills whatsoever. Pero Cookie was actually on the Rift Herald. And things like that might open up, a comeback coming from the Japanese squad, USG. Pero mahirap pa. Kasi sa ngayon, like the tempo is definitely in the advantage of Flash Wolves.
Kumbaga, pwede pang hilutin kung sakali man, no? Because despite the fact that Tatok was able to get the first tier bot lane, hindi pa rin siya nakakabawi ng bagya dito kay Bruce. And eto yung sinasabi mo, RP, sobrang lalim nga nila.
Yeah. Missed yung explosive gas. So hindi bumalik yung primary target. Luckily for Flash Wolves is yung isang miyembro nila is actually securing one objective. So tempo is still on their side. Dragon is half health here.
Aphrodite waiting for the right moment to steal this dragon. Ginamit ang kanyang ulti pero nagkakaroon ng magbaka sa ating top side. Nakuha ang dragon dito! Na-secure ni Aphrodite. Pero sapat ba yun para magkaroon ng turnaround dito? Nakakuha nila ng buhay ni Ison. At nagkaroon papabahagya mga kaibigan. Ang trade na naman nagarawa dito ng Flash Wolves. So 1-1 trade lang tayo. And dragon goes to the hands of USG.
Yeah, and that's big kasi kailangan mo i-deny yung mga dragons sa Shyvana. I know this is a new Shyvana, but the new Shyvana basically will add 40 stacks kapag ka sila kayo yung nakaka-secure ng dragon. So malaking advantage kasi talaga yan. Again, we're talking about timings here. 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes yung kadalasan nakikita ko for the Shyvana to get those 100, 200, 300 stacks. But you can see that they want to fight here. USG, nagkaroon ng konting misplay dito yung Riven. No one got knocked up. And as you can see, Dragon's Descent was actually used. But the combination of the isolation damage ni Aphrodite was actually enough with the smite to get that steal.
That's just Kha'Zix in a nutshell. Top lane teamfight na naman once again para dito lumabang USG, pero tinamid na natin yung Dragon's Descent. Cookie will fall down nga ba? One more hit, Ignite will burn him down. Pero hinahabol pa rin si Bruce.
Wow.
Double kill for Aphrodite, chasing them one by one. Tatalon nga ba ang ipis? Tumalon siya pero wala pa siya papak. In a triple kill with a Void Spike. And now chasing down Locking, disengaging. Eto na si Tatuki, nakita niya na kanyang ward. Pero meron siyang death mark dito, pwede niya gamitin para kay Locking. Locking with a death mark. And that's going to be the burst damage. Burst damage! No! Hindi pa umabot kasi nakapag-stasis pa siya. And that magic balls, housing bomb. Nag-secure that kill. Kay Locking.
What a team fight for Unsold Stuff Gaming. Every check mark na kailangan nila did actually go check there. We will look into the replay, see what happened there. Unang-una yung disengage wasn't actually on point. They did the combo and all ultimates are actually available pero hindi kasi nila maibato yan under the turret. And syempre, etong si Cookie, he wants to try to go ahead and push for the advantage. Looking at Aphrodite, bakit bumabalik yung buhay niya? I'm trying to figure out. He doesn't have Death's Dance. Pero bumabalik yung buhay niya. Maybe Triumph for Aphrodite.
Probably the Void Spike could also be kasi evolved siya eh. So since, you know, pag close siya, diba, sa mga kalaban. But yeah, most probably, I think the Triumph could be the case para kay Aphrodite doon in that part. Kasi they were able to secure the kills one by one. May assist siya doon. So that's an information for them. And aside from that, I think that goes to Mai setting up that team fight. You know, yung kanyang last hit. Ang broken wings siya dito was able to knock them up. And that's under the turret pa. And freebie, kumbaga. Medyo late din ang dating si Locking doon and Bruce. So, wala din ganong support para kay Cookie. Overall, it's a good fight, no? Para kay USG, para sa USG. Giving them 3,000 gold lead in this game 1. At nako po, again, the crowd favorite, Flash Wolves, mukhang napapakitaan na naman ng ating Japan region, ha? Baka ibang pinapakita ngayon ng USG.
Yeah, this is very different from what we expected. Aphrodite with 4 kills, although kailangan niya pa rin mag-ingat because the burst potential coming from Flash Wolves will still be there pag pumasok itong Kha'Zix without enough tools to really sustain him out. Pwede siya ma-burst down dito ni Isera, Cookie, and company. Still though, we have to give credit where it's due. USG trying to go for the team fight.
Tatuki, sobrang lalim. Ginamit ang kanyang shadow dito together with the death mark. Pero stays to buy some time. Makamatay nga ba siya na ignite? He will fall down. Yun nga lang, kapag nga ba ng buhay na kahit isang member lang ng Flash Wolves. Wala silang mahabol dito. Si Mai, nauntog sa kawalan. Hindi siya lumabot doon. Medyo short yung kanyang broken wings. And even with his ultimate, hindi pa niya ginagamit dito. Pero whoops, the shock blast. Coming in from Bruce. Tamang trade lang. Medyo sobrang lumalim si kaibigan Tatuki.
Yeah, and the good thing about that was USG was able to clear the wave. Especially with the Zig still available para sa kanila. That's a problem na kailangan lutasin dito ng Flash Wolves. Kailangan nila mapitas yung wave clear potential ng USG 3s or maybe even get that Baron para hindi siya masyadong maramdaman. Pero Sphere, this is again another very good team fighting coming from the underdog team in USG. Kasi kanina nakita nga natin that KWANGDONG FREECS was able to win against their opponent in Team Flash, and USG wants to replicate that.
Yes. Parang effective eh. Ganang-gana talaga. Especially because nahinahanapan natin ng mga plays kanina. Right now, it's working perfectly well with regards to yung kanyang mga setup with the showstopper and face rush is also effective. Para sa kanya, the flash in. Together with the body slam coming from Ison dito. Together with the Dragon System. Look at the damage! Pero meron silang shield dito. Nasa likod si Isera. Inahabol niya ang kanilang mga kalaban dito. Nakuha ang buhay ni Mai. There's a showstopper slowing them down. Mamamatay nga ba itong si Isera? No, not enough damage. Pero si kaibigang Aphrodite mutik nang pumutok sa shock blast na meron doon si Kuya Bruce. And now, they're going for the dragon. Habang naka-dragon form pa si kaibigan Cookie, and Cookie will now eat the monster. Is now the Cookie Monster getting this win sa team fight.
Yeah, 2-0 overall there, Kuya Spear. Para sa side ng Flash Wolves, getting that Drago was also important. But you can see flashes of Eson. Again, on a playmaking champion, ito yung Gragas na kadalasan natin nakikita. We have to ban it away whenever we are against this set of players. And you can see that once you have given them a very good engage, alam na nila yung kasunod, and Flash Wolves will just, mow you down, get the necessary advantages to even further push the lead. And now, Flash Wolves is back in control, or against USG, 1K na yung kalabangan nila.
Just making sure lang that they can catch trees in that team fight. No? Nakita natin na huli si Ziggs, hindi siya nakapag-setup na maayos, pero another team fight na naman, Mega Inferno bomb towards the mid lane. Si Mayu mahabol lang kahit na sinong kalaban, pero tinama siya na ng Dark Binding, naipit, at ginamitan na explosive cast, sumabog ang kanyang katawan dito, pero Mayu will fall down. Here comes Showstopper as well, pero wala siyang kakunatan, di mga kanyang kalaban dito, nanlambot, double kill para kay Bruce. Another one bites the dust, tatlo na lang natitira dito sa USG. Nahabol nga ba sila? No, they're not gonna chase them down kasi labang na sila dito. 2-4 non-exchange. Si Lucky pumasok sa loob. The Soul Shackle and Stasis to buy some time. And he was able to survive that one. Pero Lucky, Bruce rather, ginamitan dito ng Deathmark. Aphrodite, dalawa lang yan ha. Pero look at the snow. Void Spike and the Cyrildas Raj coming in from Tatuki. Will just give that pressure to the rest of the members of Flash Wolves. Just not giving them the opportunity to go for the Baron.
True. The poke potential of this Kha'Zix and Zed was still there. Pero what a play once again for Flash Wolves. Binding after binding, connecting for locking would actually mean na sobrang dali na ng succeeding fights. Look here. The very first one to fall down was Mai being again over-aggressive. USG, right in front of everyone. Yun, derecho, agad. Dark binding on that Riven means that he will go down very easily. A counter-engage coming from Kaz on this set was not actually enough. Another binding. Binding into a flash coming from locking. Dude, this guy is on fire.
And to think that all those setups, yung naging cost lang kagad dito talaga is more on Mice going really aggressive, over-aggressive doon sa teamfight na yun. Could have been a different scenario if he did go in really deep in that particular teamfight. But overall, yeah, I would agree that Locking's Dark Binding really on point, setting up properly, just works really well in that particular teamfight, in every scenario that they're, those Dark Binding na pwede talagang hindi mo ina-expect eh. You won't expect those Dark Bindings that would connect onto you. And that is why they are winning the team fights dito. Bouncing bombs, tamang checking lang sa ating bush. Pero dito mamang Dark Binding na yon, medyo naging maingat sila. Look at the damage! Shock Blast.
Okay. Mai needs to basically dash away. Etong si Isa naghahanap na naman ng proper engage. They want the Baron, but they want to do a battle of attrition here. Grabe na yung mga pokes ng members ng Flash Wolves.
The armor penetration. Lord items na meron dito. Naku po, nahuli ang isa! Si Kaz, nagkamali siya doon. Deathmark will be there. Look at the damage. Pero tumalo sa loob. Si Aphrodite, sinusubukan niya patayin si Lucky, pero Lucky medyo makunat. Lupaw, the counterplay! The damage coming in from Katong Cookie. He's chasing them down. Aphrodite, waiting sa Gedli. Si Cookie, nahabol siya dito. Pero si Bruce, the Assassin Champions, that's going to be a 3-for-1 exchange in favor pa rin ng Flash Wolves, but Tatuki and Aphrodite is just not letting this one go. Dragon, Elder Drake is about to go up, and Aphrodite is so far away sa laban na to.
Yeah, and this is what we have been saying. Flash Wolves, USG, they want the slow tempo games. Kung kaya naman nakita natin itong Elder Dragon first time dito sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational, which will be secured by Flash Wolves, and execution will be there. 2 dragons para sa kanila. Expect millions of damage coming from them. Looking at the replay, they want itong team ng USG to really face check. And again, the poke, the damage is there, the crowd control is there. Aphrodite tried to save the fight, tried to save the play, pero yeah, with Stasis enchant still available para dito kay Lucky, hindi niya rin napitas etong si Lucky.
Yeah, even trees can't do anything with the assassination na meron dito ang members of Flash Wolves, and despite that, you know, the opportunity of Aphrodite to go in, hindi pa nila kinaya. Mega Inferno Bomb, Aphrodite nahuli sa Gedi, mukhang maipis siya dito, magginamit ng Deathmark para kay Bruce, pero buhay pa rin siya doon. Tatuki ang nakutang target dito ng rest of the members of Flash Wolves. They just really want to buy some time. The Dragon, kinagat talaga, ayun talaga ang kinagat ng 7 Dragons. That's Elder Drake, di ba? The Deathfire Grasp.
Yeah, the execute threshold na isang Flash Wolves. I was thinking that, you know, Tatuki will survive that one. But once you have the Elder Dragon, you know, once you go below certain threshold, that's it. Goodbye. Flash Wolves, again, in full control now. 79k para sa kanila, and then you have a 70k for USG. Flash Wolves can just play this out correctly, go for the split push in mid and on top lane. And with two, you know, big objective buff available para sa kanila, they can just knock into the Nexus.
Parang kaya na to eh. Nexus na ito, pwede RP kasi meron na silang Baron buff dito. Tatuki pa buhay pa lang. 2 inhibitors down. But they don't want to risk this one muna for now. They still have to utilize the advantage or the lead that they were able to get after the trades of those objectives. Elder Drake pa lang talaga ang isa sa mga pinakasulit na buff sa ngayon. Pag meron kayo niyan, that's 2 minutes I think, or 1 minute na meron kang buff. 2 minutes, no? Na meron ka dito for the execution. As you mentioned, pag mabot ng enough HP. And that also because of yung kanyang Liandris dito. No, giving the damage over time para sa kanyang kalaban.
Elder Dragon wins games. Simply put, GGsphere. And right now, Flash Wolves going against USG. One more inhibitor turret left for them to destroy. That's going to be in the bot lane. The wave clear is going to be there, but I don't think it will ever be enough at this point in the game.
Di na rin naramdam yung damage si Trees, even with the Mega Inferno Bomb na ginamit niya kanina to defend the bot lane. And now that they have the Baron buff, even the minions to field that one. Pero wait lang, pasok sa loob with the body slam, pero explosive cast, ginamit na showstopper dito sa loob. Natulak sila mapalapit sa kanilang mga kalaban dito. Pero nasa likod si Aphrodite, trying to make some trade. Hindi niya mahabol yung kanilang mga sasit-chappy na malalambot kasi nga, ang daming nakadepensa sa members of Flash Wolves. Wala mang highlight si Cookie dito. Meron namang enough to damage at CC ang members of Flash Wolves to potentially win this one. 3v5. Dalawa na lang sa kanting Nexus. And that damage pasok sa loob. Guardian Angel tumira ng 3 pero hindi pumasok. Napakasakit ng damage. But at the end of the day, with the Baron buff, first game goes to
what a game coming from Flash Wolves, GGsphere. This is very interesting kasi we did say that when we highlighted the pre-matches or when we started for these two teams, we did say na parang it's going to be advantageous for Flash Wolves kasi mas sanay sila to go for the late game. But you could see that they actually have the similarities, right? The Ziggs being there forcing a 20-minute game, and Elder Dragon. If the Elder Dragon went over to USG, I guess we will have a different winner altogether for this game number 1. But it's what a way to, you know, to reintroduce themselves, Flash Wolves.
Yes, kumbaga they are, again, as you mentioned, the crowd favorites, and you also predicted that they would win this one. But USG really did a pretty good job, di ba? We didn't expect that kind of play that they were able to do sa ating matchup dito. Unfortunately, Kaz, there was a good setups here and there, pero not that consistent. And also, one of the things that happened is that they were able to pick off si Kaz doon sa mid lane fight natin, and that turned around, di ba? Kumbaga, ito yung swoop-in na 16-minute mark na meron dito ang team ng Flash Wolves because of that particular team fight na nangyari kanina, and they were able to secure the life of Kaz. That's it. And damage overall, 3 is 45,000 always. Makikita mo naman yan. But Bruce, doing a lot of job sa kanyang 37,000 poke damage with the Shock Blast combo.
True, and again, Tatuki also has to give, you know, better performance overall. Being killed by Cookie and by Bruce on this Zed, it actually go, you know, what was the problem altogether. Looking at the engage coming from Eson, the playmaking support coming from Flash Wolves does not disappoint. This was the 2 kills na nakuha dito ng Flash Wolves that did actually put the game again back into their favor. And now it's hard to win against Flash Wolves with the discipline that they have, but it's very doable, especially with what we have seen so far in the 14-minute mark, 13-minute mark of the game.
Yes, and I think it's it's just a matter of, the precision. Kumbaga kung paano sila mag-focus sa kanilang target talaga dito. Isera is always going for threes every time, every team fight. Tatuki also and Aphrodite going for the backline of the members of Flash Wolves, but it's not enough because 3 is always going down, which is the main damage dealer of USG. Nagkakaroon siya talaga ng hard time to make sure that they can, he can poke freely, go for the damage, and every time siya ang nahuhuli. Those gap closing abilities na meron si Jace and si Wukong, it's just a problem para kay Trees talaga sa mga team fight natin. And then that's it yun. Nakita natin the execution, dinuraan ng Dragon. Yun yung nangyari talaga doon.
The other Dragon buff execution threshold is so OP. So, boy, once you get it, it is most likely going to be a win for your squad. Which is true here. Flash Wolves was able to get and snag a 1-0 win against USG, which is very much expected.
Yes, it is what it is, mga kaibigan. The first win goes to Flash Wolves, and may possibility of going for the game 3, I would say, in terms of looking at what happened, witnessing how USG was able to maintain yung ganong klase ng match against Flash Wolves, how they're able to close the gap slowly, and parang medyo may pagka game 1 kasi we've seen a lot of set or the setup, pero yun nga lang may mga konting mistakes din with regards to the attempts to make some plays, but it's understandable, it's normal para sa mga teams natin, but we'll see what will happen sa ating game 2 kasi Flash Wolves for sure they really want to get this one para sa kanilang team. 2-0 sweep nga ba ito? We'll see about that.
True. It's very interesting kung makakita tayo ng 2-0 because again, in our series number 1, it was it went the distance. The 3-game series. But we are not going to a break here, whatnot, KWANGDONG. We're going straight to the game number 2 between Flash Wolves and UNSOLD Stuff Gaming. So yeah, after this, malalaman na natin if it's a 2-0 or if it's a 3-2-1.
Well, speaking of Game 2, eto na tayo mga kaibigan para sa ating drafting phase ulit sa ating pangalawang series of the day, which is still USG pa rin versus Flash Wolves. Nagpalit na tayo ng ating mga sides dito. USG now will go to the blue side, habang nasa red side naman ang Flash. Actually, I think the same lang. Yata, no?
Yeah.
Oo, same lang tayo ng sides pala. First ban pa din ay wala iba kundi si kaibigan Kasadin.
True, and Kasadin being respected again, once again, by USG. So, this is interesting kung magkakaroon tayo ng repeat bans from game number 2, from game number 1. Yumi being banned away, Karma is also one of the enchanter supports. Nakikita natin, magiging problema. But Flash Wolves showing a different side of them as well. Again, we did say Jace is not often, not the pickup that we often see from Cookie. But he made it work in a very good way.
Talagang gumana naman at naging effective sa kanila overall sa lineup dito, no? Camille will be removed. May Flash Wolves decided to remove Camille in the equation para magkaroon sila ng kahit paano freedom to choose between a different champion, maybe a Fiora, a Renekton. We have Shyvana being removed right now by USG. Alam nila, no? Takot na sila dito. Kahit na sinabi nga natin na hindi ganoon ka-impactful or parang hindi ganoon kadami yung highlights ni Cookie, we can still see the damage that he is providing sa mga team fight natin.
And one of the true carries in the jungle in the meta right now, Nami being banned away. Again, ito naman. But Lucian is open. This is very interesting kasi normally the blue side will be the one banning the Lucian because they want to go for some strong pick. And then the answer will be Lucian. Zed will be locked in here by USG. We'll see what will be the next champions for Flash Wolves.
Actually, we're talking about Tatuki being the main player or parang pinakamalakas na player ng USG dito. He doesn't disappoint, diba? We saw how he's able to perform with that Z in that game 1. At kahit may number siya sa pangalan, talagang nakikita natin na magaganang gusto si Tatuki 217. So, it's just a matter of the rest of the members USG winning also yung kanilang mga lanes dito and yung kanilang objective with regards to the team fight. Ziggs and Gragas para sa Flash Wolves, first 2 picks nila.
Is this an over-respect from the side of Flash Wolves over to the side of USG? I don't think Ziggs is that scary, pero they're respecting USG's ability to play this champion. So USG will go for the Lux. Again, sila yung team na mahilig sa Ziggs, mahilig sa Lux, mahilig sa Veigar, but Veigar in 3.3C was actually removed from the game just because of the reduction in duration of the event horizon.
Parang bihira na muna sa ngayon, no? Nagpahinga muna si Kuya Vegar. Riven with the first, third pick of USG dito. Habang we're still looking at the third pick possibly ng Team Flash Wolves. We have Jay still open. Could be a potential pick once again para kay Bruce, which is now being hovered by Bruce.
Jace again?
Parang eto na yata ulit kasi nangyari naman na ng game 1. At natin ulitin, hindi naman siya nakaban. So that's going to be the big three of Flash Wolves, Ziggs, Gragas, and Jace. Makatika dito, Kuya Eddie. Na-damage will be there once again. Kaya na sila mo kanina, hindi ganun laking threat itong si Ziggs. Pero getting that one together with Jace and Gragas, nako, poke galore ang pwedeng gawin dito na Flash Wolves.
And so they're going to remove yung mga junglers here. Vi.
Could be a Lee Sin. Again, sa ating last ban, di ba? Kasi wala naman ng wala naman ng Shyvana. Kha'Zix still will be there para kay Aphrodite na ginamit yun ng game 1 na nakasteal siya ng Dragon against kay Cookie. So, pwedeng Kha'Zix ang next ban nila.
Yeah. Kha'Zix is a very good option for this side of Flash Wolves and also USG. Pareha sila actually na maganda yung Kha'Zix option kasi if you actually look at the composition that they have, they want the ins and outs, they want the prolonged team fight. And again, we're talking about Flash Wolves, one of the slowest teams that we have here in Southeast Asia. USG as well. Ganun din ginagawa nila. So we will see if they're going to remove some of the champions na comfortable itong Flash Wolves because right now, Autolose has been banned away. Are we going to see Pike?
Possible. Pwede. Could be a Pike pick. O sakali man, kasi wala pa rin naman tayong support. If that's going to be a jungle Gragas para sa Flash Wolves. Pero not sure yet. Not sure yet kasi pwede din naman silang well, we have a lot of options right now. Kasi pwede sila mag-top lane Fiora. And Lee Sin is actually open.
And Cookie, wala nang oh my god, Cookie was just there smiling that he was able to get itong Lee Sin, a very strong jungler in the early game. So it could be that Flash Wolves doesn't like this game to go the distance. Kha'Zix will be picked up here by USG.
Well, kung nakuha mo si Lee Sin, you have another open champion which is si Kha'Zix para dito kay Aphrodite. And that goes to Tatuki as well. Pareho naman silang hindi ganon with regards to their performance. Hindi sila ganon na nalugi talaga ng gusto even during team fights. Kaz will be picking Rakan. And last pick natin, naku po, eto ba anak ko? Si Kuya Singed. Para kay Kuya Bruce, di ba?
Yeah, but it's most likely going to be a Singed mid.
Oh, hello.
Or Isera will be the one on Singed duty. Isera is one of our older players for the side of Flash Wolves. So, yeah, well, being the older player mechanics, it's not as intensive to go for that Singed. Pero meron silang clear frontline dito. And going against Riven, pag nagkaroon naman ng all-in, and as long as you don't go for unnecessary trades, Singed will just be there to wave clear. But we have to remember that there were a lot of nerfs. There was a big nerf against Singed health-wise, I think, kasi yung Rylai's Crystal Scepter addition sa kanya was actually very good.
But again, remember, that's a Riven in the top side, no? If matamaan siya ng Mega Adhesive, hindi siya makakapag Broken Wings, hindi siya makakapag Valor. Kahit na imagine, just use yung kanyang Mega Adhesive dun sa dadaanan niya, pwedeng makancel eh. Nakakainis yun if you're a Riven player na wants na makancel yung mga pang-combo mo, like yung Broken Wings, and even the Valor to close the gap. All you can do is use yung flash so you can again go smoothly. And I've seen this before. Flash Wolves already did this before, but that was Bruce who used a Singe. So let's see if this is going to be very effective para sa kanila going against dito sa USG.
Yeah, and again, for the Singed pickup, it's there to be that big annoyance pagdating sa mga team fights. Wild Secret Asia Invitational, we are 1-0 in favor of Flash Wolves. One more win for them would win them the match win. And again, if you missed out, just a while ago, KWANGDONG FREECS was able to get an upset over Team Flash 2-1. And that is actually our story of the Wild Circuit Asia in the early parts.
Yes, and dito sa pangalawang game na ito, We'll see if magiging 2-0 ba ito para sa Flash Wolves or makakabawi naman ang USG. Kung sakali man na maging 2-1 ito or kung maging 1-1 ang ating score dito, magiging uulanan tayo ng 3 games sa araw na ito. Pero we'll see if talagang Flash Wolves, with regards to their pick, I would say they have the upper hand. But we'll see if USG can turn this one around this time, especially with the Z as their mid laner, Tatuki. Sinasabi natin na MVP na kanilang team dito. If he can make a lot of plays this time and making sure that they can secure all of the squeezy champions of Flash Wolves, we'll see. And this is it mga kaibigan, ang sinasabi nga natin na hinihintay natin ngayon ang Game 2 at ang magdidikta match point USG versus Flash Wolves. We'll see if Flash Wolves can get another win against USG.
Yeah, palapit na tayo ng palapit sa match number 4 actually. You know, where most of the Filipino fans that we have are actually cheering to watch. That will be the RRQ. But for now, USG versus Flash Wolves. Oh my God. Bruce, back-to-back. Jace, para sa kanya, no? Talagang binubuli niya rito. Ito si Tatuki.
And it works, no? I think it's just because how he's able to shut down itong si Tatuki pagdating sa mid lane matchup. Alam mo naman, isa din sa mga kahinaan ng Zed is yung damage or yung poke na range na pwedeng mabigay dito ng isang Jace. And Jace is, you know, in terms of AD based damage, malaki talaga. Kahit range champion siya. Kaya pressured taga dito si Tatuki. So Tatuki has to do something. Look at the gold. As early as 1 minute. Ang laki na kagad ng lamang dito ni kaibigan Bruce.
Yeah, and so Kaz has to respond going into the mid lane. Similar dito kay Eason. Para lang supportahan if there will be any potential engage coming from Eason. But Kaz missing yung grand entrance. This is the first time that we're seeing Rakan in this tournament.
Yes, indeed, no. Sa ngayon lang natin siya makikita. Walang gumamit dito kanina, and that's also one of the champions na ginagamit palagi ni Eason. Kaya really looking forward kung paano nila i-counter dito. May delikado ang kanyang buhay. Aphrodite, nakita doon, tinababan siya ng Sonic Wave sa may body slam sa mukha. At that's going to be the first blood goes to Flash Wolves. Pero teka lang, hindi pa sila tapos. Clearing out the minion wave na si Mai dito. And he was able to clear it properly. Pero apat sa lahat. Kung hindi ka sapat, calling pa yan. There's going to be the knockup. The juggle sa ating turret. Mai will fall down. How come walang namatay ni isa sa Flash Wolves after that deep dive?
Yeah, again, levels that we are talking about. Timings for side of Flash Wolves. They saw itong si Aphrodite mag-isa, and with the sticky adhesive, it was actually was enough for Aphrodite to not be able to leap away or flash away. Easy kill para sa Flash Wolves. Follow through pa yan ng isa pang dive. We're talking about, look at this. There goes. Sticky goo, grounded. No chance. And another dive.
And in this part, I think it's just the situation kung paano nila ginagel ng gusto. First target ng tower is wala iba kundi si Isera, but Isera was able to disengage doon sa ating, I think nag-flash siya over the wall to disengage to disrupt yung tower aggression o yung tower damage na binibigay sa kanya. After that, nag-iba na yung target ng turret natin, and that goes to members of Flash Wolves. Wala silang napatay, USG, wala silang nagawang trade doon. But Cookie once again, moving towards the top side. Hindi niya alam, may CCTV dito. Kitang-kita ka sa camera. Kaz with their 3v2 situation. Meron siyang ginamit niya yung kanyang quickness dito para manakap sila. Ma-charm in the grand entrance with elsewhere. Eason took some damage from the turret.
Wow!
Pero the juggling once again. Sharing the damage from the turret. Pero di pa sila tapos ito kasi gagawin sila ng counterplay. Bruce will fall down. The assassination combo from Kha'Zix and Zed will be secured sa mid lane.
This is just bullying for the side of Flash Wolves, knowing that they are strong on the top side already. Normally, Isera on that Singed will just be the farm bot, wave clearing bot, but they know that they have the advantage, tempo advantage. And sinabi mo nga, their juggling, tower juggling has been superb. Flash Wolves, 3.3C, the damage of the towers was actually increased. So it's it's amazing that Flash Wolves is able to make this play so clean without any punishment at all.
And because of those team fights, upgraded na yung boots ni Ison dito. He now has yung kanyang Gargoyle Stone Plate, giving him the lead that he needs to be more tanky pa sa mga team fight. Pero deja vu, another team fight, another bakbakan sa bot lane, duel between Bruce and Tatuki. Nakaisa sa Tatuki kanina pero Bruce was always winning this duel matchup sa ating bot side. Let's see, mapagpatuloy dito si Bruce kasi pop na yung ating Dragon. 4 minutes, moving towards 5 minutes sa ating game dito. Habang nakapwesto ng members of Flash Wolves sa ating referral. Unahin nila to.
Yep. Rift Herald plus Ziggs automatic, isang sasabog kagad yan. With the satchel.
Up.
But looks like we have an engage.
Wait a minute. Ginamit na yung kanyang Gargoyle Stone Plate. Nagkaroon na ng engage coming in from members of USG dito. They are being pressured right now. Itutuloy ba natin ito? Yung bot lane natin pinupush. We have 5 members here. Pero Mega Inferno Bomb! Sila kanyang tumira ng trees. At nakuha nila ang 5 member dito with the damage. Explosive gas para matulog sila palayo. Pero si Mai super low na. Tatuki. Nag-arat ako na tayo sa kanilang jungler dito. Ison. Na-knock-up! It's 5-man knock-up! 4-man rather, pero that's more than enough to give the pressure para sa members of Flash Wolves. Mai was able to secure one. However, may nagkagandang trade dito. Light binding, not connecting sa top side natin. And yung bot side ay pinipush lang slowly ni Bruce. Napakunat ng turret na ito.
Yeah, but this will fall down easily for the side of Flash Wolves. So everything said and done, that's basically a 1-for-1. With the tower advantage for the side of Flash Wolves. Hindi pa basag or hindi pa nakukuha dito Rift Herald. So the Rift Herald can still be used for the play that we did say kanina, which is Satchel Charge plus yung Satchel Charge plus Rift Herald is an easy tower for their side. Looks like they're calling dibs here. This here. And ito na yun. Another team fight might break out.
Ito na nga. Ito na nga yung pinaprepare nila dito. Ginamit tayo kanyang Scar's Bloom para magkaroon sila ng information towards the Rift Herald. Secured yan ng USG after resetting doon sa nangyaring bakbakan kanina. Turret plating will fall down soon. So mawawala yan yung sobrang pagkasulit ng Rift Herald. But they can still get the first tier turret. Now moving towards the Dragon. 4v4 ang ating laban dito. Nasa taas itong si kaibigang Mai together with Isera. So tignan natin kung sino mas mauuna sa ating Dragon fight. Remember, Aphrodite was able to get that steal against Cookie nung siya ay Shyvana using yung kanyang ulti dito. And Sin Threat and the Void Spike and just the assassination alone, isolated yung Dragon natin. So mas malaki yung damage niya and the potential steal coming in from Aphrodite. You will see, sa ngayon, wala muna pupunta dito ating Dragon. They are resetting for now and preparing for the Dragon.
Yeah, and 3k advantage for the side of Flash Wolves. Although nakakakuha ng kills itong USG. They're surrendering some tempo advantage. 1 tower for the side of Flash Wolves. I know that they have the Shelly or the Rift Herald ready to be summoned, but the Dragon is alive for the taking. Oh, ito na naman. We're back in the slow League of Legends Wild Rift for Flash Wolves and USG.
That's how they play. Always like this, patagal ng patagal. Kumbaga, walang pamapasok ng sobrang lalim kung hindi kinakailangan. And kahit na may Dragon tayo, imagine 5 minutes nag-spawn yan, 7 minutes na. Papuntang 8 minutes, wala pa rin kumukuha ni isa. Because they are somehow trying to calculate it properly kung tama ba talaga, ano ba yung mas worth it na clash dito. Prudent Seco is up sa ating mga AP carries, sa ating Dragon lane. Pero napapansin natin na mas may kalamangan dito sila with regards to the AUE because of Mega Inferno Bomb. But looking at the map, mas lamang sa pwesto ang Flash Wolves in terms of getting this Dragon. Yep. At umuwi na si Kuya Isera. Moving towards the Dragon, mukhang magkakaroon ng trade dito ko sa Kalimam kasi pwedeng i-push yung first tier towards the top lane kasi hindi na dito rumisponde si Aphrodite sa Dragon. Now summoning the referral, going for the top side at makukuha na lang nila sila ng turret dito. Malidepensahan nga ba ito ni Isera? We'll see about that. He can use yung kanyang ulti pero cooldown pa yan. Actually, ginamit na niya yung kanyang ult so he can reach the top side easily, faster than he normally would be.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate kasi the Rift Herald was not able to take that tower on the top side.
That sentence securing the life of Ison kahit gano'n ka makunat doon. Nanlambot pa rin siya sa members ng USG. Remember, ult ni Isera ay wala na. So, hindi na siya ganun kasakit dito with regards to the damage but also yung movement speed niya ay nawala na. But Bruce slowly moving towards the top side para matipensahan yung ating turret and the damage will be there. And he's now using
oh my god,
the Mega Adhesive and he can't just disengage after the toss the flip na ginamit ni Isera dito. Sonic Wave connect para kay Tres. Kapasok nga ba siya dito kasi may turret pa eh. So medyo delikado. And meron din siyang light binding kung sakali man. Pero tatlo, nagsama-sama!
Oh my God!
The damage of the shock blast and the king! Dragon's Rage, double kill for Cookie. Hindi mo na masan laban dahil tinamaan. Nag-grounded si Aphrodite. Hindi na pala tapos kasi meron tayong turret na lang ang kanilang tinarget sa top side.
Yeah, and Flash was again capitalizing on the man advantage na meron sila on the top side. They are way ahead of the competition. And they said, Autolose, what did you say? Mabagal kami maglaro. Well, we're going to fasten it up and make sure that USG will find problems after problems because right now, Flash was very much in control here. 5k gold lead para sa kanila. Another Rift Herald will be respawning in 20 seconds. Looking at the replay here, let's look at Isera. Isera was just so good here. Again, yung sinabi mo nga kanina that it was not respected. And oh my God, look at Flash was just going at them one at a time. Bot lane?
Bruce surviving this one. Wala siyang ignite doon kasi Kha'Zix siya doon. Pero tato kayang inabot nila ngayon tumamang Sonic Wave para dito sa isa. Kumonect naman para kay Kaz dito pero disengaging lang. Tamang kapit lang sa kanya tropa. Muntik nang kumagat ang kanyang Sonic Wave. Not gonna be chasing down Tatuki. At hindi nila masisecure yung buhay niya. But Bruce was able to survive that one as well. Aphrodite will fall down nga lang. Referral is open. This is second referral habang ngayon ay pinipestuhan ito ng Flash Falls. Baka masisecure nila ito. Walang contestion na mangyayari from USG.
True, and another problem that we are seeing on the mid part is Ison was able to just make sure na nandun lang siya without any contest.
Ang lalim ni Isera pero napakunat niya kahit tinalo niya. Tignan mo naman yung pag-juggle niya ng turret. He's taking more damage from the turret kahit na low yung kanyang HP as long as he can still take it. First tier, third ability will fall down. Ito na ang narap, ginamit niya ang kanyang quickness sa loob. Hindi pa siya nag-respond. Pero deathmark para kay Isera. And walang makunat na masakit na damage dito coming from the deathmark. Tumama ang light binding. Pero the shield will give enough HP para kay Lacking with this barrier.
Yeah, and Flash Rules again. Oh, final spark. Not gonna hit anyone. Flash Rules, 42k para sa third. This is close to inevitable that we will be seeing a 2-0 in favor of Flash Rules kasi pwede na nalang laruin na lang yung mapa dito Sphere. Isera already completed 2 items so wala na rin masyadong makakapigil dito sa ating Singed. And Cookie, Bruce, locking again, finding the right angles at the right time. Ison, oh my God, who did this champion, or this Ison has been one of the best playmakers that we have here in Southeast Asia and he's not disappointing so far. USG, 5k behind, and I'm not seeing any potential comeback from them unless we see, you know, a very good engage coming from Kaz on the Zerkan. But you can see on the top side there is something brewing for Flash Wolves.
This is second tier turret. We're talking about second tier turret na pwedeng makuha ng Flash Wolves dito. Imagine that one cannon minion is more than enough to make sure that they can secure the second tier top side dito together with the Ziggs. Pero Tatuki still making some plays, trying his best, turn this one around. Was able to secure the first tier to the bot side, pero recalling back home na siya dito. May kay pwede ba para magka-damage, pero Isera, Tres rather took a lot of damage! Sinipa! Gamit yung kanyang quickness dito, hindi naman nasulit. Sayang naman dahil Dragon Station palayo. Aphrodite, tamang gamit lang ng Void Spikes, slowing them down, pero exhaust lang tayo dito. Tamang mamba out lang, gamit lang, pressure lang, at pusin lahat ng resources na meron ng USG.
True. And now in 30 seconds, we have another objective to fight for the side of Flash Wolves. I thought that was the opening for USG, but they were not able to find the opening here. Oh, okay.
I think we just have konting problema lang naman para sa ating mga players. But overall, we're still looking towards Flash Wolves dominating this game. Diba? Nakita mo rin gaano sila kalakas ngayon dito and how they're able to set up every team fight in their favor. And USG can't respond properly kung gaano nila pwedeng sabayan dito. But Tatuki talaga is parang, ito yung parang Lebron ng kanilang team eh, no? Parang will do everything to win the trades here and there. But at the end of the day, mahirap nga naman talagang manalo, especially if you're just a Z, no? Against the rest of the members.
Sphere. Pero again, we're talking about Flash Wolves. That is actually one of the best teams that we have here in Southeast Asia when it comes to control games. We have a quick pause here. We will see kung ano yung nangyayari. But make no mistake, this is actually almost, you know, insurmountable para sa side ng USG because they've been Flash Wolves has been playing this perfectly so far. Very good for them. Sinabi nga natin that we actually have, wait lang, a notice.
Alright. Eto na. So, saglit lang naman, sabi mo nga diba? Saglit lang na pause yung nangyari sa atin dito. And we are back once again sa ating game 2 pa din. Flash Wolves pa rin to versus USG. And Drake is up. Mukhang mas prepared sila dito to get this dragon for their team kasi mas naman sila pagaling si Presto Aphrodite. Waiting na naman sa Gedli. Wala silang wards. Actually, joke lang kasi kakalagay lang ng wards si Aphrodite dito. Wang-wang lang para sa Tatuki. Presto tinulak pa loob. Grabe naman, Mega DC. Because of that, Tatuki can make some plays dito. Ginamit na kanya.
He did.
That Mark just got baited by the members of Flash Wolves. Meron silang ilaw dito together with the rest of the members of Flash Wolves. Galang Mega Inferno Pop. The damage, the pressure right now. Light binding, not connected to anyone. Kumagat dito yung kanyang Sonic Wave. But with the loss of Tatuki, hindi sila pwedeng pumasok sa loob against Flash Wolves. They're now gonna try to defend the second tier to the mid lane. Pero isang satchel lang sa bog na yan. Satchelan mo.
Boom.
Plakata.
There you go.
600
And
down.
then when they can rotate on the top side or reset, spend those unspent gold. Tapos check for the Baron here, Spear. What a play coming from Flash Wolves again. Tatuki Ever was over aggressive. He was actually the shining light. 2-0 siya. Oh, wait lang. Ison. Got caught out. Quickness.
Quickness. Sumabot sa loob. Ginamit niya yung kanyang grand entrance. Pero laki sobrang lalim din siya pwede ipasok dito sa loob kasi medyo magdelikado yan. Risk yan pag nagkataon. May scatter trap tayo dyan na pwede nila kunin na lang kaysa ipilit pa nila na mag-push further against Flash Wolves. And they're now recalling back home. At tayo doon. Walang nangyaring trade. Instead, they're just gonna go for the first hit to the mid lane habang the rest of the members of Flash Wolves ay paparating pa lamang. Nakapag-reset na sila dito. So nakuha na nila yung item na kakailanganan nila in order to win the upcoming team fight.
Yep. 5-0 in 3 para sa jungler na si Cookie. On this Lee Sin is very, very strong edge of night para sa kanya. Cleaver. Plus armor penetration items, even furthering itong lead na meron ang Flash Wolves. Should there be an engagement, and you can see right now, Flash Wolves almost 8k ahead of their competition, and that's behind, the macro. We're talking about Flash Wolves is very good about, when it comes to late games.
Yes. Pinapakita nila kung gaano pa nila mas na-utilize pa. No, yung farm na nakuha nila for their champions. Talking about Cookie. I think next item niya ay ang kanyang Guardian Angel, pero Bruce, sakit ang damage na nakuha niya kay Aphrodite.
Oh, to the skies.
Pero marami siyang kasama dito. And si Mai, mali ng ligang pinasok. Double kill para kay Bruce. Ibis na Bruce ay mamamatay. Pero here comes the pain. That mark para sa isa. Says to buy some time. Sumamit ng body slam para sa kawalan. Pero naipon sila sa loob. Weakness para makapagsili sila. Naipon si Isera. Tinos palikod. Nahuling-huli si kaibigang Kaz. And Kaz will fall down. At dahil ngayon, ang next target nila ay walang bago na si Trisito, pero disengaging lang dahil sa members of Flash Wolves are actually getting the battle for their team habang patay ang jungler ng USG.
Again, very good play, calculated play coming from Flash Wolves. They know that they would win the skirmish in the bot lane and then snowball this into a further big advantage in the Baron. We did say that, at 20 minutes, yun yung favorite mark ng Flash Wolves. But looks like we will have a relatively shorter game here, Spear. I hope. Kasi 11k na yung kalamangan nila dito with the Baron. Empowered minions on their side. They should just be able to, go for some macro 1-3-1 here. And we'll win from there.
Yes, parang at this point, as you mentioned kanina, mas mahirap na lalo magkaroon ng comeback potential ng USG dito. Because they're all, unlike nung game 1, mas nagkakaroon ng play. Open opportunity si Aphrodite and si Tatuki with regards to, choosing the right target. Pero this time, it's a different story. Hindi nila magawa ng paraan na mapasok sa loob. I think, having a cinch sa kanilang lineup, pretty much shut down itong potential jump lagi nitong si Aphrodite and si kaibigan Tatuki. Pero mukhang wala sila magawa dito. Defending slowly yung ating mga inhibitor turrets. But still, having the Baron buff, split pushing right now. That mark will be used para kay Cookie. Pero nabasag naman, narakunat naman dito mga kaibigan. Pero si Cookie, hindi pa niya nakuha si Tatuki. Disengaging muna for now. Habang the rest of the members of Flash Wolves is actually pushing the mid lane. At ang actually, inhibitor turret will fall down to the hands of Flash Wolves. Ito si Kaz. Pabalik siya sa loob. Kasama niya si Mai. Ginamit ang grand entrance. Quickness, ginamit na rin para makapag-disengage na pala yun sa kanila. Pero look at the damage poke from Locking and Bruce. Bouncing bombs and the damage from the Jace dito. still making some trades. That Mark defending the turret. Nexus will fall down. And that's going to be another win para sa Flash Wolves sa ating Series 2.
It's a 2-0, clean 2-0 para sa side ng Flash Wolves over UNSOLD Stuff Gaming. This is what we expected. The predictions were actually on that route as well. Sphere, and what a day number 1. What a series of matches. We still would need USG to step it up and to show that they have improved over quite some time. The same way na nakita natin yung improvement ng KWANGDONG FREECS. But right now, we are going to discuss the post-game here, Sphere, and we are going to see and dissect if there was a way for USG to win that game against Flash Wolves.
Yeah, actually looking at yung ating stats, no doubt, every laning phase was won. Actually, was able to win dito ng Flash Wolves starting for the top side. Nakita natin 1-6 itong si Mai. I think nag-iba yung kasi yung priority ni Kukoy dito. Starting with the top side na, I think that was just 2 minutes pa lang, 1 minute pa lang. So, talagang sinatdown na kagad nila si Mai, getting the early lead para kay Isera. And Isera, nakuha niya yung power spec na kailangan niya. And even Bruce, alam niya sa sarili niya na kaya niyang manalo 1v1 against sa 2K, so hindi na niya na kailangan ng tulong sa kahit na sinong members ng Flash Wolves to just let me win my lane, and that's it.
Yeah, winning the lane, winning the game, and then poke composition pa. Meron dito Flash Wolves, very controlled. Isera, yeah, one of the champions. Or on this inch was very, very unsung. The dive on the top lane did actually catapult Flash Wolves in the lead. And we could see, that slow burn coming from the side of USG, not being able to get the desired results that they have here, Sphere.
Yes, but 5-13, nakita natin the attempts coming in from USG, just not enough. And here's the match results. Nakita natin na 2 panalo, smooth by Flash Wolves dito. Habang kanina, RPD, discuss mo sa akin na this is different story compared to the game 1 or the match 1 na meron tayo dito. Today, it's just not enough pa sa USG. But Tatuki, he really did a lot of effort together with Aphrodite, but it's just not enough.
Bracket A will be a very interesting bracket, again with the win that we saw from KWANGDONG FREECS. And itong second match din natin we saw, it's also part of bracket A. So, Spear, we have to give credit where it's due. Again, all these teams stepping up. But in the end, we know that there are teams that talagang sobrang lakas mag-execute na kanilang mga plan.
Yes, and to think that ang storyline natin sa ating game 1 is, the matchup between Tatuki and Bruce. It's just Bruce really dominating the game. He's just the better mid laner sa ngayon. But the Tatuki overall, in terms of the matchup that they have, sinusubukan niya pa rin magkaroon ng trade talaga, but mahirap lang.
Yep. And our next match will be bracket B naman, Kuya Sphere. That will be LIIV SANDBOX going against one of the teams na sobrang solid din dito. That's going to be RY, the favorite team from Korea. So, guys, do not go anywhere. We'll just head over to a short break, and once we come back, that will be series number 3.
At tayo nagbabalik syempre. Saan pa nga ba dito sa The Wild Circuit Asia Invitational? At kami, ang inyong mga kasama, ang tagapagsalaysay at tagapaghatid ng matinding bakbakan sa loob ng Wild Rift kasama si Ninong Osiris at si Kuya Crazy Apple. Kumusta ka naman, Kuya Crazy Apple?
Ito, sobrang excited na makakita at makakas ulit ng mga Wild Rift games kanina. Sobrang exciting na eh. Meron pa tayong kaninang ang tawag dito, something of a comeback at hindi ni-expect na win, no? Pero ito nga, introduction na sa ating team, ROLSTER Y, galing sa Korea. At ito yung kanilang lineup dito, si Ratel, si Do, si Zero, si Luna, si Nomel. Itong team na to, ang number 1 from Korea. No? At alam na natin na sila yung, kumbaga, last hope of Korea sa world stage. At makikita natin sila ulit ngayon dito, Osai.
Yes, and expected na natin no, na ang RY, mostly sila yung representative ng Korea towards yung sa mga big events, especially in terms of sa international waters, and they have what it takes, to be honest, to represent their region. Yeah. But right now, they're also going to fight the fellow Korean team, which is a bit odd, no?
Medyo nga hindi sila talaga kumbaga sinwerte in terms of sa groupings, pero kahit nga sa ganun, this is a time para sa LIIV SANDBOX naman to prove themselves. Itong team na to, coming out of the WCK na naka 5th place lang sila, pero coming into this tournament, bago ang roster nila. Nung kailan lang in-announce ang players na to, like si Tier, si Zika, si Tasa, mga bagong addition dito sa LIIV SANDBOX. So si Kiri and Eugene have been there with the team since the start. So ito na, dito natin makikita, Osai, parang proving ground sila at yung una nilang saltak dito ngayon sa isa high-level competition with this lineup.
Yes, no, and we are expecting a lot sa LIIV SANDBOX sa kanilang, sa pagharap sa Korean team dahil once again, no, ito nga yung sabihin na nating bagong roster. So as much as we want to lean more na pwede silang magkaroon ng chance, parang wala tayong basis. Kumbaga wala tayong starting point kung ano nga ba yung pwede nating gawin na playstyle against a well-established team. So I think masusubok agad itong mga new rookies coming in from this Korean team as at the same time a trial by fire.
Yeah, exactly. Trial by fire dito talaga para sa LIIV SANDBOX. And dito din natin, as a way para i-establish sa ating mga viewers na, yun nga, dalawa tong Korean teams, and may medyo notorious ang Korean meta, lalo na sa Wild Rift, na medyo mabagal ang laruan. Parang kanina nakita natin sa Flash Web sa Unsold Stuff Gaming na may pagkaganon objective fight, hindi talaga sila nagbabakbakan, unlike ng placer dito sa Southeast Asia dahil sa WCS talagang laban ka agad, aggression kung aggression eh. So tingnan natin dito kung magiging ganon, or will Roster Y try something different, kasi nakita na rin natin yung kanilang improvement coming from Icon. Sila nga yung nag-represent sa region nila, they were trying to be more aggressive, and let's see kung mas na-hone nila, mas na improve nila yung technique na yun coming into this series.
Yes, and sa tingin mo ba may fighting chance si SANDBOX dito? Kasi as much as we want to say it na they have what it takes to be one of the top teams, we saw KWANGDONG kanina proving na they can land good haymakers and super punches. Pero ngayon, it's a fellow Korean team that might put you in a tough spot. Parang basang-basa ka na. Alam na yung pwede mong gawin. And LSB, I think they need something masu-surprise ang ROLSTER Y.
Yeah, I agree. I fully agree doon na baka kailangan nila ng something to surprise. And ito nga yung magiging kanilang trial by fire and also surprising state dito. Pero as we get into the pick and ban phase dito, red side ang SANDBOX, while on the blue side ang SANDBOX, while on the red side naman ang ROLSTER Y. Yung bans natin dito, no, ito din yung medyo nakikita natin kanina in terms of the Kassadin and the Yumi coming from ROLSTER, pero LSB medyo iba ang take nila dito sa mga bans nila with the Renekton Z and the Shyvana.
Yes, and so far we saw how game-breaking yung mga galaw ng isang Shyvana, although it doesn't mean na auto-win pag meron kang Shyvana. Still, it proves a lot kung gaano siya, sabihin na natin gaano kalakas yung nagagawa niyang counterplay towards other champions. And even we saw no na kung gaano kabilis yung kanyang wave clear, that kind of affects yung rotations na pwedeng gawin ng mga teams. And knowing na si Do, yung isa sa mga pinakamahilig mag-invade, pinakamahilig pumasok, you don't want an aggressive jungler to take a hold of that dragon.
Totoo. And kanina din FREECS ang gumamit ng Shyvana nung ating unang the first series of the day. So talagang pinakita sa atin yung potential nitong champion na to. Kaya nga ng kaunting changes, si Shyvana hindi na siya sobrang dependent on taking the dragons. Pwede nang medyo sa late game, later the game goes, mas nag-upgrade yung abilities niya pa isa-isa. So hindi na siya as dependent. So kaya nakikita ko dito na mga Korean teams mas may tendency na to go towards her kasi hindi na siya yung kailangan early game, ahead ka na tapos nag-i-scale pa yung Shyvana. Ngayon, pwedeng dahan-dahan lang going into the late game. No? Pero going back into sa ating picks and bans dito, no, Papi Osay, iniintay na lang natin yung third pick ngayon coming from SANDBOX.
Yes, and SANDBOX, tulad ng nating napagdiskusyonan na sana may kakaiba sila that might something throw out of itong ROLSTER. Why? Ang problema is they're sticking to their guns, no? Na parang andun tayo sa comfort picks natin and the meta picks that kind of speaks a lot as what Sphere and Autolose told us a while ago. 3.3C is a well-buffed Fiora and really did well naman sa kanyang matchup against Jax, no? Before anything na mag-spike yung Jax, nambubuli na si Fiora. So this will be a different Baron laner once again na pwedeng i-prioritize ng mga team bukod kay Renekton, bukod sa Jax, bukod sa Camille. So there's so many choices right now that kind of puts a lot of emphasis towards the Baron laner as we are also moving into a different path of junglers as we saw a Morgana dominant tournament that kind of controls no yung ating objective, yung kanyang wave clear. So a Shyvana and Morgana is definitely out there.
Yeah, mabilis kasi mag-clear ng jungle kaya that's why they're really in the meta. Okay din yung mga ganks sila. But one thing that I also want to talk about dito, yung roster-wise so far pinapakita sa atin yung tatlong malaking bilog to Ito yung Venn diagram na composition na madalas natin nakikita.
Yes.
Kahit ng icons, Camille, Galio, and the Ziggs, what a great combo coming from the team already. Alam na natin at least kung ano yung kanilang way to engage and also kung ano yung main damage nila. So, waiting na lang tayo dito kung saan ba sila mag-focus. Do they want Folatel to have a good lane matchup? Yan din nila last pick ngayon kasi Fiora na ngayon nakita nila. So, magtatanggal sila ng mga junglers. That's why we see the bans on the Wukong and the Lee Sin. And it looks like maghahanap na nga sila ng isa pang solo lane, possibly in the Riven that's being hovered right now by ROLSTER Y.
Yes, and Riven, I think isa rin to sa comfort picks ni Rattle tsaka ni Do. So, definitely a flexi pick. Also, the Camille. To be honest, itong dalawang star player talaga ng RY, mainly focusing lang tayo talaga kay Do, is yung kanyang invading capabilities. If you are going to draft a Camille or a Riven on that aggressive jungler, pwede siyang pumasok anytime. But we can't take away the fact na si Kiri ang isa rin sa MVP no ng panahon ng WCK Spring. So mas sabihin na natin mas challenging yung role na gagawin nitong dalawang teams natin. Ang mas nasabi lang namang natin ang SANDBOX is medyo umiikot yung lineup nila towards Kiri. As for ROLSTER Y, Do is the one who's setting the tempo.
Yeah, agree. Yun nga yung ating featured match natin between these two teams, yung junglers Do and Kiri. Also because Kiri is one of the players na natira pa dito sa SANDBOX and yun nga, clash of styles din in a way while Do is super aggressive. Si Kiri yung parang what holds this team together. So, a lot of pressure on Kiri pero at the same time dahil nga nagbago ang roster nila, baka magkaroon ng different flavor doon. Pero as the pick and ban phase is ending here, Osay, no, kita natin ang composition ngayon ng SANDBOX has that Senna, has that Seth, has that Olaf, and the Fiora. Alam mo na kaagad pag team fights, they want to run towards ROLSTER Y at gusto nila makahanap ng mga targets like the Ziggs and like the Lucian.
Yes, and the Lucian on the mid lane will be the one who's going to bully a lot itong si Zekas and I'm not sure if si Gragas mostly leaning towards the AP but can shift a tanky one. So feeling ko kaya naman niya i-survive yung lane niya but magiging challenge yun na itong lakas ni Zero pwedeng maramdaman sa ibang lane. If this will be played especially on the mid lane na mas gumagala, mas mararamdaman natin na yung scuttler emphasis mostly may re-respo. And we saw that kind of rotation sa Kwangdong Freaks and the Korean metas per se. That the huge emphasis of those 3 resources or 3 members that roams a lot kasama ng jungler nila to have the early advantage.
Yeah, and yun na, and kung tutusin, yung, as you mentioned, that's the Korean meta. Nakikita din natin yun, it reflects on the jungle picks. The Olaf and the Camille, parehong malakas in the early game. Camille, maybe not as much as the Olaf in terms of a 1v1 between the 2 junglers. Pero yung impact that she brings in ganks, especially with the Gragas in the mid lane, doon natin makikita talaga yung labanan nila, especially in the early game.
Yeah, and yung draft ng Gragas, I think ito yung pwede nating gamitin pang surprise sa ROLSTER Y. Kasi parang expected na natin yun na-expect. At wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa. Papasok na tayo kaagad dito sa Rift. At Crazy Apple, no, balik tayo dun sa isang point natin na ang panurpresa dito ay ang Gragas mid na kung saan pwede silang mang-hostage. No? O kaya once na may makuha sila sa Hextech Ultimatum na may kasama, sabihin na natin yung ating power Venn diagram, ika nga, no? May chance silang mag-disengage, may chance silang mang-isolate ng isang member to make it in a 4 versus 5 or this will be a 4 versus 4. Dahil alam natin na ang Fiora, itong si Tyr, pwede siyang gumala o pwede siyang mag-split push, taking advantage of the buff that Fiora had nitong 3.3C.
Yeah, fully agree na yun din yung dalawang viable targets sa Nido. At the same time, iniisip ko din, may isang tayong pinag-eksperimentohan dati. Isang thought process natin before. Also, Camille could also be a bit of a counter on the Olaf. Pag hindi pa niya napapop yung ultimate niya at kinas mo yung Hextech Ultimatum, you can also stop him in his tracks. May iwan mo lang siya doon sa loob na yun. So, hindi niya magagamit yung kanyang to his full potential yung kanyang ultimate. So, one of the ways din yun na pwede natin makitang interaction later on. Pero as this game is starting, let's look at the rotations coming from the 2 teams, especially the jungler, ROLSTER Y. Sobrang aggressive nila nito. Ito, magkano kalalim na ngayon Lucian at Galio. Camille.
Ito yung pinaka-ina-expect natin na gagawin ng ROLSTER Y. And hindi tayo nag-fail on making sure, no, na ma-focus yung spotlight na kung paano sila maglalagay ng members. Dear, grabe naman yun. Parang gusto niyang kunin ang buhay ni Ratel. Kaso later na lang muna. For now, makaka-survive muna siya.
Yeah, makaka-survive siya doon. Pero ang nag-burn ng summoners doon ay si Tyr, habang si Ratel didn't burn either the flash or the ignite. So pag naglaban sila ulit, may chance na may konting lamang dito sa Ratel coming into the fights. Pero Tyr, again, pinag-usapan na natin, di ba? Ito yung first game niya in this with this new roster, with SANDBOX, and right now, pinapakita niya kaagad, at least in the first 2 minutes, na may authority ako sa lane na to. Kailangan mo akong katakutan dito.
Yes, and nakita na natin ulit yung sinabi nating pag-invest ng resources towards the scuttler, and this time mas nauna ang SANDBOX, and as expected na they have the information kung saan nga nanggagaling itong sila ROLSTER Y with the recent rotation that they had na subukan na mang-invade pero they kind of failed, and upon nung nag-recall si Ratel, it was a huge opening. Pero teka muna, dahil ROLSTER Y with the 3 members going up against dito kay Tyr, siya muna ang pamamatay.
Yeah, tulad nga sabi natin kanina, nag-burn siya ng summoners, wala siyang flash, wala siyang ignite, so mabilis ang reaksyon dito ng ROLSTER Y. They went to the top lane alongside Nomel at nakuha siya kaagad ng gank. At dahil sa gank na yan, pagbalik niya, naka-gargle stone enchant na siya. So, anytime pag gusto ulit makipagbakbakan nito ni Nomel, he will have that extra durability into these fights. Habang si Kiwi naman, nakikita natin ngayon, ayun yan, nasa top side, si Do. Andito ako ngayon, I'll be stealing some of the camps.
Once again, utilizing the information na meron sila. They saw the investment of members na gumang agad early on towards Tyr. Sabi na hindi ako magiging safe doon if ever na doon ako pumasok. So ako'y mag-counter invade na lang. Ngunit sa bilis ng pangyayari na di natin inaasahan, sumagot ang SANDBOX para patumbahin si Zero.
Yeah, napatumba nga si Zero doon, no? At what a gank then coming from SANDBOX. So doon, dami nilang ginamit. Nag-flash doon si Eugene and it's not exactly the best na target na tamaan niya nung kanyang loot. Pero at the end, nakuha pa rin nila yung kill. They were able to get something off of that. At dahil nga doon, nakakuha ng magandang back itong si Zikas. Meron na siya nung kanyang Luden's Echo. So we are nearing yung paglabas ng objectives natin onto the Wild Rift, which is the Dragon and the... wait a minute though.
Okay.
Top side! Okay, si Ratel hindi umulong dito, Osay. Kinuha na naman niya, naka-solo kill siya against Tier.
Yes, and nakita natin kung gaano no kabilis yung ginagawang plays nila dito left and right, and the focus na sinabi rin natin, if Doris the one who's counter jungling, in terms of laning, si Ratel pa rin talaga yung isa sa maituturing nating star player for ROLSTER Y. And then ramdam na natin kung gaano siya ka-dominant dito sa kanyang lane, and the early gank really puts him in the map even further. Kasi nakalamang na siya ng unang kill, so dire-direction na may hihirapan may pagsabayan si Tier for now.
Yeah, exactly. And dahil nga doon na, naman na Ratel na I have the lead, already has that completed Divine Sunderer, nakipag 1v1 na siya doon kay Tier ngayon, and that's gonna be hard for me for SANDBOX. Pero ito ngayon, medyo naghahanapan sila, nagtitinginan sila dito sa Hell. But going back to my point earlier, ang Fiora din kasi, when she falls behind, hirap na siya doon sa sweet pushing duties niya. So if she falls further behind, it's gonna be hard for SANDBOX.
Yes, and further behind, hindi dahil nga mas nakokontrol na ngayon ng ROLSTER Y, and right now, this will be Kiri who's pulling the trigger, pero dire-diretso lang at dire-diretso din ang mga paikot na binibigay nila dito. Hero's Entrance, may tatamaan nga ba, ngunit tamaan na ng dalawa ang ROLSTER Y and SANDBOX. Wala silang preno doon.
Oh, todo walang preno sila doon. Nakakita ng opening si Kiri, and we were talking about how Kiri is the main player sa SANDBOX. Siya isa sa mga natirang miyembro dito when they did that roster shuffle, and now because of the 2 kills that he got, naka-transition sila getting the Herald. Although, okay, muntikan makuha doon ni Zero yung tower, but nawala na ng minions. Pero topside.
Nako, topside, grand challenge, 2 versus 1. Pero si Ratel, alam na natin lamang siya, pero andito pa rin si Eugene. Pinagbabaril niya ng spirit gun ng kanyang lakas upang itong si Tyr ay makakuha ng last kill or last hit para maibalik din ang kanyang lakas against Ratel.
Kaya nakita mo dito, may sagot din kaagad ang ROLSTER Y. Nakita na sa top side, madaming miyembro doon ng LSB. Nakasagot sila kaagad with the Dragon of their own. Pero mukhang 2 turrets ang pinipressure ngayon dito ng SANDBOX. Top side will be going for them. 2-0. Pag di siya nag-recall dito, makakuha niya itong tower nito.
Wala, ano lang siya, recall animation lang for the time ng Lucian, pero they will be safe. And this is very unfortunate no for SANDBOX na hindi nila nasagot yung trade ng Dragon Lane for a tower. Good movement naman coming in from ROLSTER Y para mailigtas ang kanilang tower sa mid at Baron Lane.
Yeah, totoo. Even though low na yung kanilang Baron Lane turret, yung mid lane medyo below half HP na, they were still able to salvage that. And that gives them a lot more breathing space on their map. Pwede sila ngayon makalagay ng more wards into the red buff side jungle ng SANDBOX and maybe get some pick-offs from there. But at the same time, kahit ganun, if you think about it na, hey, I have map control, pwede ako maglagay ng wards. They still can't take away the fact na Kiri, it's kind of scary at this point. 2-0 one shot on that Olaf. Nakita lang natin kanina na gano'ng kabilis niyang nakapatay ng 2 members from ROLSTER Y.
Yeah, 2-0-1 and you're meron kang Trinity Force. So expected na 'yon no, na talagang yung Olaf raragasa, at sino lang ba ang siyang makakapigil? Mostly Hextech Ultimatum lamang no, para ikulong dahil wala nga. Kumbaga dati ang pinaka-counter is a Katakilism, pero since wala nga munang J4 ngayon, and especially na yung meta is not really in favoring for a J4 pick, si Camille lang ang pinaka-maasahan nila ngayon. But having that said, na naka 2-0-1 ka in a Trinity Force, pwede mo kaagad mapatay si Do dahil nga sa kunat or sa lakas ni Kiri. So far so good na didepensahan pa rin naman ng ROLSTER Y ang kanilang Baron Lane. And the rotation continues, and we are heading dito sa 8 minutes na.
Yeah, and at bago nagsimula itong lalong ito, may tanong tayo dito, Osay, no, na kung is this gonna be the usual Korean style na medyo mabagal or magiging mas mabilis? At so far, itong dalawang team na to, walang preno katulad kaya nakita natin kay Kiri. Lagi sila naghahanap ng ways to get kills, naghahanap sila ng ways to go into the enemy jungle and figure out kung paano sila makakuha ng pickups at si Tyr.
Kaso pumasok si Tyr dito and doesn't seem right dahil nga napaligiran na rin siya ng hectic ultimatum. Meron siyang grand challenge, dagdag yung movement speed, pero tutumba pa rin siya talaga dahil sa ignite. Pero Kiri, tatama kaya at mukhang undertow hindi nasasapat pa para makahabol another kill sa kamay ng ROLSTER Y.
Yeah, and magandang kill doon coming from ROLSTER Y dahil na-caught into a back ang SANDBOX at that time. Si Tyr lang ang nag-iisang member ng SANDBOX na nasa mapa at habang the other members were at base, so good timing on that gank. They were able to get a kill and another turret in the top side ngayon. So ROLSTER Y, kahit hindi pa ganun kalaki ang kanilang lead ngayon, nakikita mo the 2K lead comes from the two towers and also just overall ng control nila sa mapa ngayon.
Yes, at ramdam mo na slowly but surely ang ginagawa ng ROLSTER Y. They're not going for those sabihin na nating reckless na pag-i-invade. If they don't have enough vision, hindi sila basta-basta nagka-cross ng line, or it should be 3 to 4 members before they entirely go for a huge play. And knowing na ahead si Ratel going up against dito kay Tyr, talagang dire-diretsong openings lang yung kine-create niya by split pushing and trying na sabayan or i-duel ng lagi si Tyr. So, kind of suffering para dito sa side ng LSP dahil hindi nila pa fully utilize yung split push Fiora and can't seem to answer this Rift Herald take.
Yeah, and they weren't able to answer that Rift Herald take, and that's why sinamon kaagad dito ng ROLSTER Y in the mid lane. They want to break all of the outer tier turrets. Pero sumasagot dito ang SANDBOX trying to look for that engage, pero mukhang hindi nila mahanap dito, Osay.
Yes, and right now, Kiri, I'm gonna use Ragnarok but will not proceed further. Once again, taking it slow and trying to nullify itong split push ni Tyr, and a good answer naman dahil sa push dahil nga si Luna naka-zigs. Expected na natin yung kanilang siege prowess. Although kanina, nung nakikita nila si Kiri hovering around the map, hindi sila basta-basta nagko-commit. So nung nakita nila na nagamit yung Ragnarok, that's the timing that they need to open the mid lane.
Yeah, and those are the kinds of things, right? Looking at the ultimate timings and when to go in really separates yung the good teams and some of the teams that medyo mas bago-bago. Pero dito Ratel just seeing someone in the top side not really going for a huge fight right there. And medyo mapupunta tayo dito sa moments of close tong two teams ito. The 2K lead is not a lot as the game goes on, and ROLSTER Y wanting to force the issue right here. Ini-start nila ngayon yung Dragon. Half HP na lang ito, Osay.
Yes, and right now, trying to storm the front, but a good showstopper para makahuli dito. But the damage is real na nagagaling sa LSB and this SANDBOX. Tila ba gumagawa ng deathbox dahil unti-unti na nga tumutumba dito ang RY, and they are mowing down everyone in ROLSTER Y with the suffering losses.
ROLSTER Y ang nanguna doon sa Dragon na yon, but with the turnaround from SANDBOX, they were able to steal yung Dragon, and what a great engage then as well coming from them. And right now, dahil doon, 2 members from ROLSTER Y are down. SANDBOX has a bit of control over the map. Mukhang makukuha na nila yung first turret take nila dito sa top side, although anayaan na lang ni Kiri na yung minions ang makakuha nito.
Yes, and we saw how well ROLSTER Y maximizing or capitalizing yung lakas nila kanina, but this time you saw Kiri, as what we discussed, really scary, and talagang mararamdaman mo na kahit si Zero sa gilid hindi na nagawang lumapit para makakuha ng magandang calling. Kind of suffered yung kanilang sabihin na natin yung kanilang timings doon sa nangyari.
Yeah, and mahirap na talaga yung timing kasi ang ganda ng pasok doon ni Tasa, medyo nabigla ang ROLSTER Y doon, and dahil just a combination of the AoEs come from these two, pero Ratel, okay, alam ko baka makatch out siya doon, pero it is still a Riven. Madami siyang ways for a very mobile champion that can get away. And right now, 13 minutes into the map, Baron has spawned. ROLSTER Y, so far ang medyo may tempo dito with the control of the map, pero baka makatch out dito ang members ng ROLSTER Y, though si Tyr nakatago doon sa bush. Tingnan natin kung may magagawa siya.
Yes, and right now, here, hindi siya humihinga. Sabi niya, ako muna ay isang halaman para hindi ako lalong gulpihin netong mga kalaban natin. But ROLSTER Y, will safely bail out with a few, not even makapaglagay ng huge damage for the second kill.
Yeah, medyo nagbabalak doon ang Sandbox doon. Nung nakita nila na overextended si Zero, they put up members. Pero maganda din yung Sixth Sense ni Zcash. Naglagay siya kagad ng barrel into the bush para makita yung dalawang members ng roster. So, again, itong dalawang teams na to, lagi sila nag-invade sa jungle, lagi sila naghahanap ng ways to get these pick-offs to transition into bigger objectives. And right now, between the two teams, in terms of catch potential, ROLSTER, meron silang mas straightforward way. The Camille papasok or the Riven papasok tapos ifa-follow up ng Galio. Na pwede nilang gawin yon if makita nila yung Senna. That's a very clear way for them to start out these fights and get that first pick up. On Sandbox side, kapag magkakasama sila na pinasok sila ng ROLSTER Y, maganda din ang kanilang counter-attack dahil nga ganong ka-fed itong si Kiwi ngayon on that Olaf and kita sila. Kitang-kita sila doon. Lang Skyers. Hindi ko na sure. I think si Nomel, no, yung may seed jar. Paano ilapag niya doon yung Skyers Bloom. At yun nga, nakita yung members.
The timing is real as we are going to have another fight at Exec Ultimatum na kaagad-agad na may kasamang entrance. Nagtalbugan na silang lahat. But the damage, the taunt is there para mapaligiran dito ang LSB. Pero they are running low on ROLSTER. Why? They need to run away dahil nga napakasakitan ng damage. Dito ni Kuya Zcash with the barrels being thrown in a free hit na gagamitin ni Eugene. But just Ratel and Nomel will go down.
Tulad nga nasabi natin, no, si Do ang magsisimula ng laban at yung follow-up yun ni Nomel with the ultimate coming for the Galio. Pero pag magkakasama ang members ng Sandbox, they can output the damage against the members of ROLSTER Y. Kailangan nila mag-back away. Ang nag-start ng laban na yun was ROLSTER Y, but in the end, 2 kills went to the side of Sandbox.
Yes, and we saw na kung gaano kabilis yung naging pagsagot ng Sandbox and breakdown natin na yung explosive cask na tinutukoy natin na really put them back and the showstopper into the backline, talagang naramdaman yung sakit, and it's just Eugene remained untouchable as well and had the best time of his life as Tier tried to clean it all up.
Yeah, exactly. At dahil nga medyo nakakalamang ngayon dito ang Sandbox, naramdaman na nila na yung damage output nila kayang i-take down itong tangke so far ng ROLSTER Y, which is Nomel. And to an extent si Ratel at si Do, kaya nilang mag-go for some more aggressive plays, peeking into the enemy jungle, seeing if they can get that pick off and maybe transition it into a Baron. Pero dahil hindi nila nakuha iyon, ROLSTER Y naman ngayon, bumabalik dito sa mapa, nakakakuha ng tempo, pero sa ngayon, hiwa-hiwalay ang ROLSTER Y. Kung makahanap dito ng opening ang Sandbox, they could break this game open with 20 seconds left on the Inferno Drake.
Do being patient. Siya naman ang nagkukunya ring halaman dito, but Tier, going in with a sweep, with a repose para mapigilan yun in the counterplay. Grand challenge. Ratel, a bit far to answer or to support yung ginagawa nito, and that means that they have the information that there's Do as a Baron lane, they can definitely start this Drake. Pero teka lang,
lima kayo ng miyembro dito.
Hindi pala sila mag-Drake dahil mas gusto muna nila makapag 4 versus 5 ay paglaro sa apoy. Pero papasok na dito si Zero na may kasamang Rocket Belt at Relentless Pursuit ay aaray na nga at 3 ang siyang tutumba. Si Tasa ay nahabol na dito ni Do at mapapatsaa ka na lang dahil talagang katapusan na.
What a reaction from ROLSTER Y at si Teal na lang nag-iisa ngayon nagde-defend 35 seconds pa on the clock para sa 4 members ng Sandbox. Kaya na ba dito tapusin ngayon ng ROLSTER Y?
Oh, they are opening the base and mukhang may iwan dito with the Zhonya's place the golden, but the ace inside the base will definitely make sure na ROLSTER Y ang makakuha nitong ating first game. And LSB, that's a bit shaky play closing the game.
Yeah. Medyo shaky, pero at the same time, Osai, it was still ROLSTER Y with having a very decisive call at the end. And Sandbox though, ito yung team na sinasabihan natin, ito yung litmus test niya. Ito yung way to see how they stack up against the best that Korea has to offer, which is ROLSTER Y. I would fairly say na Game 1 pa lang, mukhang ang Sandbox is one of the teams we need to look out for in the WCK. And we'll see how they bounce back now coming into Game 2.
Yes, and we are going to check as well as the coach match nga na nakita na naka-apekto nga sa game na yon. And as what we saw with this post-match, it kind of shows a lot how well na sobrang disciplined still how the Korean meta plays. They're trying to take it slow. It's just a 9-8 on a killboard, and look at that. Break it down, Kuya Casey Apple.
Ayun na, kita mo pala sa gold graph, talagang medyo, I would say close yung game. Even though you could see part of the graph there na ROLSTER had a 2k gold lead, a 3k gold lead. LSB was hanging on. SANDBOX was able to get some good fights in. Pero at the last moment lang talaga, nung medyo slow yung reaction ng SANDBOX when Tier got ganked, and the other members of SANDBOX tried to engage on ROLSTER Y. Pero immediately, ang call ng ROLSTER Y, kulang sila, Tier has to back, so that's gonna be a 4v5. Let's take the fight. And ROLSTER Y was able to win that fight. And yun talaga, that was the coin flip. It feels like the coin flip at the end of game 1.
Yeah, it's just that they had a hard time closing the game in a way that they gave up a single team fight that converted it. Kumbaga, andito kasi si 0 to 100, yun nangyari. Na talagang kind of shut down how LSB played it out. But we are looking at the highlights, and we saw how Ratel, ito talaga yung nagko-control ng tempo ng Baron lane, and even though rotating para makuha niya yung head start na yun, respecting itong buff ng Fiora, and we saw the capabilities of this Fiora sa kamay ni Tier, nung kada clash nabubuhay at siyang naglalagay ng damage, and even up to this point, itong nakikita natin ngayon na talagang pinuntahan siya hanggang sa Dragon League.
Yeah, kita nga natin dito sa highlights. Ito yung fight na I feel like talagang SANDBOX was, hey, kaya natin to. Maganda yung pasok doon ni Tasa. The new members pa, I want to mention din the new members of SANDBOX on Zca's, Tasa, and Tier. Nag-show up din sila dito. They're making a lot of good plays. Yes, Kiri is still yung main highlight player na tinitignan natin from SANDBOX. But Zca's on that Gragas, grabe yung damage output niya throughout the game.
Yes, and ramdam talaga natin na itong si Zca's did well dito sa ano na natin to parang expected na natin na mahihirapan talaga ang isang Gragas against Lucian, pero considering nga na naitawid naman niya yung kanyang place, and even there's a lot of damage, and that explosive cast really changed the tides of the game whenever that they want to catch anyone out with a Hextech Ultimatum. So yung imbes na may solid follow-up sila after a good Hextech Ultimatum, they're going to have a hard time responding to that because of the explosive counts. So it was a good answer, but a single team fight really did very well para sa side ng ROLSTER.
Yeah, and I guess doon na pumapasok yung experience ng ROLSTER Y. They have not, hindi lang sila yung the best team in Korea, they've also gone through icons. So iba na yung experience level of this roster, and I believe wala naging difference itong roster na coming from icon. So still, the calls were very solid. Makita mo doon yung cross-map play nila wherein nung tinawag nila na, hey, kaya natin sila dito to for V5. It was an immediate call, while for SANDBOX, medyo mas naging matagal. And that kind of shows how new this roster is. But it's very promising still na I think yun lang yung major thing, or the main thing that we could criticize against SANDBOX. The skills, the mechanics are all there from all of these players.
Yeah, I think yung playing from behind na ginawa din ng ROLSTER Y, not entirely behind, but the moment that they were able to pull themselves out of the hole, na hindi sila entirely na umabot pa sa point na kailangan nila magkaroon ng solid comeback. So I think you gotta respect more on ROLSTER Y in terms of experience, but SANDBOX with the early game on how well they deny itong si Do and the other members. I think they can play on par with the big teams at WCK, and the way that they level up, sobrang ganda nung nangyari.
Yeah, and as we wait for start ng ating game 2 for the pick and ban phase, and I believe we're about to get into that right now. Let's see kung saan ang magiging placements ng ating team, if they're gonna be on the red and the blue side. Kasi so far, pansin ko sa mga games natin kanina, there's a higher win rate if you're on the red side. And yun na nga, again, ROLSTER Y choosing to be, or rather, nandito siya ngayon ulit sa red side ng ating game 2 for our third series of the day.
Yes, and right now, what will be the changes na gagawin dito ng LSB? Kasi, to be honest, naging maganda naman yung early game nila, and it feels like it's just one team fight decider. yung nangyari. And
Mm.
they kind of suffer doon sa part ng early game with Ratel shutting down tier. Pero expected na kasi yun eh. Kumbaga, hindi na natin pwedeng labanan si Ratel. Kung pwede lang si Ratel yung iban natin, why not? But definitely you can do that. So, in terms of champion picks, regardless of how buff or how well your champion will be used against Ratel in terms of micro, you just have to work on the macro itself. That kind of answers nung ginawa ng Sandbox na kahit ilang beses dinikdik si tier is they were able to have or secure yung second tier tower nila sa Baron lane, and at that point tumigil na, no, hindi na basta-basta nabalagbag si tier.
Yeah, so yun nga talaga. Hindi na masyado nabalagbag si tier, and as we get into our banning phase, we see na medyo same pa yun ng bans ng Sandbox, although they switched out the Senna. Kanina sila yung nag-pick nito, now they're banning it. And a huge priority on the Lucian. They're taking it away from Zero. Siguro naisip nila na tanggalin natin yung isang lane bully na on the solo lanes na ginagamit ng ROLSTER. Why maybe we could have more control in the early stages of the game just because we could have a better matchup in a solo lane.
Yes, and we saw din, no, na talagang si Zcas, what's good about what LSB did nung game na yun is yung, yes, namamatay si Tier, pero Zero doesn't really bully out itong si Zcas. Somehow, yes. But a free kill, no. So, yung Lucian na pwedeng mag-snowball, definitely hindi naging avalanche. They just stalled them. They just want to make sure that those barrels will just clear the wave and then bounce it all off. And we are also expecting yung roaming na manggagaling kay Zero is wala, no? Kumbaga, okay lang, no? Hindi umabot doon sa exact point na talagang katatakutan si Zero and being zoned as well by set ni Tasa.
Yeah. And look at this hover right now from Sandbox, baka naiba na ang ihip ng hangin para kay Lucian. Kasi sinabi ko kanina nga na baka Lucian solo lane, but Lucian Nami is a very oppressive lane in the Dragon lane. And if yan ang, and sabi mo nga kanina, di ba, na Tasa making plays, also hindi siya masyado na abuse. What if they were given a much proactive lane? A duo na could be stronger in a matchup, and seeing as there is a possibility na Zig set ang bot lane itong ROLSTER, why Lucian Nami could very well try and bully out the set. Kasi he's still a melee champion and 2 range is gonna be pretty hard for him to deal with.
Yes, and a Zed naman para dito sa ROLSTER Y. So, we have a dominant Dragon lane. If ever na you want that Lucian and Nami on the Dragon lane, pero there will be an assassin who's going to look out for those openings, no? And we saw as well kung gaano game-changing ang mga Z ngayon sa kamay ng Koreans, and we saw that sa KWANGDONG FREECS, and definitely put themselves back on the kill scoreboards dahil nga, no, nakukuha yung mga important members from the opposing side. But this time, LSB naman, meron silang Nami and Agragas that can manage to push out itong Z. So, still, we still have those bannings na pwedeng kumontra sa Z, and tinanggal kaagad nila yung Garen. Nakilala ang Garen mid na pangontra sa isang Z.
Totoo. Tinanggal nga nila kaagad yun para nga, wala na yung isang malaking pain point pa sa Z. And so far, if we're also looking at the pick so far between these two teams, hindi pa sila nagpipick ng jungle. And again, going back to our featured matchup, it's between Kiri and Do. Do ang na-expect natin, very explosive jungler, always looking for aggression. And so far, nalilimit na yung aggressive options niya. Naban na yung Vi, naban na yung Lee Sin. Also, Shinzao has been banned from their side. So, on the top of my head, I can't think of other junglers other than Camille's also banned. So wala na yung talagang super aggressive jungler unless they're gonna flex this Riven into the jungle role. I'm not exactly sure if Korea is very into that champion going to the jungle. Kasi dito Southeast Asia and also the WCS, very often we see Riven in the jungle. So if Do would be using that, it could be another champion in his arsenal that can go very aggressive and have these very weird jungle paths that can jump from behind solo lanes and even the bot lane.
Oh, and we might be seeing a Shen, and this is definitely that you want sa Baron lane for
Mhm.
the reason that if you're tier, you don't want to go head on against Ratel, and you want to help the teammates. And Stand United is definitely out there. Nasabi na pag-usapan na rin natin to, Apple, no, na si Ratel at saka si Do, yung kanilang combo na talagang
Oh.
pwede na namang mahuli si Tier, napunta na sa isang Shen that's beefy enough to escape any openings na gawin or any ganks that might push them even further or pressuring them towards the early game and not giving out easy kills for Ratel to have that snowball factor. But this time around, the last pick will matter dahil nga nakita na natin yung zig set combo ng ROLSTER Y na pwede rin magamit, no, to punish yung kanilang pagpasok dito ni Shen or ni Gragas. Now, once nag-taunt ka or once na nag-body slam ka, pwede kang i-showstopper pabalik, and the high health or huge health na counted dito will add a lot of damage para sa ating backline Nami, Lucian. Pero masyadong forward ang LSB dito, and ROLSTER Y, mukhang uunti-untiin nila tayo.
Yeah, baka unti-untiin sila. May isang champion pala tayong nakalimutan, Osai. In terms of early game, pwedeng maging aggressive, pwedeng those early gang sets is the Pantheon ngayon na pinik ni Do. And I think that's a great pick for how he plays and also sa current na setup nila ngayon. Kasi Pantheon also has his own semi-global that can match the Shen. At the same time, it's a very clear way for them to gank topside with the Pantheon, with the Riven, and if Nomel mag-roam siya ulit to the topside, pwede nilang tanggalin yung source of that global to take away that Shen.
Yeah. And we are expecting a lot of plays coming into... Oh, may sumisilip. Let me fix that. And yeah, and we saw how well
Spoiler.
Do played really well in terms of their aggressive composition, and a Pantheon definitely. I saw many great games sa Pantheon, and in terms of even yung duel, even yung survivability fairly strong. And if you have the Shen Stand United as a cross-map play, expect mo na yung Grand Starfall na manggagaling sa Pantheon.
Yeah, exactly. And yun na, some of the things that we're expecting, yung mga gank paths. One thing that I also want to highlight in the SANDBOX comp, I feel like ang nagiging main star or main champion that's gonna deal most of the damage that we're gonna see dance around is the Lucian on the hands of Eugene. Kasi meron na tayo, diba, meron yung Shen, meron yung Gragas, meron yung Diana. A lot of ways to defend this very mobile marksman in the hands of Eugene. So expect na siya yung magiging focal point, siya yung magiging focus ng ROLSTER. At the same time, siya din yung main champion to defend on the side of SANDBOX.
Yes, and LIIV SANDBOX, we saw that they can play equally sa aggression ng ROLSTER Y, but how far they can bring this, because as the new rookies or the 3 new rookies, and with the new roster synergy that they still need to work on with their adjustment phase or honeymoon phase, it will be a big task for them. So yeah, we're heading in a bit to the game, so just sit back, relax, and we're gonna see you on the Rift.
Minions have spawned.
And
Ooh.
crazy
We're here.
Apple. Once again, we're back into the Rift, and LSB going up against a ROLSTER Y. No cheese, just pure meat with the juicy damage that we're going to see sa magkabilang side. At kita mo naman, standard start, walang kakaiba.
Oh, standard na standard. Kahit nga tong mid lane matchup na to between the Diana and Zed is super standard. Hindi sila nagtatamaan. Mag-uunahan lang sila to get to level 2. But
Yes,
most of the time talaga, it's really gonna be the Zed to hit that level 2 first to check out where Kiri is currently on the map. So na-spot out nila na mukhang mag-red start. Not exactly sure kung na tamaan siya doon na Skyers. But if they did get that information, it gives Do a lot of information himself para malaman yung magiging timings and rotations ni Kiri on that Gragas.
yeah, and this Gragas, no, kind of affects more towards the team fighting and later setup na manggagaling sa kanya if they really want again to go full engage, dahil nga considering nga na may Pantheon at Zed dito, and even Ratel on his comfort pick na Riven, And kita mo naman si Kuya Numel kaagad pwesto dito to might be ganking itong si Zcash, but though there's a huge wave pushing, so no opening for the
Yeah.
3 members of ROLSTER Y to continue what they are intended to do.
Yeah. Usually naman yung mga ganun timings coming from the jungle and the support to go into the mid lane early is expecting kasi nila na, hey, shoving yung ating mid lane, baka mag-react kaagad yung enemy jungler. Let's go for that counter gank. And since dalawa na sila yung nag-roam, they already have that numbers advantage to try and take down the enemy jungler. So, good on, at least for SANDBOX, hindi sila na-catch out dun sa patibong na iyon. Pero going in.
Oh, and this is what we expected sa pagpasok ng overly aggressive na jungler and punishing itong si Kiri. Kung kanina, parang nakokontrol pa nila yung mga gagawin nito. This time on the Pantheon, mas nakakatakot pa lang pwede niyang gawin.
Yeah. Hindi lang basta invade ng ginawa niya dun. Ini-steal din niya yung blue buff away from Kiwi. And kung ang tanong ko kanina is, nakita ba ng Skyers Bloom si Kiwi na ni-start niya siya on the red side with jungle? It feels like nakita nga dahil ang ganda doon ng timing nito to be able to steal that blue buff away from Kiwi.
Yes, and once again, no, yung pagmamaximize nga nila ng kanilang information, but Kiri will return the favor for any possible ganks or dive na gagawin nila dito. Pero uy, dikit-dikit naman masyado. Masyado kayo nagyayakapan at mukhang nayakap nga sa pader at yayakapin din ang kamatayan dahil tutumba si Do at si Ratel.
Grabe na magsagot yan. Galing kay Kiri at kay Teal. Pinakita nila na, hey, meron kaming vision dito. Nakikita ka namin gusto nyong i-dive yung aming Shen. No. Kami ang makakuha ng 2 kills. And with that, ang laki ng momentum shift na yon para sa top lane matchup natin with Teal and Kiri versus Ratel and Do. At the same time, 2 kills immediately going to this Gragas who is most likely gonna build AP. Maaga natin makikita yung burst damage coming from the Gragas.
Yes, and that opening na dapat no mag-shift ang momentum sa side ni Ratel para once again may pag 1v1 na naman kay Tyr. Mas tila ba naging effective yung galaw ni Tyr for the reason that as a Shen you just want to tank, you just want to settle doon sa iyong lane. But the kill potential isn't fairly high, pero once you have the Gragas as a good CC combo, magandang sagot yun para sa LSB.
Yeah, gandang sagot nila. And they played to the tendency na napapansin natin kay Do. And also Ratel, pero silang explosive player, pero silang aggressive. So once they feel like, hey, there's blood in the water, maybe we can get the kill, they'll probably go for the kill. So talagang na-sense na kaagad yun ni Kiwi. Also great call right there from SANDBOX. But as we were talking about earlier, yung mga item spikes dito, ng SANDBOX. 2 Rod of Ages na kaagad ang nabuo nila and medyo maaga pa nabuo ni Kiwi, so mas maaga niya ito maipupuno yung stack so that we get that full power from the Rod of Ages early. But ROLSTER Y, mukhang ginigive up nila dito yung Dragon. If they get this kill early, they can go to the Dragon after that.
Yes, so marami silang pwedeng gawin dito, even a Rift Herald, but a showstopper para palabasin sa tower range, and Do just tanking the tower. Mukhang hindi makaka-rotate on time si Kiri, Tasa at si Eugene to defend itong isa nila sa mga kasapi nila, and Tyr will suffer another loss. Good timing as well for a recall and refresh, a reset, and just go sa kanilang objective.
Yeah, and again, makikita natin dito yung focus ng ROLSTER Y. Whenever Ratel gets killed, may sagot lagi ang ROLSTER Y and they add 1 more member towards it. And again, nakikita mo kung saan ngayon nag-roam around itong members ng ROLSTER Y. Herald has been aggressed on by both teams. Pero mukhang mag-back up sila dito. I guess hindi nila muna kukunin itong Herald na to.
Yes, so Chillin once again doesn't really want to be careless, and respecting din naman na nasa side nga ng LSB yung Scuttle. So they have a good amount of information, and even yung ward talaga napaparigiran dito si Shelly na yung CCTV for any moment na pwede pumasok sila dito. But a tidal wave being used, but on the side, Kiri is going one-on-one against Ratel. He is the jungler. You don't want to have him killed, pero sa sobrang ayaw nila mamatay itong si Kiri, they use the Stand United, burn it out, and there's no huge follow-up for ROLSTER Y using the Grand Starfall, pero hindi naman tinamaan gaano. Pero ito na pala yung tunay na Moonfall dahil nga aaray talaga sila sa kamay ni Zcash, and one after another they are looking for those HP bars na tutumba. once again, LSB controlling yung ating early game.
Oh, LSB definitely controlling this early game. And Ratel, mukhang makakuha lang siya ng isang plate, but you need to get out of there kasi it's Illusion, Nami about to defend that lane. And I think 2 kills ang nakuha doon ng LSB off of also that Herald. Pag may nakita tayong replay, I would love to break down yung series of events that happened, but at least a bit of a refresher. Medyo binluff ng SANDBOX. Ang ROLSTER, why? Ang dami nila ginamit ng ultimate and going into here. And then, nag-start na dito tayo sa fight. 2 ultimates down ang SANDBOX dito and they had the call. Let's still go for this fight kasi kulang ng miyembro ang ROLSTER Y. They were able to get 2 kills along with the Herald. But to rewind a bit on na nangyari, nag-burn sila ng Calling at ng Tidal Wave. And Stan United and they were still able to secure the objective. What a ballsy play from SANDBOX.
Hindi lang yun, paring Crazy Apple. We also saw the explosive cast just hitting Nomel. So it doesn't really did anything great. Nomel didn't die. Hindi naman na-disperse yung members ng ROLSTER Y, pero they won. And yun nga, no, as what we calculated enough na nagamit, the resources has been burned, wala nang chance for them to answer or to take the Infernal Drake. So it was a free one coming in from ROLSTER Y, but they maximized Shelly by even putting a lot of damage para doon sa second tier tower sa Baron Lane.
Yeah, and it's just as what SANDBOX would want out of that situation sa mga ginawa nila doon, di ba? Nakuha nila yung Herald, kasi 2 kills, and sabi mo, tama na sabi mo na nag-rotate sila kaya hindi nila nakuha yung Dragon. But with the lineup that they have, ang kailangan talaga nilang i-priority dito is to take down the turrets because they're really, really good at invading, at catching people inside the enemy jungle. If you look at the team composition ngayon ng ROLSTER Y, if na-catch nila yung Ziggs at yung Zed, wala na mahirapan na sila with follow-up damage. And looking at the Shen, the Diana, and the Gagas, they're so beefy and at this point, they have so much damage. Pero, si Teal, baka makatch out dito, 3 miyembro ngayon ng ROLSTER Y.
Naku po, Tier, no. Talagang ang tapang na nag-recall sa harap ng 3 miyembro. And na-realize ng LSB na 2 pala, yun nandun. Actually, hindi pa napapakita si Kuya Nomel. Pero ito na, magbaback up dahil kailangan na nila mag-back up. Dahil nga mukhang papauwiin sila dito ng tropa natin sa LSB. But though, we'll just use the Grand Starfall to deny any kill potential na sa side ng LSB.
Ito na naman parang nang babluff na naman ang SANDBOX Si Teal, nag-recall sa harap nila. Hindi alam ni Teal na 3 ang nakatitig sa kanya. Unintentional. Pero 4 yung rumess back for some reason on the side of SANDBOX. And right now, I feel like ROLSTER Y, pero bot lane though.
Pero si Zcas and 3 members ng ROLSTER Y just making sure to take another tower into their hands. We are currently on a 4-1 and yet the goal deficit is around 3k lang, no? And hindi pa tayo na papalayo. And same as what we saw from game 1 of this third series, how well both Korean teams are being disciplined in terms of making sure that they are close into their gold and respective towers.
Right. And also yung caution nila on taking a fight in that bot lane kasi if one of them has a deficit in the next 2 seconds, kulang sila dito sa referred fight na possibly what happened here. So pera silang hindi nag-engage to make sure lang na wag tayong lumaban basta. And also the presence of mind from ROLSTER Y na may Shen on SANDBOX. Kasi if the Diana tinower dive nila with the Shen, ang hirap nung patayan, doble shield nun.
Yes, more shield dahil nga sa Pale Cascade and considering nga na ang Stand United at yung kanyang second skill na pwede mong patapakan para maprotektahan. At na made to tank talaga si Tier for this game and they kind of feel it a lot. Ang maganda naman dito nag-prompt siya to use Sunfire to have even more greater clear with the AoE damage. So, really looking good, pero really looking bad. Dito, the ROLSTER Y, dahil yung Moonfall na naman na ginamit dito ni Zcas at si Nomel, may iwan sa likod mag-isa. Fighting itong double dragon lane natin, pero si Tyr, with the right time, talagang papasukin na dito si Ratel. At may iwan na namang mag-isa si Do.
Grabe!
1-1.
Grabe ang mind games ng SANDBOX. 2nd beses na nilang inintay ang ROLSTER Y na simulan yung Herald, kala ng ROLSTER Y, hindi nila take to, or if ever man, makikita natin ang kanilang pagpasok. But no, SANDBOX with another decisive call, Zcash catching out 3 members with the Moonfall, tapos kasabay pa ng Tidal Wave and the ultimate from the Gragas. What a wombo combo coming from SANDBOX. Kita nga dito sa replay na to, talagang nabalibag lang ang ROLSTER Y. They didn't know what hit him, and the Herald was even stolen by SANDBOX. What a punish, what a fight for this team.
Yes, and the bombo combo na pinag-usapan nga natin, no, na they don't have enough wards to really expect anything what's coming from them, and that rush na nakita natin para magulat sila. Pero Kiri, mukhang siya naman ang tutumba this time, as members of ROLSTER Y will not fear this Gragas. And even having a zero with them is definitely a sure kill. Doesn't even use also yung kanya ignite.
Yeah, hindi nga kailangan na gamitin yung summoner na yun. Pero dahil Kiri is currently down, the dragon is up. No jungler for LSB. The dragon will be secured by ROLSTER Y. I guess isang comment ka nun doon. Also, it would have happened at top side. Kiri really tried to predict when Zero was gonna go back to the shadow. Pero hindi tumama. And I would sum that up to him being a bit hypey. Hypey na sa play na yon, dahil such a high right on what happened doon sa Herald, and in high spirits ngayon, I would bet ang SANDBOX. But still, going back to the experience, ROLSTER Y, hindi sila basta matitinig sa ganyang klaseng pressure, knowing of a veteran squad like this. So do expect ROLSTER Y to punish the mistakes if SANDBOX would get too aggressive, because they still have a lot of damage on their side. They still have the Ziggs, the Zed, the Pantheon, and the Riven na kaya maka-takedown ng mga members sa SANDBOX. So, do expect na if SANDBOX over-aggress just a little bit, mauna ng konti si Zika sa pasok, mauna ng konti si Kiri again with the use of his explosive cast, they will be punished by ROLSTER Y.
Yes, and we are expecting a lot of punish na pwedeng mag-overextend doon sa kanilang mga pag-commit dahil nga sa wombo combo. But Zero right now is completely zero. Dahil nga, tutumba siya. Pero sasagot naman, syempre, ang ROLSTER Y sa kabilang dako ng mundo. Pero si Tyre, hindi pa yata siya tired. At mukhang yun na nga, napagod na ng tuluyan. Dahil nagawa pa siyang patayin nila do.
Yeah, and napagod nga kasi ginamit na niya lahat eh. Ginamit niya ang flash, ginamit niya ang barrier, and still wasn't enough for him to survive. Pero on the other side of the map, doon na nasabi mo, nagkaroon pa ng exchange. 1-for-1 in kills, 1-for-1 in turrets para dito sa dalawang team na to. So at least at the end of the day, ROLSTER Y was able to get something kasi dahan-dahan na tong game na to na napupunta ang lead sa SANDBOX. So ROLSTER Y needs to look for openings, needs to look for something like that para tumagal pa tong laban na to, and for them to look for more openings against SANDBOX.
Yes, and slowly, once again, ROLSTER Y making sure that they can put themselves back on the scoreboard, and did very well answering. Yes, Zero somehow, no, na nahirapan siyang makatakas kahit ginamit niya yung death mark. Dahil expected yung paglapag niya, yung body slam mula dito kay Kiri. But they didn't fear na yung nangyari nga sa Dragon Lane, pero si si Luna masyadong nagagala mag-isa yung bata, and nahuli ng tanod.
Nahuli ka, nagkamali ng likod, hindi niya alam na may CCTV doon sa brush na kanyang ginalawan. Tapos si Nomel din medyo naghahanap nakakalamdam siya na nandito pa members ng SANDBOX. But SANDBOX, okay, bakit SANDBOX though? Kaya sila pumapesto dito, they want to have this Baron pressure para mag-question ang ROLSTER Y. Do we go in or not? Pero dahil nalaman na ng ROLSTER Y na wala sila doon, they, again, spreading across the map, trying to shove lanes. Mid lane, top side, bot side. Makikita mo ngayon, Tier on this Shen. Siya ang naka-duty sa pinakamalayong parte ng objective dahil na siya pa rin yung Shen, sila sa Stand United, can anytime go to a member in need. And that's why he's still in the bot lane duty. But mga ibabaliktad nila yun ngayon dahil kailangan nilang i-shove itong lane na ito so that it could relieve some pressure for them so that they could have better positioning into the Baron fight.
Yeah, and considering nga na you have the Hull Breaker dito kay Tier, mas makakaramdam tayo ng pressure, split push pressure na medyo matcha-challenge si Ratel. But having the Navori Quick Blades, this is something different, no, para sa isang Riven. Parang hindi ko siya laging nakikita, but Ratel utilizing this kind of item mukhang masusubok nga talaga itong mga Baron laners natin. Hullbreaker and Navori will continuously will continue itong push natin and continuously having the pressure cross map.
Yeah, I guess the decision to go Navori Quick Blades para on that Riven is to have a bit more offensive capability in the side lane, lalo na kung siya yung nakaharap doon sa Shen. Gusto niya mas ma-pressure yung Shen or even the Diana para mag-put ng more members ang Sandbox. Kasi at this point in time, okay. Kasi 5 HP na lang. Good decision right
Reagan,
there from Sandbox. Medyo mabilisan in and out.
Oo, Reagan. Sabi, sige, kunin na natin to. Pwede na natin i-take home. At another gold sa kamay ng LSB and ROLSTER stopping the bleeding na to the point that they don't engage a lot and they don't see people who's overcommitting or crossing the map ng napakalayo. They just want to secure some vision and then at that point they just have to they feel safe. Pero this time si Do ang nakapwesto habang ang ibang members ng LSB are spread or across the map.
Yeah, they're spread across the map kasi they want to get some vision. Lalo na itong Drake has just spawned into the map. It's gonna be the Mountain Drake as the third Drake of the game. Pero Ratel and Do, nakita to ng LSB. Pwede nang i-punish. They can look to start this dragon and they are starting it right now with the jungler of ROLSTER at topside.
Yes, pero meron din namang CCTV ang ROLSTER Y. So sila ay tila ba pwesto ngunit hindi na nila gustong isugal. Dahil nga napakabilis din ng take dito ng LSB. LSB, their first dragon is around 18 minutes na, no? But still, the gold is around 3K for the hands dito na nagigain mas on the upper hand ng LSB. Yeah. But ROLSTER Y, still they're not giving up. They're still inside the game and having more of those secured items moving sa late game. Isang team fight lang na naman muli Kuya Apple ang magde-decide kung sino nga bang siyang mananalo dito.
Tama. Yun naman katulad kanina, di ba, na ROLSTER Y nakahanap lang ng isang opening against SANDBOX and they were able to finish the game off of that. It looks like it's gonna be the same for this one. Pero one benefit, dahil doon sa opening na binigay ng ROLSTER Y on SANDBOX, walang isang objective on the map. It's only, but wait a minute though, baka si Tier.
Here, once again, binalikan siya dito pero hindi tumama yung taunt. But here comes Eugene. Ginamit na ang kanyang Spirit Gun. At mapapare nga sila dito dahil si Do ang siyang mawawala kaagad. And this will open up a potential Baron para sa LSB.
Sasabihin ko pa nga lang kanina dahil walang isang objective sa mapa, SANDBOX can pressure the Baron even more dahil sila nga yung ahead dito. At lalo na wala si Do on the map. 30 seconds before the jungler from ROLSTER Y comes back here, SANDBOX has all the time in the world right now to try and start this Baron and maybe get that buff to try and close the game.
Oh, Luna. Eugene once again. Relentless pursuit pa harap pero nangalabit lang at nung nakatakas naman si Luna, kailangan na rin na mag-bail out kasi nga na si Kiri suffered a bit of a damage that needs to back away and make sure that he's not going to die because I believe that it's more may tendency no na matapos yung game mo sa makuha ng Baron ng ROLSTER Y na andito yung Ziggs. Once again, the sieging power is fairly strong for this guy with a Satchel and pagka nawala pa dito si Lucian, mag-i-slow down ang damage ng LSB.
Yeah, look at the timing right here, Osai. Nasa base ang ROLSTER Y. Elder Drake's about to spawn in 3 seconds. Kayang mag-set up ng Death Rush ngayon na SANDBOX dahil walang vision ng ROLSTER Y. Kaka-clear lang ng SANDBOX. Let's see if makikita sila dito. ROLSTER Y knows this as well. Matagal siyang nawala sa mapa. Skyers Bloom. Nakita na ang SANDBOX. So, we'll see how this fight will turn out. Kasi still, Elder Drake ito. This is gonna be the most important objective right now in the map.
Yes, important objective, yes. But on the other side of the spectrum, we can see Tier just doing all the work at malayo si Ratel. So they have the information that this will be a less of a Riven that might cause a big play or big setup sa kanila. Wala ring gustong sumugal. No one wants to go for a 50-50 Elder Drake. But ROLSTER Y definitely is going to start.
Yeah, ito yung unfortunate timing naman dahil matagal na nasa mapa ang SANDBOX. They needed to recall now to match the items ng ROLSTER Y. They bet on the chance na ROLSTER Y would screw up the timing, but now, Roster Y, kinalahati yung Dragon, but they're going for the kill.
Oh, they going for the kill dahil mas gusto nga nila mabawasan ang manpower dito. Bawas setup, bawas kill, binalibag at kahit nga hinigo pa, hindi na siya mabubuhay pa. Mega Inferno Bomb, damage all around coming
Look at
in
Tyr.
from Rolster Y, but you can see the potential play na gagawin dito ni Tyr just to make sure to force out Rolster Y to go back. Pero Inhibitor Tower will go down dahil sa kamay ni Tyr, maliligtas yung Elder Dragon.
Yeah, naligtas yung Elder Dragon. 30 seconds bago si Zcas makabalik sa mapa na to. Nakabili na siya ng TP. Rolster Y, hindi pa sila nakapwesto sa Elder Drake, but anytime they can start this out. Mukhang sisimulan nga nila nito. Yung Baron ata ang nasa mata ngayon ng Sandbox dito. O hindi. They're looking at the kill right here. Alsay, habang yung Elder
There's
Drake,
no
lead na
vision.
kinukuha ng Rolster.
No
Wala
vision.
vision.
Rolster Y, this will be a big leap for them to go back dito sa laban na to.
Oh,
Their
no.
kill potential will boost them, especially 0 on the death mark. But Kiri will walk in. Is
Oh,
there any potential
no.
trade but the showstopper just to make sure that they can secure the kill? Pero mukhang wala na tayong
Kiri
security
dies.
dito na
It's bad.
makadidiretso na ang Rolster Y once again with the kill. Death mark being used. Pero papasok na rin with the Grand Starfall. Pero papasok na dahil wala na gusto pang umatras sa Rolster Y. But the Elder Drake will not pop off other members sa kamay ng LSB and Tyr, continuously making sure to put the pressure doon sa Baron lane.
Yeah, and I thought right there, if Rolster Y got a... Wait a minute, si Till, nandun pa, nakita natin sa picture-in-picture. He's still continuing the push.
No, he doesn't want to go back. Ito na ba? GG's next na ba? Pero Death Mark, tila ba Death Box ang kalalabasan dito ni Sandbox Tyr dahil mapupunta siya sa kamay ni Zero at mukhang maililigtas pa ang Nexus ng bahagya.
Yeah, maliligtas nga, but it changes things a bit dahil 1,000 na lang yan eh. 1.4k HP yung Nexus. It's slowly gonna regenerate, pero kung may naka-follow up doon, isa pang member ng Sandbox, baka kaya na takedown yun. But now, with no Tyr, Eugene, kaka-spawn lang ulit dito sa ating mapa, mukhang ang Baron ay mapupunta sa kamay ng Roster Y.
There's a honey fruit in front of the Baron.
So, yung
does
Seajar.
it mean...
Oh, wait,
yes,
tidal wave.
yeah. I mean, gets, pero does it count yung pag-hit nila? Pero yun na nga, no? Dahil makukuha pa rin talaga
Wait,
ng Sandbox. The damage is there. They have stolen yung Baron. And mukhang ang base nila is mai-expose ang tuluyan. Dahil uunti-unti na silang pasukin dito. Pero Zero, Ratel, and Luna, susubukan nila makatakas. Pero si Kiri, dire-diretso nga. Dahil ayaw na nilang magpaawat. At buong miyembro ng LSB habang si Tyr nag-aantay lang. Mukhang gagamitin na ang Stand United para lang makabalik siya dito. Pero hindi na pala dahil nabubuksan na ang base unti-unti at hindi pa nila magagawang tapusin nga lang.
Saya na itong tawar kay si game. Nakikising pa yun. Wait, si Zero pumasok.
Zero wants to go zero all in sa HP dito ni Tyr. But you gotta respect kung gaano kakunat din itong ibang members ng LSB and Zcas will just survive with a sliver of health and even using the Pale Cascade. At nakakatakot ang pinapakita ng magkabilang team, no? Na kahit ganito sabihin na natin nakuha ni objectives and all, you have all the goals that you need, hindi pa rin basta-basta natatapos yung game.
Di pa ka talaga natapos yung game. We're nearing the 25-minute mark and si Kiri, sabi niya, alam mo, lahat ng objective kukunin na namin eh. Mag-explosive cast ko na yung blue buff para lang ma-steal away from you. Hindi na kayo pwedeng kumuha ng objectives dito. And Sandbox so far ngayon, ang may tempo, has the momentum. They are looking to siege down this mid lane turret.
Yes, and the pressure is on once again as Rolster Y back against the wall. They are inside the base, not pulling any triggers, but the death mark will be played just to bait out some resources, and they were able to successfully burn Tidal Wave. But you can see naman ngayon na ang LSB nagro-rotate na papunta dito sa top para continuously expose na may kasamang mga siege minions at mahihirapan na silang i-defend to dahil Eugene continuously destroying the tower, putting a lot of damage, 2 turrets down. Pero napakagandang play at showstopper para maibalik sa nakaraan, pero may iiwan sa likod natin dito si Do at si Tyr.
The base!
Na rin
The
ni
base!
Raquel, pero yung base, tinatrabaho na ng mga minions.
Oh,
The
no!
last hit na manggagaling sa cannons as LSB will take game 2.
LSB, LIIV Sandbox, was able to take game 2 of this best of 3 series and just Grabe, sobrang crazy game coming from both teams. And in the end, ang Minions ang nagtapos ng larong iyon.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect how well yung paglalaro ng LSB, no? They know how to play the early game, and we're going to see the post-match results as well as the gold graph na ibibigay ko sa inyo ni Crazy Apple. But to think that they were able to get a hold of that early game and doesn't really shrug off yung lakas nila towards the mid-game to late game and making sure that Ratel and Do is keeping in check. LSB right now proving that they can be the new kids on the block.
Exactly. New kids on the block. At yun nga yung pinag-uusapan natin dito din kanina na ito yung trial by fire nila and they are stepping up in this series. Looking at the post-match na it's really on the mid lane and Eugene for the side of SANDBOX. And kung tingin mo din yung gold graph, talagang it was almost all SANDBOX that whole game. And it's really a testament to some of the risky calls that they were doing. And also, ROLSTER Y, I feel like na-catch off guard sila with some of the things that SANDBOX was doing, na willing ang SANDBOX to go into fights even though kulang-kulang sila sa ultimates.
Yeah, and actually, yung talagang napaisip ako kanina, no? Yes, I know that there's a Ixtali seed jar, but considering na does it change yung UI na halaman instead of si Baron yung hihit mo? Right? Kasi once na tinap mo yung main attack mo, you're going to prioritize to attack the champion. But since there's a honey fruit beside the Baron, does it change the tap or the key to a plant instead of the Baron icon? So that's why I'm really like, who's going to put the honey fruit in front of Baron? Di ba? Parang,
kanina may series din kanina that happened the same thing, and we should test that out. Test that out. Hindi ko matatay.
That's why I'm curious. Pero no, the teamfight prowess of ROLSTER Y has been nullified by LSP, by how well Zikas and Kiri set up yung mga teamfight. And it's just Eugene and Tasa just sit back and relax, no, sip that E. Magtsatsa ka na lang kasi pwede mo na lang siyang gawing clean up eh. And ROLSTER Y, they still want to play, they still want to have those moments na pwede nilang i-surprise etong si Tier or other members, pero kinukulang dahil nga sa Stand United.
Yeah. And yun nga, diba, sabi din natin na when the game started here na it's really gonna be a Eugene composition while Kiri and Zikas and si Tier yung magbabay space sa kanya along with Tasa. And may fight kanina nakita mo doon na ang dami na kailangan ibato ng ROLSTER Y ng ultimates and gap close to be able to lock down the Lucian. It cost them so much kasi while they're going in, they're still getting hit by damage sources, by AOE and stuff like that. But before we go further in the analysis and in game 2, I hope production hears, because I'm not sure if we were shown earlier the predictions. The caster predictions for this series, because I just want to point out the difference in the predictions, because earlier anisip ko na na okay lang, hindi pa kita underdog si SANDBOX but after game 2 it's things are spicy here. Things are very spicy here outside.
So we casters, other than you, already have 1 point as supporters of ROLSTER Y, and you now acquiring your 1 point. Does it mean that there's a chance Crazy Apple will be the first one to support LSB on their first international trip as well with the new rookies? Magkakaalaman tayo, no? It was a huge adjustment that they did. They really want to have all the information, the knowledge on how to play against Ratel and Do. They did. And we keep going back to the jungle and the Baron lane duo for the reason na si Zero as a Zed, bakit parang hindi naman siya ganun karamdam? It doesn't really have the threat of an assassin that kind of puts Ryujin on the back foot. It was still Ryujin dashing in front of any enemies against ROLSTER Y. So I think Zero on that Zed kind of need to change things up. And even Luna as a Ziggs, as an APC, because it doesn't really provide as much as a scary factor that you kind of need to prioritize him, or gagamitan mo siya na explosive cask para lang lumapit sa'yo. You can just use the explosive cask as added damage to make sure that Zikas can just clean up and Eugene.
Yeah, I fully agree. And as you pointed out na baka si Zero might not be the best champion in his hand so far. Ang Zed, he performs differently on other champions, and you could say it feels like, at least on my observation, a bit of discomfort on the side of Roster Y. It could be attuned to like different things or different factors. Na maybe yung champions na gamit nila is not something that they're really as used to yet. Maybe they're trying things out since nanalo sila ng game 1. Let's see if we can work, if this strategy works, right? And in game 2. Also, I was also putting into another factor wherein naiba lang talaga yung timpla ng Sandbox. Like, after game 1, when they saw how they perform, iba yung confidence level nila going into that game 2.
Yes, and as much as we want to discuss or break down more into Game 2, papasok na tayo sa ating drafting phase and looking as how well LSB played their draft with the Shen on tier. They are the ones going to play on the red side. So in terms of priority, we might see an easy a Lucian pick once again, a first pick Lucian or Camille sa kamay ng ROLSTER Y. We saw on game 1 how well Do provided yung kanyang setup or even the Galio as a added CC, and I think they kinda miss a lot doon sa Galio setup na yun compared nung game 2 na yes, Showstopper has been utilized very well as for an extra kill. But as for someone who puts a lot of damage onto the backline or even added utility, I think you wanted to go back as a Galio.
Yeah, I agree. No, Nomel had a better performance earlier on the Gallia. And as you mentioned na baka, hey, another Lucian pick, it's been already banned by Roster White. Ayaw nila makita yun at mukhang tatanggalin din nila yung isang jungler that Kiri used very, very well, which is gonna be that Gragas on the side. So we'll see here kung ano magiging last ban ng Sandbox. I think kanina, it's usually, I think a Shyvana, right? Yeah, the Shyvana. Let's see if they're gonna lock that in to have the same bans coming from them. And it just goes to show that na may set plan ang Sandbox going into this series, no? If they still are going with the same 3 bans that they're going since game 1.
Yes, no, and I think yun din yung magandang ginagawa ng Sandbox, no? Na nababasa nila na maigi yung drafting, and no questions asked. Same as what we predicted, Kuya Apple, na Camille first pick ang makukuha ng ROLSTER. Why they are back with their comfort pick na itong taga-setup nila or taga-pasok sa backline, magiging present na ulit.
Ooh. Yeah, mga present na ulit. It's gonna be the Camille. Most probably, it's gonna be in the hands of Do in the jungle role. So, you know, ang dami niyang ulit ways to get into fights, a lot of ways to get to the backline using the hook shot and the Hextech ultimatum to lock things down. And with the Galio not being banned by Sandbox, we do expect it's gonna be, going back ulit sila on the Ziggs and most probably the Galio for the side of Roster Y.
Yes, and Ziggs. So Luna, no, mas comfort niya yata talaga itong Ziggs and doesn't really want them to go for, to be honest, Kuya Apple, meron tayong Morgana open pero they don't want to play a Morgana.
We're just not sure, di ba? Kung playstyle yun ni Kiri. Kasi so far sa na-observe natin kay Kiri, mahilig siyang din to be the one to lead the charge for the team to start off fights. And Morgana, hindi siya yung the best doon. Yes, meron siya nung route to start things off, pero hindi talaga siya yung tatakbo, yung katawan niya yung mauuna. Basta kasi kaya siyang mapop ng mga members ng a lot of other champions, and also yung Black Shield niya is very important for other stuff. So I think Morgana might not be as huge of a priority here for the side of Sandbox. We'll see if Roster Y thinks otherwise and maybe ban the champion, our second ban phase.
Yes, and Renekton going up against any possible Baron laner that Ratel will use. Still yung Riven nandun pa rin. Although yun nga, no, hindi game changer Kumbaga kulang pa. Not unless that Ratel wants to play as a Fiora. Yes, pwedeng niyang mandohin or pwedeng maging dominant siya against a Renekton. But we are going to the second ban phase, and etong si Kiri, tinanggal yung Olaf niya kasi nakakatakot, no? You have the Karma, you have the Inspire, and then there's a Ragnarok plus the Olaf that will make sure to put nails down dito kay Ziggs. yun yung pinaka-ayaw mong ma-experience. So, no Olaf, no Zed. Once again, another champion with a backline or surprise assassin kills. Don't want that. But LSB focusing towards denying a Kha'Zix or a Vi. And a Camille might be going to Ratel. So if they're running out of options para sa jungle, they want to control na ang Camille ang gagamitin ni Do.
Yeah. Pwede yung magiging timpla ng composition for the side of Roster Y. Ang iniisip ko lang din kanina with side of SANDBOX is since they already have the Corki, Renekton, and Karma, madalasan nakikita natin yan supplements with other bruisers, with other champions that would run into the other team. Because Karma is super good at that. And actually, we missed this one out, no? Lee Sin wasn't banned, and it's one of the most played, I believe, by Dove with I've seen before. And comfort champion niya yan, being with his style. How he's very explosive and also being able to just do early ganks in the early game.
At mukhang so okay.
Oh, yeah.
Is this gonna be a Garen mid? Okay.
Singe. Singe works in their
But
composition.
Where?
That is a
good
question.
I got you. And yeah, I mean, Zero can play a Ziggs. Yeah, can play on his Singe, I guess.
We've seen Singe in the mid lane. Hindi
Yeah.
naman siya bago.
Yeah.
Pwede natin siya makita dito na if that is the case, seeing as there is a high chance na melee din ang magiging mid laner for SANDBOX, and looks like it either could be the Renekton or the Aurelia at this point.
And no. Okay.
Okay.
So we're going back sa sa Aurelia jungle that we saw from Team Secret dati that has been utilized as well by RRQ. Ngayon, makikita naman siya sa kamay ni SANDBOX and has been a really good jungler but not always. Kumbaga, napaka-situational niya. And this is a good situation that you have a Karma and will protect you once you Blade Surge in Vanguard's Edge. You have also the Showstopper to put everyone in sa loob ng kanyang Vanguard's Edge with a good, sa kanyang added CC, no? Yung kanyang untog sa biceps, no? And, so, I think this is a good draft for LSB. But I'm leaning more towards the comfort of ROLSTER Y. So what do you think, Apple? Is it gonna be SANDBOX finishing a 2-1, proving your point that the LSB can definitely be the kids on the block? Or it will be a different story?
As much as I want to say SANDBOX, medyo questionable lang sa akin kasi yung Aurelia. Specifically because the thing that Aurelia excels in is the dancing around. Blade surging across different enemies, and nahihirapan siyang matamaan. The thing is, if you're in tight fights, it's hard against a Singe, a Galio, a Camille, and a Lee Sin. They have so many ways to disturb you blade surging and dancing around the fight. So it now really gonna depend on how good Kiri is gonna be piloting this Aurelia in this game.
So is it gonna be a dual-wield type of Aurelia na parang magiging si Kiri to? Si Kiri, para makita natin kung gaano nga ba siya kagaling, no? Gumamit ng kanyang Blade Surge. But we will continue even further, no, to know this, to find it out, because Do is back on his leash.
Yes.
The aggressive jungler.
Nung Icons, ang dami ko nakitang plays niya early game where he's being very aggressive, being very much in the face of his enemies. And if he does the same thing here, mawala tayo ng talagang feeling ko matatanggal na yung ating notion of Korean meta being very slow. They are really adapting to become faster, to match some of the top teams, especially the Chinese teams, the WCS teams, right? Na yun yung talagang nasa top ngayon of the meta. And if they adapt to that, that's great, right? Kasi still, Korea is the mecca of League of Legends. They're a very strong region on League PC, and here in Wild Rift, nakikita natin yung growth nila and also their way of adapting to what is the most optimal way to play Wild Rift.
Yeah, and we're getting closer. No, for the reason na we saw na natatalo ang Korean teams agad-agad, but we saw a really great change sa Kwangdong FREECS. And this time, even SANDBOX going up against the top team, it feels like it's going to be a one-sided day. But we keep on seeing a new ray of light as we saw. Although Unsold Stuff Gaming kind of fell short kanina, yung early game naman nila nakakasabay sa tempo ng Flash Wolves, which is that's Flash Wolves, definitely the early game. So right now, this the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational showing a new spectrum or a new perspective for Korean teams or even the underdogs getting the limelight that they can be as big as other teams.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one thing we forgot to mention din dito na Osai is that Group B, itong dalawang Korean teams na to, and there's only 2 teams that are gonna advance to the playoffs, right? And just seeing yung kasama nila, which is BURIRAM and RRQ, every win counts, right? Na if you can take away one win from BURIRAM or for RRQ, it could get you closer to the top 2 spot to be able to get into playoffs. So now, if you're SANDBOX, I want to get this. I want to get this win right here, and I believe we're about to get into the game here in a few. Osai.
You saw the name, and Wild Rift is the game. LSB versus ROLSTER Y, currently sitting with 1 point each. Who's going to take home the victory for match 3? As we are excited to see match 4. And before that, let's see how this match unfolds sa huling kabanata ng bakbakan ngayon sa dalawang Korean teams na pinagpapakita ng magandang progress na para bang built over ang kanilang playstyle ngayon.
Exactly, yung City of Progress, nakikita natin dito no, kung SANDBOX will be able to put a dent into that record of ROLSTER Y being yung hope of Korea, of WCK in the international stage. If SANDBOX shows here that they can take a series away from ROLSTER Y, that's already a good sign that not only is that SANDBOX as a team is strong, but Korea as a region in WCK is showing that they have a lot more players, but right here.
Oh, the fight will erupt dito sa Dragon Lane ng konti lamang, no? Konting kalibitan lamang mula kay Nomel at Luna. But on the other side of the spectrum, still Ratel as the one who's being aggressive, being on par with how well this Renekton being managed by Tier. Itong si Tier, hindi pa papasok. But once again, this notorious aggressive jungler will go in with the first gank of the game and making sure that Tasa will go down.
Yeah, with the flash being burned by Tasa kanina on that early fight in the Dragon Lane, pinunish ka agad ni Do. But at the same time, look at the map, makita mo on the blue buff side, Kiri is there stealing the blue buff of ROLSTER Y. Let's see kung ma-recognize dito ng ROLSTER Y na kinukuha na nga yung blue buff na they're pinging away Kiri, but they might spot him here.
Oh, mukhang spotted nga. So Ratel already knows na ang blue buff and Do needs to go for a different route or just making sure na makukuha niya ang scuttler dito dahil nga nagets na nila na makukuha dito. And konting harutan lang mula kay Tier at Ratel. But healthy. Oh, naku, masyadong pumasok, masyadong nag-go. But the adaptive shield para hindi mamatay si Ratel. Once again, here comes ROLSTER Y hitting back.
Yeah, the punish from ROLSTER Y right there. Hitting back exactly. Yung clutch nila talagang kalkulado niya eh. Yung na-compute niya sa utak niya na kahit i-all in ako dito ni Tira dahil wala siyang ignite, ginamit niya kanina, I can survive once my team backs me up here in the top side. And immediately, may 2 kills na kagad ang ROLSTER Y. Approaching 3 minutes into the game, 2 kills. Lahat napunta kay Do. Oo, nawala yung blue buff niya. But with those 2 kills, he is accelerated in the pace of this game. He might be looking for another gank in the top side. May ultimate na siya.
And Hextech ultimatum with the Dragon's Rage para mapalayo pa rin sa tower. And yes, the kill will go in para kay Tier and make that 1-1. Do will go down as well.
Yeah, 1 for 1. Do does fall down and Tier as well.
No.
So Okay, hoy, munti ka na rin. Akala ko makakapatay pa dito ng isa ang LSB. Pero going back nga, no, Osay doon, that was the best case scenario, honestly, for Tier. Na nakakuha siya ng 1-for-1, he was down, he was killed, and he was able to use Ignite.
Oh, the embrace! Oh no, Zero needs to burn that flash at mukhang si Tasa is good roam para mapaatras ng bahagya ang Zero dito.
Yeah, exactly. And going back to the top side na, si Tier, medyo matagal na talaga nagstay doon ng ROLSTER Y with the tower shots being hit on them. And it goes to show then yung change that we had in patch, I believe 3.3B or A was it, wherein they increased the damage of the early game turrets. So kung medyo nasanay ka dun sa lumang damage ng turrets, ngayon pag nagda-dive ka sa harap ng turret, medyo mas mabilis kang nababawasan. At baka nga dahil doon, kaya nagkamali ng tansya dito si ating paring Do on the Lee Sin, no? But going back, it is 3-1 in kills right now in favor of ROLSTER Y. A bit of the momentum, a bit of the experience for the junglers are on their side. So we'll see how they can transition that. Si Do, hindi huminto dito, Osay.
Oo nga, mukhang talagang gustong mag-all-in ni Do. Dapat ang pangalan na lang niya ay Go. Dahil nga, go siya ng go. And definitely do his best para ma-shutdown si Tier dito. They are once again making sure that this Renekton will get tired again and again. Every cooldown of Hextech Ultimatum is a cooldown of Death Timer ni Tier.
Yeah, they're keeping the Croc down, and this is the adaptation from ROLSTER Y, no? Kasi nakita natin ng game 1, medyo nakakalma si Tier, pero si Kiri, hindi tumama yung stun. If that stun hit, baka nakakuha sila ng kay Luna. Pero going back doon sa, muntikan pa si Tasa, naghahanap doon.
Pati ang anino ni kung sino man yun, gusto nang i-untog.
Si Ratel.
Sa biceps, galit na nga dito si Tasa, no? Si anino ni Ratel, umaray.
Yeah. Right. And while we're looking at ito yung exchange ngayon between these two teams, wherein may handshake sila, getting the Herald for the side of SANDBOX and the Dragon goes to the side of ROLSTER Y. The adaptation from ROLSTER Y, but Ratel, baka magagang siya dito, pero mukhang hindi naman, mukhang top side, yeah. Good package and good backing off from Ratel.
Yes, and Ratel respecting the package, it was wave well cleared, and Shelly will just make sure na magkaroon ng damage dito, even having a good amount of turret plating, and even making sure they are going to get the tower. So good push, starting push na manggagaling sa LSB as how the momentum is being set up nitong ROLSTER Y sa kamay ni Ratel again, naitulak naman nila para mapaatras si Do.
Yeah, natulak ka. Oh, wait a minute, si Tasa.
Oh, but the showstopper, Gargoyle Stone Plate kasama ng Haymaker mo. Boy, pa kaya siya, but I think he is currently ignited, and the ticks plus the kill will make sure to have another advantage dito ang ROLSTER 1.
Yeah. Hindi alam ni Tasa na may CCTV doon sa blush na yun. Nag-recall animation na siya. Medyo nag-window shopping na siguro si Kuya. Pero yun na nga. Nakita siya doon. Tier though wants to go in.
Oh, and the stun. And hindi nga tatama ang Vanguard's edge. But playing on the edge as ROLSTER Y is around for a 3 versus 2.
Yeah. Around for that 3 versus they back the way. Pero grabe, tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Dito Osay ang SANDBOX, and we were talking about how Korean meta, medyo slow. They want to look for kills when there's objectives. Pero this is a huge breaking of the mold right now, especially from the side of SANDBOX and from Tier. Na he just always goes in. Wants to look for those fights, wants to look for those kills. And it bit him in the back kanina. But still, yung tenacity kakaiba coming from this very young squad that we have here.
Yes, and yung kanilang mga movements ngayon na parang kung kanina, dire-diretso yung team fight na hindi sila natatakot for any losses. This time, they don't really want to go overboard. Ayaw nila ng sure na basta-basta na lang na 1-to-1, but this time 3 versus 1 dahil napaligiran siya, but make it a 3 versus 3 dahil ito na si Cast at mukhang mapapaaray pa nga dito si Kuya Do na siya unang tutumba kasama pa si Zero at LSB. Ito yung sinabi mo, yung bluff, yung bait, yung play na ginagawa nila effective.
Oo, hindi nila napansin. Naka-stasis enchant na si Eugene. And if they did, hindi nila na-expect na ganong kabilis ang sagot ng SANDBOX. And SANDBOX again, adapting to the pace of Roster Y. Binilisan ng Roster Y, naging mas aggressive sila. Nagawa ng Sandbox, nagbabluff sila, naghahanap sila ng ways to go for these counter ganks. And dahil doon, even though there's more kills on the side of Roster Y, the gold is slightly in the lead for Sandbox.
Yes, and we are expecting the play will come through dahil nga na taunt na, everyone is there, even zero, pero yung setup and yung backup ni Zcash, napakagandang transcendent embrace to deny yung any big plays, and the Inspire making sure that Eugene will escape with a few health at yung damage na ilan doon with the rocket barrage, talagang aaray ka.
Yeah, and recently, na-buff din ng counter, or rather na-adjust itong si Corky. There's gonna be more magic damage coming from this
Ayaw
Corky.
natingilan.
Dahil yung magic damage yung Gatling gun. Oh, yun na. Ito ang estilo pa rin ng Roster Y, especially si Do. Hindi hihinto. Laging do go for those ganks. Do go for a fight. At yun na nga. Although, wala ka lang tayo doon nakitang patayan na outside, but still, these two teams are positioning themselves on the map. Herald is about to come up. And with how Sandbox has been playing this game, I feel like they should be having their eyes on that Herald para mas ma-break open pa nila yung map for their advantage against Roster.
Yes, and right now, LSB, they are aware na sinimulan nga ni Ratel with the CCTV with the ward. Pero they just want to put a lot of pressure. Alam na nila na si Do nasa Dragon Lane, so this will be a free Rift Herald.
Yeah, free Rift Herald, and Dragon, hindi pa siya nag-spawn. It's gonna take another 30 seconds. It's gonna be the Infernal Drake. So this gives some time for Sandbox to decide. Ilalapag na ba namin itong Herald na to para makaput ng pressure, or we're gonna put it down later on so that it have some pressure while the Dragon is up, and maybe they could get a fight there. We see Sandbox positioning themselves then dito sa may Dragon Pit. There's one blue ward for the side of Roster Y near the blue buff for Sandbox. So if may dumanda ng mga members ng Sandbox, mas spot out sila. But right now, hindi doon ang direksyon ng Sandbox. Naghahanap sila ng pick-off in the mid lane against Roster Y.
Sure, okay. So nakikita na talaga natin na ayaw na mag-give up ng LSB nung simpleng openings dahil nga na with the vision play that they are investing a lot, given information, they have the knowledge on which path they wanted to go para maiwasan yung ganitong setup ng Rolster Y, pero sila ang siyang nag-setup ng tuloy-tuloy dahil face breaker. Kasama na rin ang Vanguard Edge, pero kailangan muna nila umatras sa bagya. Wala pang tumutumba, pero si Do aaray at gagamitin nila ang Rift Herald para mahati ang atensyon ng Rolster Y.
Yeah, pero dahil doon sa fight na yun na in-engage ng Sandbox, looking at the health bars mas low ang Roster Y, this Infernal Drake will surely go to the side of Sandbox. At dahil nga nakasama pa sila ng Herald in the mid lane, they get a bonk right there, damaging the turret. Look in the bot side, Tier is also shoving in. So 2 lanes ang sinashove ngayon ng Sandbox. We'll see if makakuha ng trade si Ratel on the top side dahil pinupush na ngayon yung top side of the map. And looks it's gonna be a turret at least for the side of Roster Y. But the setup, the way that Sandbox played that Dragon fight was really good in the sense that na-secure nila yung objectives. They were able to tick off. Yes, we have the Dragon now. We have some pressure in the mid lane. The turret is gonna fall soon if they have a good enough siege to just hit the turret a couple more times.
Yes, and kitang-kita naman na yung ginagawa ng Rolster Y ngayon na once na hindi nila makuha yung setup na gusto nila, they just bail out. Hindi na sila nag-overextend, no? As much as Do is on the go, hindi niya basta-basta sinusuko yung kanyang sarili for a good Dragon's Rage. He's making sure na they can just make it slow with the pokes coming in kay Luna, and that's where LIIV Sandbox wanted to go all in with the showstopper and of course yung kanilang slice and dice na magaling kay Thierry. Even Kiri na talagang hindi umaatras, no? Hindi siya natatakot mag-start ng team fight.
Yeah, and going into the timers right here, malapit na mag-up yung Baron. So another objective onto this map. Medyo nagpo-position nito yung mga teams natin. Yes, we keep talking about how mas naging aggressive na sila in terms of looking for these fights, but still alam pa rin nila when to be aggressive and when to be not, para hindi malaki ang pagiging dehado sa kanila if they do lose out on a fight. So still important here is looking at where the waves are. If the side lanes are shoving for one team, it means that they have a bit more pressure to be able to position themselves on the map. And so far, SANDBOX, they are a bit on the timer because I think both Dragon Lane and Baron Lane papunta sa base nila. So SANDBOX looking for a pick-off right now. Could be the mid lane right here.
Oh, Tear onto the side. Pero mukhang gigilid din dito ang ROLSTER Y. Pero mukhang talagang isinuko na lang nila yung kanilang tower and doesn't really want it to go even further. But the recalls will be used by LSB and split push duties naman kay Tear.
Yeah, and actually dahil pala medyo naging slow yung push doon ng SANDBOX wave, but okay.
Oh, teka lang, hindi pala. Akala natin,
Hindi pala.
atras na sila. Akala natin tapos na.
Yeah. Ganun sila eh. Ganun sila na Osay. Na mapaglin lang. Ang
May
SANDBOX.
It's either mag-ghosting ka or kakambak pala sila at the exact moment na hindi mo
You never know.
ini-expect.
And I guess that's what makes them in a way, yun yung X factor nila, di ba? If medyo mas mahirap kang basahin, mas mahirapan din yung other team to know where you're gonna go, how you're gonna start the fights. And we've seen in game 2 how that puts ROLSTER Y in bad situations. And if LSB can do that again here, it could just give them enough of an opening to have enough of a lead to snowball this game into their favor. But still, I think ito yung pinaka-closest game natin so far, Osai. Still no
Yes.
definite lead for any team.
Yes, and they are just respecting, no? And yun yung hindi ko talaga totally in-expect para dito sa side ng sabihin natin sa side ng ROLSTER Y at ng LSB. Kasi kung kanina, they are taking risk para mag-swing talaga sa kanila yung momentum. This time, okay lang sa kanila na ganito lang yung momentum. Na hindi sila entirely gonna lose some big fights or doon na lang sila magbabank on sa big objectives such as Baron, Elder. Pero Ratel trying to do his split push duties kaso mamanduhin na siya dito ni Tyr with the Renekton who's carrying a Blade of the Ruined King na mas malakas in terms of dueling.
One thing I want to mention is hanggang ngayon hindi pa pinipick up ni Eugene yung kanyang package. It's been there for about 2 minutes now, 2 to 3 minutes, and it's something na iniisip ko to especially in high-level plays. Kasi I see a lot of teams, pag na-up na yung package, immediately they're gonna get it. But now it feels like mas calculated for SANDBOX. Right now, they just took it at the back timer and 24 seconds before Mountain Drake comes up, before the third Drake comes up. So, nakita may intention ngayon ng SANDBOX na they want to use this package effectively for the Dragon. Unfortunately ngayon, feeling ko si Eugene might be caught out in a bad spot kasi mas madaming members ng ROLSTER Y ang nasa side ng mapa niya. But if SANDBOX can back him up in time, he may be able to do this.
Yes, pero si Eugene being left out, use the package para maka-exit. But this time, ROLSTER Y na ang siyang kailangan mag-exit dahil once again, that's a failed gank. But they ensured na aalis talaga muna si Eugene from them a bit of a time para dito sa Mountain Drake. So there's no package as well. They are going in and going hard as ROLSTER Y. Hindi na sila magpapa-atras ng kung sino man dahil mas gusto nila tapusin yung trabaho. Si Kiri on the backline at ginamit na ang Vanguard's Edge. Pero si Luna nakakatakas pa rin. Blade Surge na may normal hit at mukhang si Kiri pa ang siyang makakapang-aray dito. At mapapatay man nila si Tasa, 4 members pa rin ng LSB ang nandyan habang 3 ang miyembro nila dito. Buhay pa si Do, pwede pang makapagnakaw. Pero sapat nga ba ang kanilang damage?
Naku, na-cancel!
At napul din para malayo sa pag-abot. Sonic Wave, papasok, hindi na smite. Stun, hindi rin papasok. Pero sapat na yun, the bluff, once again, the play and the fakes na ginagawa ng LSB. Ang ROLSTER Y, hindi makasagot.
Ang ROLSTER Y, sinubukan nila. To be fair, so sinubukan nila sumagot na, di ba nga pinag-uusapan natin, si Eugene calculated ang call to take the package. Pero pinanish ka agad ng ROLSTER Y kasi nauna sila sa pwesto para ma-catch off guard itong Corki. So they went with the fight when the Corki went back to base. Pero kahit 4v5 yon, for some reason, SANDBOX was able to pull it out. And then, naka-turn back pa sila ROLSTER Y and get the Dragon and get a couple of kills. That's just so good for SANDBOX. At the same time, ang hirap as ROLSTER Y na you feel like you've done everything right and still SANDBOX is still able to pull essentially magic, right? Magic tricks against ROLSTER Y. And kaya sobrang grabe tong game na to na pinapakita sa atin. At the start, we expected maybe Roster Y to roll over SANDBOX because SANDBOX is the 5th place team. Rolster is the top team from Korea. They're the hope in the international stage. And right now, SANDBOX is showing us na hindi, nagbago kami ng roster. We have new players here. We're gonna play a bit more fancy. We're gonna play a bit more aggressively and risky. But we can back it up. And this, alam mo, kahit sinong manalo dito sa series na to, sobrang matutuwa lang ako dahil sobrang ganda ang pinapakita ngayon ng dalawang koponan natin.
Yes, exactly. No, na parang we didn't really expected anyone to sabihin na nating surprise us. It always has been Rolster Y who's doing all the work in terms of international scene. Pero this is also a good news for Korean teams dahil nga nakakasabay na sila sa isa't isa pero sasabayan na nila dahil nasipa rin with the Dragon's Rage Exec Ultimatum pero si Tyr with the Gargoyle Stoneplate goes golden, tatamaan ng Sonic Wave but Tyr once again the hook shot pick into the flash para ma-surprise. Eugene needs to escape. Luna onto the backup, throwing bombs. Babato lang siya dito sa likod. At they're going to clear the wave. Once again, Rolster Y with another successful kill as they are making things slowly pero surely sa pagpitas.
Yeah, nakakapitas sila at hindi lang sa pitas, nakaka-burn din sila ng summoners, especially the flashes from Kiwi, Tyr, and Eugene. The Baron is being started right now here by Rolster Y. Walang jungler ang SANDBOX, so the only thing they can do here is to fight this out.
Yes, and right now, this is a 4 versus 5. Kiri, no smite. This is just Do as the jungler ng Rolster Y. Makakapasok kaya sila dito. And a good Singe play doon dahil sinigurado niyang hindi makaka-flash as well as the smite na manggagaling kay Do securing another big objective sa kanila.
Yeah, maganda yung naging communication nila doon. They immediately stop damage para mag-800 end the smite. But Elder being started right here, there could be a big fight.
Yes, big fight, exploding Exec Ultimatum na huhulihin nila dito. Agad si Kiri para mawalan ng smite din. At mukhang hindi talaga sila papalag dahil si Ratel, si Tyr, nag-1v1 with a great one habang sa likod. Si Zero at Luna tumatakbo lang, bumabato lang ng bomba. Walang kabawas-bawas. Sinubukang itali, ngunit siya ang natali sa kamatayan. 3 miyembro ng LSB will go down and this Elder Drake will not matter as they just want to open the tower.
Yeah, they want to open the tower. They have Baron. They have Ziggs. Mabilisan lang niyang sisirain tong mga torre na to. We have 22 seconds right now on both Kiri and Tasa. So, I doubt na mat-end pa to ng Rolster Y. But at least they're gonna break open the base. But they are looking to end the game right now.
Oh, this is a big play na manggagaling sa LSB. But Rolster Y making sure
big
that they
damage.
come here to finish the job. And once again, proving that they are the best team in Korea and showing here in Asia na hindi magbabago ang bagay na yun. Rolster Y took it. Yeah, go. Crazy. I'm getting crazy here.
Yeah, ako din eh. Parang, there's just so many things that we can talk about with that series. Kulang yung oras natin para pag-usapan lahat na nangyari doon. But yeah, I want to echo your thoughts na it's still Rolster Y at the top of Korean League of Legends today. At least today. Proving that, yeah, they're the newcomers, SANDBOX, they really put their hearts out here. Talagang nilabas nila lahat, pinakita nila sa atin ang kaya nilang gawin. But Rolster Y with the discipline, with the experience, able to pull it out at the end. At makita mo Ben, this is reminding me of Game 1.
Yes, exactly.
Yung gold stat na to, di ba? Na up and down, pero sa dulo, nakahanap ng good fight ang Rolster Y. And that last fight, it all boiled down to the initial AoE damage coming from Rolster, especially Luna on that 6. Ang ganda ng Mega Inferno Bomb niya that duguan na ang SANDBOX when the fight started out.
Yes, and nakita natin na full HP si Luna sa buong fight ng Elder Drake. And kung kitang-kita dito kung gaano kalaki ang naiambag nila in terms of damage, in terms of putting up those team fight na although malaki yung damage na nagawa dito ni Eugene and Zika as compared to how well the mid lane and itong si Luna, hindi naging sapat eh. Pero makikita natin sa highlights kung ano nga ba yung mga key factors of those team fights that really showed up. And you can see also the match result that set 1 and set 3 has been conquered by ROLSTER. Why? But LIIV Sandbox really getting close sa kanilang sabihin nating growth, or let's say the level of potential of LIIV Sandbox is really strong.
I mean, di ba yun naman yung gusto din nating makita when we had the huddle
Yes.
last night with our fellow casters. Ang hinahanap lang natin is yung improvement eh. Pero hindi eh. Pero hindi lang yung improvement. But now, my head is like, they can go to the moon at this point. Sobrang galing. Sobrang ang ganda ng pinakita ng Sandbox. I would love to see WCK in the future.
Yes, and you can see right now na malapit na ang inaantabayanan yung match of the night. It's gonna be RRQ and BURIRAM in a bit. But yeah, Casey Apple, no, we saw how good these teams are, and really making sure that it's anyone's game. So yeah, let's tune in for more Wild Rift action. Diyan lang kayo, magbabalik kami. We're just heading for a short break. At tayo nagbabalik sa The Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga kasama para sa huling laban ng araw na ito. I am Osiris. With me is one of the awesome analysts that we have in the Philippines. Crazy Apple.
Thank you for that. You're also awesome. But yeah, we are heading into the last series of the day, and ang una nating makikita dito ay none other than ang RRQ. Ang pinakahihintay din natin as the local crowd, as the Filipino crowd, but still, RRQ, hindi natin mapagkakaila kung ganong kagaling itong team na ito.
Yes, exactly. At sa sobrang galing nila, yung mga picture nila, hindi nyo basta-basta makikita. Kumbaga, unlockable character sila. Kasi, di ba, we saw the roster that Hyde and Viper is fairly new. Although si Hyde bumalik lamang at well, pare silang bumalik lang to be honest. Pero iba parang feeling ko ako na lang yung lagay nila picture diyan no.
Yeah, medyo nga. At least alam natin na meron. Sana RRQ ako din. I want a jersey. Pero hindi naman din natin makakalimutan ang BURIRAM United Esports. Isa din sa mga pinakamagaling na teams dito sa Southeast Asia, sa WCS region. And they're still mostly the same roster. May isa silang unlockable character na si Bank. But we know most of the names here. No? Sila Noel, sila Golden Feet, Archini, and si What the Jess. Ang naiba lang dito ay si Golden Feet na ngayon, ang kanilang starting jungler. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was Shiba before. Isa sa mga kasama nila sa roster. No? So, a bit of differences on both teams from last that we saw them in the WCS.
Yes, and as much as we want to break it down even further,
mabilisan
we are
mabilisan
moving
tayo
into the draft. Yes, so sa sobrang bilis gusto na talaga makita ng mga tao ang laban ng BURIRAM United. At saka syempre, ang ano pa nga ba? RRQ! Repin!
Yeah, I mean, walang kabayas-bayas na casting dito sa ating Filipino broadcast. But we will be bringing you guys at least the best na makikita natin dito from both of these teams. And surely magiging banger itong series na ito between RRQ and BURIRAM. We did see earlier the very good series between SANDBOX and ROLSTER, and naniniwala akong di magpapahuli ito as we get into the pick and bans. We see the first couple of bans coming from both of these teams.
Yes, and right now, no Kassadin, no Morgana, as quick as that. Ayaw nila na talagang maharap na naman yung Morgana dominant meta that we keep on seeing from different teams. And RRQ is well aware. Nakita natin yesterday from a different tournament that the Jays really put them and at their back foot. And it really scary as a jungler. And right now, it was fairly counted a respect ban for a Jace and a Lucian and a standard ban for a Karma. Pero ano nga ba ang tatanggalin ng BURIRAM dahil masyadong malaki ang champion pool ng RRQ that a Renekton will matter to be removed instead of a Yuumi?
Yeah, yun nga ang binan nila yung Renekton. Para bang nakalimutan na natin ang Yuumi na hawak ng RRQ. No? And I think all of the games so far we've seen today, ban ang Yuumi. Once na naiwan siya na left open, immediately pick up here for the support role in the hands of Exocet. And we know kung gaano kapaborito ng RRQ gamitin itong pusang ito.
Yes, and pwede napaka-flexy. And knowing that this will be used by Exocen, a person who uses Arakan as an AP, and a Yuumi can be converted as an AP also. Pero yun nga, no? And then, napag-usapan na rin natin to sa ating reviews, discussion regarding Kha'Zix, that it kinda not really the best right now because of how Morgana can catch or kill Kha'Zix ng hindi man lang nire-risk yung kanyang sarili. But since BURIRAM banned Morgana, this will have a time for the Kha'Zix to play in the field.
Yeah, exactly. And also looking at the other picks now coming from the side of BURIRAM, they have the Senna, the Singe, and the Shyvana so far. So nakalusot itong Shyvana sa banning phase, immediately picked up by BURIRAM. Nakikita din natin ang resurgence ulit ni Shyvana, especially in the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. And malakas din siya when it gets to the late game. So far, BRU has shown that they have two mostly late game scaling, no? Senna and the Shyvana. So looking towards that late game, let's see kung paano ngayon ika-counter ng RRQ. Will they go more on the early game route to really catch out BRU once we're medyo nasa lower yung power spike nila. Or tingnan natin kung sasabayan nila. So far though, it looks like ang mata nila ay nakatitig doon sa pwedeng i-pair sa Senna in the Dragon Lane.
Yes, and Senna pick, ito rin yung isa sa in-expect natin na they kind of share those two champions, Senna
Si Helios
Nasus.
ba yung natulog? Sorry.
Ano yan, hindi yan natutulog. Nagre-reserva na yan ng energy kasi
Okay.
ilalabas na yan dun sa Rift mismo. Pero Helios just making sure na i-activate yung kanyang Ultra Instinct that is he might be going up against a Cinch onto the mid lane.
Yeah, and annoying annoying lumaban sa Siege in the mid lane lalo na kung hindi ka naka range matchup against him. Hirap as a melee champion. And alam naman natin si Helios, madami din siyang malawak ang champion pool niya. Kahit tanggalin yung Zed, kahit tanggalin yung Kassadin, meron pa siyang champion ocean. Kung
Yes.
natawagin na natin, diba? Yung Lakan na mention mo kanina. Pwede pa yung LIIV dahil meron na silang Kha'Zix at Yuumi. It would be such a good addition to this overall lineup because it also helps disturb itong composition ngayon ng BRU to give more openings dito dito sa Xayah pick nila. No? But let's see what champions will RRQ look at to supplement their current composition.
Yeah, and right now you have the Xayah. At ang maglalaro ngayon is si Viper, which is technically the one who's more, sabihin na nating leaning towards the traditional ADCs. Kasi si Marky, he excels a lot sa kanyang mga APCs, AP carry niya, or the poke types as a Varus. Pero this time, we are seeing a lot of Viper that really puts another force to reckon with dito sa kamay ng RRQ. At the last pick would be Riven sa kamay ni... is it gonna be... Oh yeah, I mean, Helios does use Riven and hindi naman siguro pa tayo makakita ng Olaf mid lane, no? Sa sobrang tagal ng meta natin.
We'll never
diba?
know.
Oo, di ba?
We'll never know. And ito ngayon ang laruan, di ba? In terms of pick and ban, kung paano mo ilalaro to. Dahil isa sa mga newest additions dito sa roster ng BURIRAM, or rather their coaching staff is si Lion Nation na. One of the coaches here from the Philippines and is formerly a coach for both GXR and FLA. So medyo mas may basa to eh. I would bet right now on the Philippine meta and how RRQ plays. And so far, yung tanong mo, Osai, kung saan pupunta tong Olaf, matagal itong hinahawakan to ni Helios.
Ayun na nga ba sinasabi ko eh. Parang kakaiba naman pala, no? Iba pala ang gusto nilang ipasabay dito sa Singe, and to be honest, napakaganda ring sagot yun kung nagkataon dahil nga you have the Ragnarok, no, and hindi ka basta-basta may iwan sa mega adhesive that kind of puts you in a tough spot pagka team fight or if you want to want to move forward. And ang pinaka takeaway ko rin naman dito, Kuya Apple, is Noel having no Shiba as the former jungle. Is Golden Feet going to focus Noel even further, or is it going to be Hyde who's going to take this dominant Baron lane? And I must say, I just need to flex, you know. Alam na natin,
Yes.
we know that I voted for BURIRAM. It's the Osiris curse, pero what's in my heart? You can see what's in my heart right now.
Yeah.
How about you,
Understandable.
Apple? Yung prediction as well.
Ang prediction ko dito is RRQ just because malaki ang paniniwala ko ngayon with their two new quote-unquote additions dahil nga hindi natin sila nakita ng previous season.
Lumang bago.
With lumang bago, tama. Yan yung tamang term. Old new. Si Hyde saka si Viper. Base sa huling tournament, sa previous tournament, the other tournament that we've been seeing RRQ play in, naiba yung team plan nila. Mas nagkakaroon sila ng moments where they are a bit more aggressive, they can play a bit more riskily, but at the same time, nakaka-playoff sila each other. And I think that's such a different feel to the team now na iba na tong RRQ na to, especially when they get into these later fights. So hopefully we'll get to see some of that Hyde and Viper influence into the current existing roster that we see on RRQ.
Okay, so let me see kung yun nga ba, no? Let us see kung yun nga ba, no? And Crazy Apple, we saw the draft and we saw how well both of these teams play on the early game. You see, we saw how dominant BURIRAM in the region na sila yung siyang minsan no na nakakapag sabihin na natin yung nangyayari sa final adversity na talagang they won. Pero let's go. Let's see kung sino nga ba ang siyang mananalo dito. Is it gonna be once again the PH flag waving against BURIRAM? And yun na nga, no? Kumbaga, parang ano to in the track record, Kuya Apple, mostly Team Secret and RRQs winning against BURIRAM. I believe that the last time RRQ and saw each other, it was a 3-0. And the one who took down one of the Philippine Titans ng final is BURIRAM. So alam mo yun, talagang kilala na natin ang BURIRAM sa notorious na kalaban ng Pilipinas.
Yeah, exactly. Talagang kilala nga natin ito BURIRAM na isa sa mga pinaka strongest, or you could say rivals na din. Not only to a specific team in the Philippines, but the Philippines as a region. Kaya din excited tayo na makita ngayon itong laban na ito. Kasi ito yung oras din natin na bumawi at pakita na in this Group B, between RRQ and BURIRAM, both hailing from WCS, that RRQ is the better team against BURIRAM. And one more thing is that malamang one of these teams ang mag-a-advance, or maybe both of them could advance to our playoffs just because of how we rank WCS as a region compared to the two Korean teams in the same bracket. So whoever wins here, mas comfortable sila in terms of looking towards the playoffs later in the week.
Yes, and right now you can see Golden Feet no, andito lang siya sipping out some XPs alongside with Archie. At mukhang nag-iba na nga talaga ang playstyle ng BURIRAM for the reason nga na si Golden Feet hindi na siya nagbibigay ng sapat na atensyon para dito kay Kuya Noel, na talagang ilang beses na nating nakikita na nando-dominate dito sa Baron lane. But as per pathing of Golden Feet, there's still a huge chance to meet Hyde above. Pero kita mo naman si Bank at saka si What the Jess mapapaatras ng bahagya. At makikipaglaro sa apoy dito si Helios at wala pang Ragnarok, wala pang chance makatakas. Reckless Swing pero hindi yun sapat. Siya ang tutumba, si Chaz Isolation. May kasamang Dragon's Descendant. Nakapag level 5 siya pero hindi yun naabot at makakadalawa dito ang BURIRAM sa early game. Pero sasagot si Hyde ng bahagya. Ngunit si Kuya Noel ay makakaligtas with a good hook shot. BURIRAM, masyado silang madulas ngayon.
Yeah, masyado silang madulas, and they were the ones to strike first dito sa game 1 ng ating last series of the day between RRQ and BURIRAM. No, 2 quick kills from them. Medyo naging over yung aggression doon ni Chaz, wherein he really wanted to get that kill on Golden Feet. Hindi niya siguro napansin na level 5 na yung Dagon. So nung gumamit ng Dragon's Descent, nahatak pa siya sa medyo alanganin na position between Archie and Golden Feet, giving away another kill to the side of BURIRAM. But I don't think it's still the worst thing right now for RRQ. They still have a lot of damage on their roster. Kaya pa natin ang itong bawian. Pero that is still good things coming from BURIRAM, that they're able to wrestle control over the mid lane. At least the mid jungle duo got the first win in the skirmish.
Yes, and kita mo naman no, na yung ating Olaf pick na medyo hindi natin expect na talagang ilalagay nga nila sa mid lane and na-punish ka agad, acknowledging the fact that this guy can make sure na maragasa yung pinakalikod. In-acknowledge ka agad nila early game, wala pa siyang Ragnarok, pwede natin siyang i-punish and the moment that they got the opening, hindi nila pinatawad ka agad si Helios.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed then when we saw yung Dragon lane ni Viper at ni Exocen against the BURIRAM bot lane, nakadalawang plates na ang RRQ doon. So it is a very decisive lead right now for Viper and Exocen. Kaya kahit 2 kills ng BURIRAM, kahit sila yung nakakuha ng first blood, very close pa rin ang gold natin. If you can see here, it's about only 300 to 400 estimate between RRQ and BURIRAM, and that is all in the hands right now of the Dragon lane for RRQ. So in terms of bot lane, nananalo sila doon. RRQ will need to leverage that, I believe, coming into the next big objective fight. Makakuha pa nga sila dito ng isa dahil sa back timing ngayon ng BURIRAM.
Yes, and medyo mapapunish nga ang BURIRAM sa ginawa nilang call timings. And Eto din, kumbaga, we saw this earlier on na naagang umatras si Bang at saka si What the Jess, and it seems that Viper and XSN having the best time of their life, making sure that they're pushing back itong dalawang miyembro ng Buriram habang yung ibang RRQ members dito mapapalaban. Hexec Ultimatum, susubukan pumasok, tatamaan ng Blade of the Exile at makakalabit naman with a Taste Their Fear. Mukhang matitikman talaga ang katakot-takot na damage ni Kuya Chazix at even si Hyde na ikatlong broken wings. Tila ba nag-broken wings talaga yung Dragon?
Yeah, and yun na nga, nakabawi na ng kills ang RRQ. 2 quick kills in the top side of the map. At ito yung kakaiba sa Kha'Zix ni Chaz, the Chazix kumbaga. Siya, isa sa mga kaunting Kha'Zix na nakikita ko ng unang ini-evolve ay yung ultimate. Yung Void Assault. Hindi yung claws, hindi man yung jump. So that he has more uptime on that stealth. He can get into these ganks. So din nakita natin ng kay Noel. Noel was caught off guard, and because of those transitions right now with the lead there, the gun ay sinisimbolan ngayon ng RRQ.
Yes, and RRQ making sure that they have the vision, the play. And they are going for the trade as Golden Feet will focus towards the Rift Herald at may kipaglaro naman ng konting lasunan dito si Kuya Hyde, but still tanky enough, no, para hindi pa masaktan sa lason itong si let's say si Kuya Hyde. And habang nakikita natin yun, nangunguha ng jungle si Kuya Kha'Zix at si Kuya Chazix at ito na. Dahil ginamit ang final chapter, papasok na sila dito. Even the Mega Adhesive will not stop them. Di man sila mapapatumba dito. Si Wattages na ang unang nakuha at si Archini will still survive. Pero sapat na yun para makakuha ng kill ang RRQ.
Yeah. Dapat nga yun, nakakuha sila ng kill and they were able to punish Buriram for a bit of an overextension in the mid lane. They needed to do that para nga, uy naku, nagkamali na ba to si Archini? Unfortunate.
Pero unfortunate for them, but fortunate for us. Dahil ito na naman si Kuya Hyde. I will not hide anymore. I will make sure na makakahuli ako ng isang miyembro dito. 3 members of RRQ will make sure to knock onto the Heaven's Door. Mukhang may papadala sila dito. Nagpadala na rin na shield. At even si Galio. Pero si Kuya Hyde nag-overextend, nag-overspeed. At mukhang siya ang mapapatay ng 4 na miyembro ng Buriram.
Yeah. Overly aggressive call coming from RRQ right there. I believe if may ultimate yung Yuumi, may ultimate si EXO, they could have done the dive. Pero wala eh. So they were waiting around, looking for a way to get some CC, do that tower dive, and naunahan na sila ng Buriram. Nakapwesto na, na-punish na sila for that overextension, and they gave up one more kill towards Buriram at this point. But looking at the gold, no, kahit even in kills, mataas pa rin, or may sizable gold lead in this point of the game, ang RRQ at around 2,000. And that's really because of the turret lead that they have. And also Viper, the Viper EXO combo right now with the Xayah and the Yuumi. It's really dictating a lot with the fights. Nakikita mo kanina dun sa bit, they were able to burn people down.
Yes.
But okay, a bit of a scuffle here. Mukhang hindi naman tutuloy. But going back, the Xayah, Yuumi right now, ito yung kailangan protektahan ng RRQ. It looks like all of them are gonna go in. But the thing is, they can cause disturbances. They can cause so much damage against BRU na kaya nilang i-cover itong si Viper to be able to just freely auto-attack the members of BRU.
Yes, and iba no yung ginagawa nilang aggressive na rotation ng RRQ dito. Although na-punish si Hyde doon, it doesn't change the fact na si Chaz talagang namamahay sa jungle ng iba. And they are well aware using the final chapter para subukan itali si Archini. But the Ragnarok, and here comes Helios, the Sun God, will make sure na maarawan talaga at sunugin ang bawat isa dito. But the Dragon Form na mapasok dito ang tropa natin si Golden Feet, pero sapat na yon dahil ang RRQ ay nakakuha na naman ng isa, sabay Mamba out.
Yeah, good pick right there coming from RRQ. Laging kita mo the turn on when to go for a burst sa isang target, lalo na pag nandun si Chaz nakatabi. Pero mukhang ipit dito ang RRQ.
At mukhang may ipit nga dahil mataton si Viper. Pero mukhang masapat ang kanyang Blade Caller dito para ma-slow down ang ibang miyembro. But si Helios going up against Noel. Tila ba babalik na rin dahil nandito na ang backup ng Buriram at si Kuya Noel naging Leon. At napatumba niya pa si Kuya Hyde.
Good play right there coming from Noel. Ginamit niya yung iframe on the Hexec ultimatum from the Camille para mag-in time yung ultimate naman ni Galio. Looks like yung mid lane turret ay give up dito ng RRQ, pero nakakuha naman sila ng isang turret in the top side of the map.
Yes, and another tower naman dito para makabawi, no? Kumbaga, kakayanin ng Buriram na ma-defend ito and even yung push potential nila kada may nawawalang miyembro ng RRQ dahil nga yung ating itong si Shyvana mas definitely mas mararamdaman mo yung kanyang yung kanyang presence sa lanes.
Yeah. Exactly. But still, kahit nakita natin dito ngayon ang RRQ having a good game so far, nearing the 10-minute mark. But as we talked about kanina in the pick and ban phase during the drafting phase, medyo mas late game pa ang composition dito ng BURIRAM. So RRQ still needs to extend this lead. Still needs to keep up this tempo and momentum para talaga ma-cement ang kanilang game 1 win. While BRU, kailangan nila i-weather yung storm. They have given up another Rip Herald, so possibly another turret, another tackle ang pwedeng gawin dito ni Shelly. But BRU, if they're just able to defend, kaya pa nilang ipag-scale itong Senna at Shyvana nila into the late game to hopefully deal enough damage to take down itong mga frontline ng RRQ.
Medyo delikado to dahil Death Rush nga ang kalalagyan nila dito. Pero sapat nga ba yun para makapagpito ba sila ng isa? Pero mukhang aabot nga dito ang Dragon si Sendan. Pero lilipad na with the entrance. Nagpatalbog. Pero buhay pa si Kuya Chaz kasama si Kuya EXO. Pero mukhang no na makakatakas sila dito. Pero ito na ang backup. Papalag pa rin sila na bahagya si Kuya Hyde against the world. Hindi makakasurvive as Golden Feet with a sliver of health will make sure to bail out.
Yeah, ganda nung Death Rush doon ng BRU. They were able to get 3 kills away from RRQ at masasecure pa nila itong Infernal Drake. So sabi pa lang natin BLU, mas malakas sila going into this late game and right now they have the Infernal Drake. Medyo na-even out na nila yung gold. So they are in a good position right now for their own win conditions. They have to wait and see how RRQ will react once their members go back into the map. But the later this game goes talaga, outside, BRU will scale better into the late game.
Yes, ito yun na nga, no, yung pinakadelikadong parte ng game. Nag-draft ng RRQ dito ng Kha'Zix na may kasamang Olaf that might potentially control the early game into the mid game. Pero tulad na sinabi mo, Crazy Apple, they might go crazy sa late game with the Senna and Golden Feet on the Shyvana. So medyo nakakatakot nga yung pwesto nila dito. But another taunt will come in mula kay What the Jess and What the Stop ang mangyayari dito dahil mapapapigilan sila ng bahagya. At si Shelly, tamang trabaho lang pero 5 members making sure na hindi nila makuha ang tore kahit pa nandyan si Shelly. Pero sapat nga ba dahil maikipaglaro sa apoy, mega adhesive, hindi makakalipad si Kuya Chaz. Pero nagamit na yun para i-dodge yung taunt. Pero mukhang aram ang pwestuhan natin dito. Wala naman ng dragon pero nakikipagkulitan sila sa gilid ng mapa.
Yeah, kinol na ng RRQ. Tama na ang alam. Kunin na natin yung blue buff nila. At yun din ay itong maging call ng BRU. No, actually, hindi sila pumunta into the blue buff. They're still looking for a pick. Viper, baka makatang.
No! Si Viper, kailangan niya gamitin ng flash. Meron pa siyang Feather Storm pero tatamaan siya ng stun. May yakap siya dito. No choice kundi gamitin. At mukhang ibabato pa palayo. Even the Hextech Ultimatum. So much resources for a single person. But this is the carry that they need to take down.
Yeah, exactly. Yun yung kaya they need to take down and great bluff right there from BRU. Medyo macting sila na pa-top lane na tayo. Pinakita nila si Golden Feet doon sa top side. So in expectations na doon ng RRQ, medyo on the top side na ang members ng BRU. But sakto, na-catch out nila doon si Viper. One more kill going to their side. This slows down ang pace ng RRQ so much that in terms of the gold, slightly ahead na ngayon ang BURIRAM United Esports in their first game of this series. So right now, we're looking to see how will the next objective fight go with the Baron buff up. BRU will most likely try to put some vision at least here or they won't go with Argini.
Okay. So nakatalo naman at nakatakas doon si Kuya Chazix. But what will be the next move? It feels like BURIRAM is already in control. And RRQ, yes, we discussed that they can play from behind but the resources being burned one after another, mahihirapan sila maka-bounce back. It will be a late game Saya up against the late game Senna and the Shyvana. But the Dragon's Descendant will make sure na maabot dito si Kuya Viper at doon naman papasok ang trabaho ni Kuya EXO as a Yumi that can feel, not entirely feel for the full duration, but the final chapter will make you hesitate na pumasok ng tuluyan at mukhang si Helios babato lang muna ng palakol dito against Noel.
Yeah, and yun din yung iniisip ko sa fights, no? Like, how would these fights go, especially the longer the game goes. Ang nagiging mahirap dito na point for RRQ is pag yung Sin siya sa gitna ng fight with that Rylai's, masuslow down ang pasok ni Hyde, ang pasok ni Chaz, and unless Helios uses his ultimate para hindi rin siya mas-slow down nung lason coming from RGN. While on the other hand, look at Noel, look at Golden Feet. Yes, pwede silang ihinto ng ultimate from the Yumi para hindi ma-dive yung Zaya on nagamit ni Viper. Pero they can go from different angles and they can go one at a time. That just might be enough para magulo at hindi makabato ng auto-attack speed dito si Viper. It's gonna be hard for RQ to throw back damage against a frontline of BRU habang mas less ang disturbance na yun. And kayang i-cover ng BRU because Senna and Galio are really, really good to kite out fight. So that's gonna be how we're gonna see this fight.
Oh no! Justice Punch into the flash and a flashy play na makakatakas dito si Viper. But onto the side, magkakaipitan. Tila ba magiging sandwich ang galawan dahil ang BRU pinapaligiran ni Kuya Chaz at saka ni Hyde. Pero gagamitin na rin ang hook shot na may kasamang flash with the sweep para mabulilyaso si Kuya Hyde.
And Viper, medyo... This is the second time na na-caught out siya in the mid lane and he needed to burn his flash. Fortunately, hindi siya namatay in this time around. But no flash right now for Desire for the upcoming Mountain Drake fight. This could be the second Drake for either team. So this is gonna be crucial. How will RRQ will react? Will they be going towards the Dragon or will they be looking towards the Baron? Medyo mas safer for Desire. But at this point in time, both teams are looking for team fights, not exactly pick-offs. Kasi if BRU goes for a pick-off and sila yung na-counter ng pick-off ng RQ, mas kaya silang patayin dahil nasa Kha'Zix. But let's see right here if the team fight will go to which side. And right now, BRU ang papasok dito sa pit while Dragon's being started right now by RQ.
Yes, at alam na natin na napakabilis to dahil Kha'Zix ang siyang nagja-jungle. And mukhang si Viper hindi na niya i-risk yung kanyang position. Mega aggressive has been used kanina. Pero si Kuya Noel, tamang trabaho lang with the hull breaker. Makakaligtas ng bahagya at makakakuha ng second tower. So yun naman yung problema. Yes, ahead tayo sa ahead sila sa skill board pero magkalapit lang ang gold. Pero si Kuya Chaz may ikipaglaro sa Apol. Final chapter na may kasamang Zonias pero sa likod may kita natin si Kuya Helios rumaragasa at si Kuya Viper nag-free hit lang pero si Kuya Exo may ipit ng tuluyan pero si Golden Feet tila pa mapapalamig ang bangkay ng ibang miyembro ng RRQ pero siya ang nanlamig at tila ba cold shoulder ang binibigay nila dito at si Kuya Helios buhay na buhay pa rin. Gargoyle Stone Plate tila ba diya mabubuhay at si Kuya Chaz nakikipaglaro sa laso ni Kuya Archie at si Bank naman ang susunod na target nila dito and we are going to cash in the money in the bank pero mukhang siya pa rin ang siyang magwawagi at dalawang ADC ang natera sa magkabilang kupunan.
Oo nga, paring Osay, no? Ang naiwan ay yung dalawang marksman, Viper and Bank, ang nag-survive. Parehong sila yung target ng both teams. No, nung start ng fight din, si Golden Feet, tinalon kaagad yung backline. Tinalon kaagad si Viper, si Hyde ang nag-try para mag-heal para sa Zaya. On the other hand, nakita natin si Chaz, hinahanap si Bank in that fight. But both AD carries were able to survive. And at the end of the day, walang nakakuha pa ng clear objective ng both teams. Looking at this fight right here, nakita mo nga tumalon kaagad. At on the other hand, tumatalon ang RRQ doon sa lugar ni Bank. Pero they had to break off the fight kaagad. Kasi talagang hindi na nila kayang habulin while the Singe and the Shyvana was just having the time of their lives against Viper, against that Zaya. So again, 4-4-4 for both teams and magbabalik tayo ulit sa pwestuhan dito sa objectives. Elder Drake na ang susunod na Dagon na lilitaw dito while Baron is still up. Let's see how these teams are gonna look for these fights kasi at this point in time, pag ganito na tayo 18 minutes into the game na Osay, medyo may laundry work pero siya.
Once again, si Kuya Chaz, kumukulit, pero binato. At ito na nga yung sinabi natin, yung kanyang assault para makapagtago. Nag-stealth at mukhang hindi nila mahuhuli ang insekto. Pero tila ba, nararamdaman na lang ang impact nito. Dahil umaaray si Kuya Noel onto the side at hahabulin siya ni Kuya Chaz. May sweep, may damage, Gargoyle Stone Plate. May andito na si Archie at tamang tapon lang. Ito na ang backup, ang kubunan ng RRQ. At tila ba, mag-aatrasan muna dahil delikado ang mid lane. At si Kuya Hyde lumaro na may ikatlong broken wings. Makakatakas muna sila. Mission accomplished for another tower sa RRQ.
Yeah, and grabe din yung tapang nito ni Chaz eh. Yung mga pasok niya, yung paggamit niya ng pagiging invisible niya alongside Exos and on that Yumi talagang naghahanap na sila ng ways to chip damage against BRU. Kala ko nga dun sa start ng fight na yun na it's gonna be in favor of BRU but RRQ was able to make the most out of that situation. No? And still, no kills, no definite lead from any of these two teams. One fight feels like it can just break open this game wide open for any of them at this point. And as we approach the 20-minute mark, Osay, palitaw na yung Elder Drake. But Helios, I get it call out.
Yun nga, medyo mapapalitaw nga sila dito dahil lumitaw din ang 4 na miyembro ng Buriram para harangin si Kuya Helios. But he needs to pop off that Ragnarok and magiging okay lang naman siya dito. At ang Buriram, hindi sila naghihiwa-hiwalay with their composition. Ayaw nila magpapitas kay Kuya Chaz.
Yeah, ayaw ka na magpapitas and that's the thing that they really need to do. Hindi sila ma-pick off kasi they're really strong at these team fights with the Senna, with the Shyvana, and with that Cinch. Elder Drake being started right now by RRQ. BRU though.
Oy, napakabilis doon. Nag-flash mega adhesive at kailangan nila mag-turn. Kailangan nila acknowledge ang bakbakan na ito at mukhang magkakaipitan, magkakalupitan. Dahil si Kuya Viper nasa likod lang against back. May ipit nga ba siya? Nagamit ang Sonya at mukhang mamamatay nga ang ibang miyembro muna dito ng RRQ. Si Hyde na ang siyang unang tumaba at a good blade caller para makahuli. Habang si Kuya Chaz, nakikipaglaro na naman siya. Kailangan niya ng isolation damage at matatakot muna ang members ng Buriram. Tamang tago lang muna dito sa Anino at papasukin nila si Kuya Chaz. Tamang target lang muna at si Archini papasok para makahuli. At naragasana si Kuya Helios. Ang Suncut, pinapakita sinong Diyos. Kailangan niyong tumumba, kailangan niyong lumuhod. At mukhang si Archini na lang ang siyang mahuhuli at mukhang mapapatay pa siya ni Kuya Cha. Cha lang kasi tulog na dahil Chaz. Tulog na tulog ang BRU.
Yeah, tulog na ng BRU and believe may siguro pa bago mabuhay ito si Noel, may 13 seconds, so enough to get this top side right now. For the side of RQ, 5 members are still alive. There could be an argument right here for RQ to go for the battle immediately, but ang decision nila dito ay kunin itong Torre. Are they looking for the Nexus?
Oh, this might be it. Ito na ba ang katapusan? Susubukan ng pugilan dito ni Kuya Noel, but it's not enough. Noel will be a yes L dahil ibibigay ang unang L sa Buriram.
Yan. First win of this series goes to the side of RRQ. Hindi ko napansin doon yung death timers of the other 4 members, but it was just enough. Si Noel lang ang mabubuhay doon to defend that Nexus at the end. It was a very decisive call again from RRQ. Wala nang palakbay-lakbay, wala nang paiba-iba. Diretso sa Nexus pa nakuha ang unang puntos dito.
Napakabilis sa pangyayari, Kuya Crazy Apple. Hindi ko in-expect na they're going to finish it. I thought that they were really waiting for the wave onto the mid lane to take the second tier tower. Pero nangyari pala is they are making the move to cross from Dragon Lane to Baron Lane and just finish it. And kita mo naman dito, once again, Chazix with this well-tank comp na may kasama pang Senna, hindi umubra sa kamandag ng RRQ.
Yeah, hindi nga umubra. And isa din talaga, kakaiba ang paglaro ng Kha'Zix ni Chaz, no? A lot of Kha'Zixes would go for pure lethality, mag-go full damage siya, hindi. Medyo may pagka-bruiser talaga ang Kha'Zix niya. Nakikita mo din sa playstyle of how he does it. Start siya with void spikes and just goes in like the best times. Nako-compute niya sa utak niya. And medyo nagulat ako dito na ang most damage pa rin for the side of RQ was si Helios when parang hindi natin siya gano'n napansin.
Yes, exactly.
In those fights.
Yes, parang ina-expect natin na si Helios yung medyo mag-iingat, mag-back and forth, mag-re-engage for the reason na tangke yung kaharapin niya. And the Viper, ito yung medyo kakaiba, no? If you're going to check these highlights, you can see the trajectory of even the gold na yung few changes. But Viper, how good is RRQ na binibigay or pina-funnel down nila etong si Viper with a 0-1 but sitting on a 10k gold, nagagawa nila ng paraan na ma-carry over itong Saya up to the late game na nakaka-free hit na lang siya. And this is a good example na nasa kabilang wall siya, although hindi man siya nakapaglagay ng enough damage, but Viper playing on a safe traditional AD carry, natatawid nila yung mga team fight.
Yeah, I have to agree na yun ang natatawid nila. And it goes to show then, I don't hindi nga din siya binibaby kumbaga. Like, may Yumi, may Enchanter kayong support, hindi lagi nakakabit sa kanya sa EXO. Yes, most of the time nakikita natin doon, pero EXO, knowing how EXO plays, he is the bit of an X factor for RQ. Hilig siyang gumawa ng plays, nandoon siya sa harap kadalasan. Throwing the ultimates, throwing the abilities on the throwing the projectiles on the cat, no? So iba din talaga ang positioning dito ni Viper. But nakita natin yung talagang yung deciding fight dito was just RRQ pulling the trigger, and yun na, diniretso nila kagad sa Nexus.
Yeah, and Chaz, no, nakita natin sa pinakadulo, tumatalon-talon na. Dire-diretso
Jumping jacks
yung kanyang resets, no, na talagang nagamit, no, na maximize, and this is a comfort pick of Chaz. We've known him, and the meta has been challenged by different champions, and it doesn't really stray away sa kanyang pinaka-focus na champion, which is Kha'Zix. And with sabihin na nating champion ocean na sinabi ni Kuya Crazy Apple, is we saw again Olaf sa kamay ni Helios, and definitely mowed down, putting himself back to that scoreboard sa pinaka most damage dealt, na talagang you gotta respect Helios at this point.
Yeah, talagang malaking respeto kay Helios, and that's one of the things that we were talking about, no, na it feels like Helios dati was really good, right? WCS icons, it was this really the breakout performance of this guy, but lumilevel up pa siya. Kala ba natin na high level na siya before? Hindi pa pala. Meron pa siya iaangat.
May ultra instinct pa, Kuya Crazy.
Oo, tama. Saka hindi lang yung pabasa-basa na sabihin mo na minsan biglaan lang siyang gagaling. Hindi, it really shows that he's very still consistently great player in this roster, into the very core of our RQ.
Yes, and yun nga, no, usapang core, and as we saw also yung itong pag-headbutt ni Chaz at saka ni Golden Feet as the junglers who's really aggressive or play in their own terms really well. Yung Shyvana, hinulang, no, baga good start, pero not enough to take down itong Philippine Juggernauts.
Yeah, and it goes to show din yung difference na in the playstyles, and also yung defense on comps nila, di ba? Nag-start off na mas late game focus on BRU, and they were getting there. They're slowly getting there, but the openings na nakita ng RRQ, they were able to get enough of a lead for the early to mid game na kaya nilang itawid kahit paano nung nakarating na sa late game ang BRU. But while we're talking about game 1, ito na, nagsisimula na ang pick and ban phase naman natin sa game 2 dito. And so far, medyo familiar ang mga bans na nakikita natin.
Nako, at hindi talaga pinalulusot ng RRQ ang Jace or even the Lucian. Kahit sabihin mo sila yung first pick, no way. Hindi talaga masisilayan ng dalawang champion na yan, yung liwanag ng paglalaro.
Yeah, talagang hindi talaga ipapakita ngayon. Hindi hahayaan ng RRQ, pero meron nang naging adjustment ang BURIRAM dito, no. Yumi ang first ban nila. Talagang tanggalin natin yun, at medyo naiba tong last ban nila ngayon ng BRU. I don't think we have seen a Blitzcrank ban today and in a very long time.
Yeah.
Di rin ako sigurado kung champion niya ni EXO at this point.
Feeling ko feeling ko dahil to sa isa sa mga meta na na-witness ko sa ibang tournament, that they going to draft a blitz, and then magiging, I believe, yung changes sa tower sa Dragon Lane. Ifo-focus nila yung resources nila doon, and with the threat of a blitz, you're not going to defend it. So yeah, that's I think that's the one that we are expecting. Pero Senna first pick, and Morgana. Ito na, yung Morgana, na ang tagal nating hinahanap, pero they're going to pass on with the Shyvana, which is the second pick from the previous game.
Yeah, and yun na, inuna nila yung Morgana. Can still go, ang isip natin Morgana jungle, no? Kasi madalas natin nakikita sa mga ibang tournament and in other regions, but still can be flexed into that bot lane, into the hands of Bank, with what the Jess. And yun din yung isa mga style ng BURIRAM eh. Personally, I would have loved to see maybe a different pick than the Fiora. Maybe something to take away from the Senna. Kasi pinapakita na nila ngayon yung yung pick ni Noel, and it might just be something that RQ can play around on, because they have a lot of options to go into the top side. Especially Hyde has shown that kahit na comfortable din siya going against Noel from that game 1.
Yes, and right now, Sena, Nasus has been one of the on-the-go picks ng RRQ din whenever it's open. Pero na-witness na natin tong meta na to previously at mukhang nagbabalik nga yung ganitong kombohan ngayon. At set naman ang prefer ng BRU. I think they want to shut down anyone no na pwedeng pumasok. Since meron na silang Dark Binding and Soul Shackles, ang magiging problema na lang nila is someone who's going to dive. And a Nasus na gagamit ng kanyang ultimate with high HP will be a bad news for RRQ if ever that they're going to be the receiving end ng showstopper.
Yeah, that is the potential right there. So it falls onto RRQ kung paano nila lalaro and paano nila i-position itong Nasus nila. And medyo nagpalit ngayon ng priorities itong two teams na to, where NCRQ ngayon ang medyo nag-look into the late game with both Senna and the Nasus scaling. I feel like it's a bit greedy if they add another scaling champion into the mix. So maybe they will be looking to the next couple of picks where them more of the early game or more of the early to mid game. Riven is still open and isa yun sa mga paboritong champion na ni-utilize dito ng RRQ. So I am kind of looking forward for them to add that into their current lineup.
And a team of hover, right? So medyo
I mean, alam mo.
Malay mo, di ba? Mayroon yan palang lason para mapatumba ang Buriram. But Buriram, of course, they're the one who's going to ban away a Diana and a Singe. So they don't want yung mga mainit sa mid lane, yung mga makulit sa mid lane. Ang nakakatakot dito, Kuya Crazy, you have Nasus, you have Senna, so you have the AP. So it opens up Helios for a mid lane pick of a Zed.
Oh, yeah.
And a spell shield only dodge or only blocks magic damage. So definitely, yes, Spirit Fire will be there, but a Zed will not be stopped with a Death Mark.
Yeah. Yun na nga, hina-hover na nga nila yung Zed at nilaki na nila. The team of, ayoko man pag-usapan yung hover. Hover minsan naloloko tayo. Pero yung nasabi mo na marami ng magic damage ang lumalabas ngayon on the RQ roster. So they're gonna look into some ED options. Zed
should
is there.
be Riven.
Yeah, should be Riven. Okay na siya na matchup. Medyo magiging skill matchup siya. If it's gonna go into the hands of Hyde against Noel, probably gonna be the Fiora. In the hands of Noel in the Baron lane.
Yes, and they're the ones going to use the Garen. This will be a Garen mid, and ginagamit din naman ito ng RRQ if they want to nullify itong Zed. And Renekton naman kay Kuya Noel na talagang isa na rin sa staple Baron lane na picks ni Noel. But a Fiora on the jungle. We're going back, way back sa Evos, no, nung pinauso nila itong Fiora, and this is going up against Chaz, the Chazix.
Yeah, the Chazix. And isa to sa mga napag-usapan din natin na when we were prepping for this series, no, na Chaz and Golden Feet. This is our featured match between the two junglers of each team, and kung dati si Shiba he serves as more of the support for Noel on the top side to really get him ahead. Ngayon kasi si Golden Feet, he brings a different skill set to the table. More of he's playing a lot of these carry champions we saw before he was playing Jack. So ngayon itong Fiora kind of coincides with that style of play.
Yeah, and the Fiora, and we saw that in terms of duels, talagang a champion to be feared of. But if Chaz is currently playing on a Kha'Zix, definitely the isolation damage and the taste their fear. So if they really wanted to go head-to-head onto those objectives, especially with a Scuttler, I think mas may upper hand doon si Chaz. But who knows, right? Kasi Buriram also being known as the one who can adapt with their enemies or their opponents. So there's still a huge chance for them to shake things up. But RRQ, it feels like they are under comfort zone. Parang expected na natin to na meron kang Zed, you have the Kha'Zix, you have double Assassin, you have even the Nasus for a frontline and a really good Spirit Fire to soften up itong lineup ng Buriram. Pero ikaw ba, Kuya Apple? Kasi Parang more on RRQ talaga yung pili ko dito. Hindi naman sa pineflex ko yung jersey
Hindi naman
ko.
sa bias.
Oo, hindi naman sa bias. Pero kitang-kita naman, di ba?
I mean, ako din, I have to be in agreement din kasi RRQ, doon na sabi mo, comfort nila to eh. Helios, his Zed, is one of the best. One of the best in the world. And may comfort pa sila on the LIIV alongside with Asena, which is something that they've used very much before. So, yeah, while we're talking about na itong mga teams that I believe we're gonna go into the game soon. So, yeah, go into game 2 of the series.
At ayun na ang ating Game 2 sa pagitan ng RRQ versus BURIRAM United Esports. At tulad ng ating continuation, Kuya Crazy Apple, we already mentioned that Zed of Helios is not a big of a question. Has been a really good experience even internationally. So this Garen, I think will not be a huge problem if we can play it very well. But Exosen just bullying out itong members ng BURIRAM, and this is really good, no, na nakikita natin yung draft ng RRQ that they are focusing on to the Dragon lane that can bully this duo lane. Pero tatamaan muna ng facebreaker at last hit as Bank will take down Exo. Medyo sumobra nga lang sila ng harot dun.
Oh, medyo sumobra nga at yung first blood does go to the hands of Bank on that Morgana. So, hindi po nang back nito, baka makuha na siya kaagad ng Lost Chapter niya. So, pretty good start immediately para sa bot side. No? It looks like RQ was on the better end at the start of that fight. Pero the longer the fight went on, the more damage na naako na, especially what the Jess on that set was just able to keep pummeling down RQ. So good first blood right there coming from BRU.
Yes, and you can see, no, na as much as they want to fight early game, medyo na-challenge sila dahil dito sa what the Jess na kanyang set. And we know already what the Jess that can play on high stakes with the playmaking skill that he has. And ngayon, no, sa kamay ng isang set, he's going to enable himself for a bigger play that he can do with the facebreaker. Pero teka muna, uy! Bulilyaso, tatlong miyembro Parang grabe naman yata kayo kay Kuya Hyde.
Talagang gusto nilang i-shutdown na kaagad itong si Hyde against Noel. Kasi tulad nga nasabi natin before, one of the key winning conditions for BRU was to get Noel ahead. And isa yun, yung reaction doon. Trying to adapt between games in the best of the series, BRU sending 3 members. Fortunately enough, si Chaz naghihintay na doon sa Tribush. So nakita niya yung BRU members as they go in. So at least RQ not giving up another kill in favor of BRU.
Yeah, and exactly, no, this is a textbook play, I think, by BURIRAM na talagang expected na ng RRQ. It's either is going sa river na mamando. Pero teka lang, grand challenge na may kasamang flash at facebreaker as Exo will break his face sa kamay ng BURIRAM.
Yeah. Second death for Exosen and Golden Feet. He's just everywhere. And you expect the carry jungler to farm, hindi, gumagang siya lagi. Naghanap siya ng ways to give more advantages to his team, even getting one more plate in the Dragon lane in favor of BRU. And what a good early game so far for BURIRAM United.
Yes, unexpected naman sa early game for the reason nga na talagang the moment pa lang na nakuha na si Exo sa first blood, medyo may confidence boost na rin ang Dragon lane na talagang may upper hand sila. And tulad na sinabi mo kanina na pagbalik niya, there's a potential item na. Ano pa kaya yung napunta sa kanya yung second kill? So now we are looking at a Luden's Tempest sa kamay ni Bank.
Yeah. Early Ludens, dahil din accelerated yung kanyang build. If ang kasunod na bibuild na dito ni Bank is a Boots and probably a Stasis Enchant, it prevents the assassination. Pero
oh no! Makuhuli nga siya dito, and even the death mark, magagamit pa kahit natumba na siya after na showstopper.
Na-burn pa nga at nagamit. Very unfortunate doon na na-burn din yung cooldown ng ultimate ni Helios, but because of the silence, the timing for Archie's in, hindi siya nakapag-flash or shadow out at na chain CC na siya with the flash face breaker ni Waterloo. So again, good play right there for BRU, getting another kill in their favor. And dahil nga doon, they have the tempo on the map right now. They can put a lot more vision in position themselves for an objective take.
Yes, and medyo mas nag-iiba yung tempo ngayon, no? And ito na yung sinasabi natin, Kuya Crazy, na yung adapt power ng Buriram, naramdaman na natin in even the ganks or the pathing of the focus na ginawa nila, na tipong si What the Jess is being invested sa pagpapa-shutdown kay Kuya Helios. And we already talked about that, pero mukhang si Hyde ang susunod na magiging biktima ng arasan. Dominus will be used, but Blade of the Exile, aabot na may kasamang flash. May take home sana, ngupit the Black Shield last second para dito kay Vank. Will nullify yung second Blade of the Exile. Sayang.
Grabe yung ganks ng BRU this game. Kala mo dalawa lang nasa likod mo at kaya mong kunin yung buhay ng buhay. Hindi. May isa pa. Bank on that Morgana. Just saving the life of Noel right there. And 4-0 in kills for BRU right now. So far, RRQ, the 5 minutes of this game, di pa sila nakakahanap ng sagot dito sa kills, sa ganks. Basta yung kalikutan ngayon ng BRU across the map, and so far such a good game right now coming from Buriram.
Yes, and Buriram taking in control at going back sa na rin natin, na identify din natin around RRQ. Yes, they can play from behind, but sitting on a 0 score, I'm not sure if this will be something of a good news na they can play from behind, kasi medyo it will be a tall task for them to go back. Tulad nga ng sinabi natin na yung lineup dito ng Buriram may kakunatan, so matcha-challenge talaga dito si Kuya Helios on taking down members ng Buriram with the death mark, with an assassin. So will take a lot of time for them to springboard back sa sa advantage. Kasi kahit yung gold nila ngayon is not really looking good, may advantage na ang Buriram.
Yeah, agreed. Even though nga na RRQ, we have seen so far in other tournaments na they can get back from a deficit. They've gotten better at that, but agreed na it's very risky na to play from a deficit, kasi binigyan mo na nga ng gold yung kabila. They have disadvantage and they could very well just take over a game like that. But Dragon,
Dragon, ito na nga ba ang pagbabago ng sitwasyon? Ngunit hindi, dahil makukuha pa rin ni Golden Feet at tila ba nilalamig dito si What the Jess. But on to the other side, si Kuya Noel papasok na, Dimash and Justice ang siyang babagsak dito kay Kuya Helios, and the God has been slain.
Yeah, the God has been slain, the Sun God has been taken down by Buriram, no? And grabe din, maganda din yung naging call doon ni What the Jess, immediately recognizing na si Chaz lang nag-iisang RRQ member in the pit. Kinamitan niya ka doon. Kahit tinalon.
Parang lang no? Parang nag-aabang lang sa Gedli si Kuya Archie and Hyde. Siya pa yung tinataguan ni Archie dito, and they don't have any answer para dito sa Buriram, and this is looking bad. 0-5 and first tower sa kamay ng Buriram. So once again, pushing even further yung kanilang economy.
Yeah, pushing even further, and yun na, medyo nakakatakot sa kadiliman kasi hindi mo alam, baka may gawin na nagtatago doon sa brush, no? Yun nga si Hyde. Still, it's not the worst position that RRQ could be. I think at this point, ang worst position nila is lahat ng outer tier turrets nila have been done. And that's something that William could have very well have done if RRQ would have given a bit more kills. But dahil bot lane turret pa lang naman ang nagpo-fall and still mid lane turret is up, RRQ can still extend this game. If they can still defend that, there's still a lot of moments for them to get back into this. 2v1 though, the bot lane.
Yes, and 2v1 nga, magpapadala pa ng shield dito para masiguraduhin na may kamatayang magaganap, pero aware sila sa ininvest na resources ng RRQ, and this will prompt the Golden Feet and Noel to be more bold on taking this outer tower.
Yeah, exactly. Nakita nga nila because information has been given to them, they were able to freely take the top lane turret. But still, ang pinaka-importante pa rin dito is the mid lane turret. Yes, without the dragon lane and the baron lane first year turret, pwedeng maglagay ng vision ang BRU. But ang layo kailangan mo umikot muna dito, umikot dyan. At kung medyo risky ka, saka kalalalim into the jungle. Unlike if you take away the mid lane, a lot of the more shallower parts of the vision on the brushes there, mas importante na makita kasi usually doon dadaan pa pumunta sa dragon, doon pumunta sa river. So it's not as important, but still that's still a bit more vision that is given to BRU. Let's see now how they can capitalize. But with 9 minutes so far in this game, kahit 5 kills ng BRU, the gold is still pretty close. And with the late game scaling of the Nasus and of the Senna, RQ is still holding on to this game too.
Yes, and it's somehow of a good news din na nakakuha na rin sila ng isang kill. So medyo, alam mo yun, may kill threat na imposing a lot dito sa Buriram na hindi na sila pwede magpadalos-dalos. And yes, this, as what Crazy Apple explained to us na, this is a scaling comp. So they just need to be more patient. And right now, they were able to stop the bleeding at some point dahil nga hindi na nakakahanap ng extra kill itong Buriram, but this will force out RRQ out of their comfort zone dahil lumabas na ang susunod na objective, which is the Rift Herald.
Yeah, nakita natin na picking and prodding lang ang RRQ dahil kailangan pa i-shove ni Helios itong top side of the map. But when the top lane was shoved, immediately nag-back off ang BRU because there could have been a potential fight coming from RRQ. But still, doing a bit of maintenance here in terms of the lanes. BRU starting off this Herald.
Oo, at makakahuli sila dito. Ginamitan ng showstopper si Chaz para mailayo, pero the burst with the Damascene Justice. Eto, tumba naman talaga sila muna, but the Rift Herald nasisecure na rin dito ni Golden Feet. And once again, the flash, the follow-ups, the plays from Buriram, at mukhang susunod na nga si Viper. Siya na ang mauhuli ni What the Jess, and 5 members of Buriram. Buhay na buhay.
Yeah. Buhay na buhay, sieging down the mid lane, second tier to, dalawang member lang ng RQ to defend here. Okay, mukhang hindi naman nila makuha, pero sinama na yung Herald dito kasi mukhang enough damage ang gagawin dito ni Shelly to take down the turret.
Yes, and they lose another turret, more members sa side ng RRQ, yung scaling na inaantay natin, Kuya Apple. It feels like we are going far sa potential na maitulong nung scaling na yun. Dahil 1-8 tayo sa scoreboard, and Buriram, another 1K gold lead, makes it 4K overall. And kita naman dito yung nangyari.
Yeah, kitang-kita dito sa Herald na kung paano medyo pinilit talaga ng RRQ. They wanted to contest this Herald, but the immediate turn by What the Jess and Archie need to take down Chaz. Nawalan na ng chance doon na makakuha, makasteal ng objective ang RRQ. So they had to back out immediately, but when they backed out, they were chased on. But another fight right here outside.
Oh, naku, hindi pa pala tapos. Akala nyo, replay lang ang may aksyon. Mapapalaban ngunit sila dito para maibawi si What the Jess. Ngunit yun nga, no, si Kuya Viper naman ang siyang tumumba doon.
Yeah, natumba nga doon si Viper and si What the Jess. So 1 for 1 in the end right there for RRQ. Looking at the summoner, si Chaz lang ang may flash, and actually also si Exosense. So they could look into trying to get this dragon, but so far mukhang hahayaan na lang itong makuha ng BRU. And judging from the composition ng RRQ, I think this is an okay call from them. It's still not the third Drake. Hindi
Yes.
pa naman tong Elder Drake. They can still buy a bit more time para makakuha pa ng ilang stacks itong Nasus at ang Senna nila to hopefully get a bit more damage when the game gets into the later parts.
Yes, and nakita naman natin, no, na kung gaano nagiging aggressive ang Buriram, as how well na sinusubukang ibalik ng RRQ, pero hindi pa ito yung power spike. Hindi pa natin nararamdaman yung threat ng isang Nasus, and him being acknowledged once again by Buriram na talagang pinofocus siya every team fight, sitting on a not so Viper yung kanyang farm dito, no, compared kanina na nasa 10k despite of him not having any kills, pero this time 0-2 and already have the Rylai's scepter para naman mas tumagdag din ng kanyang survivability.
Yeah, dumagdag ang survivability, also causes a bit of slow pag kinas niya yung kanyang ability against Buriram. And it's very... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Chaz, going in.
pero si Chaz may kipag-ulitan. Makikita natin sa likod. Andiyan na si Bank. Pero Soul Shackles gagamitin na rin. More shields coming in from Exosen. Lilingunin siya na bahagya. But si Chaz makaka-bailout nga pa. Dahil kailangan niya gamitin ng smite para makasurvive. But the soil is being zoned him para hindi na siya makatakas. At ito na ang isa pang manguhuli. Si Kuya Noel papasok sa backline is slice at hindi na makakapag-dice yata dahil sapat nang tumumba si Kuya Hyde. 4 members ng Buriram, buhay na buhay. Kasama pa si Golden Pit at si Helios. Trabaho lang, kailangan nating sumahod dito para sa late game.
Kailangan nila sa mga kailangan na makakuha ng a bit of gold. Pero si Archie nandun na kaagad. Nakapwesto para tigilan ang split push dito ni Helios. RQ, nagtitingin dito sa ball.
Nako, delikado na ikipaglaro sa apoy. Si Kuya Viper ang siyang mauhuli at si Kuya Helios. Ito na, ang Shadow Place. Hindi man siya mauhuli na bahagya pero sapat na ang paunti-unting damage. Exo still trying to survive pero si Bank makaitatali niya na si Exo na tuluyan. Hindi mapapatay dito. Si Exo si Helios basta-basta matitake kung si Noel with the kill pero mauubos ang RRQ for now.
Desperation play coming from RRQ. They know how far behind they are right now. So, kailangan nilang i-force na ma-stop yung Baron. So, what they did right there was really desperation. But at the end, successful sila with that gamble. They were able to stop BRU. They still are able to buy a bit more time para to either lengthen the game or maybe steal away this Baron buff. So we'll see how RQ will able to do that. But one thing that I want to mention then, every time nandito sa mga objective fights, kung napansin mo, Osay, laging nakatingin lang ang BLU kay Chaz. They're preventing the Kazakhs from whittling them down and also na makahanap ng pwesto si Chaz to either eliminate isolated members of BRU or get the objective. Talagang lockdown. Pinipigilan maglaro ng Wild Rift si Chaz ngayon ng BRU.
Talagang kung kanina siya yung nagwawala sa Wild Rift, this time wala nang opening na binibigay ang Buriram, no? With the Garen, with the decisive strike, you have also the face breaker na talagang ini-invest si Water Jess, and even the showstopper. We are seeing a lot of a single showstopper and not being maximized with the extra damage because they already have it sa kamay ni Kuya Noel, Archie, tsaka ni Bank. But yeah, this has been utilized para lang kontrolin yung EPs.
Yeah, and we see the adjustment ng BRU. Immediately after game 1, like they said, Chaz is the problem on this Kazakhs. Leaving it open, it was actually a strategy para makahanap sila ngayon ng mga kills and pick-ups against RRQ. Munti ka din makita yung dalawang teams yun. Nakita natin na nagtinginan sila, nagtago sa blush ang RRQ, but BRU, they don't need to make any of these risky plays kasi they have a very decisive lead at this point. Yes, nag-scale pa into the late game ang RRQ, but RRQ is the one who's looking for these fights right now to try and buy themselves more time. So BRU can afford to play a bit more passively and wait for RRQ to come to them.
Yeah, and yun yung pinaka-in-expect natin, no? For the reason that RRQ is on the back foot, they are the ones who most likely be playing on a desperation play. They are the ones who's going to look for those team fight to put themselves back onto the board. Pero at 3-14, but this is a stable 4K gold lead. Hindi pa naman ganun nakakalayo. I mean, malaki na yung pagitan. Ngunit hindi naman to the point na talagang 10K or 6 to 8K na talaga may hirapan si RRQ bumalik. So I think a one single team fight can equalize yung scenario. Pero ito nga, medyo nag-aarutan pa yung dalawang members ng RRQ dito against si Kuya Golden Pit.
Yeah, si Golden Pit. Hindi pa nga insurmountable RRQ. Hindi nila alam, may CCTV dito sa Baron Pit. Sinisimulan nila yung Baron.
So aware sila pero mukhang may babanggit naman ni Kuya Exo na mabubulilyaso tayo, but the damage is there at papasok na ng tuluyan si Golden Pit. Si Hype na ang susunod na mabibiktima, showstopper na may kasamang pagbagsak ng espada. Pero may kita mo naman si Viper, susubukan tumulong na bahagya, but 4 members wanted to focus the second tier tower dito sa bottom lane.
Nakikita mo dito, tumatakbo ngayon kaagad si Archie dito sa mid lane kasi si Helios again going for the split push, trying to get a bit more gold for his team to really prolong this game. And BRU, hindi ba na magiging focus nila dito? Pumupunta sila ngayon dito sa bot lane, probably going for either the Dragon or catching out Helios.
Oh no, Deathmark gagamitin dito ni Archie, ni Kuya Helios, pero si Archie tila ba mabubuhay pa bata? Oh, Helios, tawagin mo kung Tito, cause I'm the ankle breaker.
Okay, okay. Medyo napaisip ako paano pumunta ng pero yun na nga, siya nga, ang Uncle
Uncle, di ba?
Baker. Sa 5 miyembro ng BRU. But yeah, kahit anong Uncle Baker na gawin doon ng ating Sun God in the mid lane, Inferno Drake still goes to BRU. 3 dragon ang nasa kanila. Na-extend pa nila ang kanilang kill lead at 16-3. And it's a 6,000 gold lead at this point. BRU in such a good position in this game to threaten this Baron at iintayin na lang nila ulit ang RRQ na lumapit sa kanila. And if RRQ makes a single mistake, BRU will capitalize and will probably end this game.
Yes, at wala eh. Ito na talaga yung advantage na masasabi nating nahihirapan talaga bumalik ang RRQ, and this is somehow no na parang we're missing a lot sa pagpasok ni Chaz, and wala yung threat ng na pag pumasok si Chaz mag-hesitate ang Buriram with the catch that they have, and they don't have enough, sabihin na natin, enough safe space para dito kay Kha'Zix. Kasi kanina may Yumi eh. So at least yung final chapter, kakaripas ka ng takbo, you have the heal, you have enough para makapasok. Pero dahil nga itong si Viper, oh my God! Oh my God! Chaz is still dominant Chaz with the steal! Makaka-extend pa na buhay dito. Pinapaliwanag mo pa, Kuya Osay, sapat pa ang lakas ng RRQ para balik na rin ang game na to.
Chaz, the hero na kailangan ng RRQ this game 2. Yun na, na-extend pa ang buhay nila ngayon. Elder Drake about to spawn to the map in 10 seconds. Yan ang focus ngayon ng BRU. Dahil wala pa si Chaz onto the map, 34 seconds pa ang kanyang death timer. Malamang kaya nilang kunin yung Elder Drake. Pero natithreat sila dito sa push ngayon ng RRQ dahil mayroong Baron of minutes. Hindi na masimulan. Helios though. Kala ko baka cut out on, pero still 3v4 the mid lane.
Yes, nakikipaglaro muna sila dito sa apoy. Si Viper siyang mahuhuli dito sa kabilang side. Pero si What the Jess naka-ready na siya for any setup with a haymaker ng harap-harapa Blackshin pa na may kasama dito kay Golden Feet para makapasok. Pero si Hyde, tamang broken wings, and ang sasalo ng bind ang Raptor. So pati ang Raptor tumutulong na sa RRQ.
Ang Raptor, so kasi nasa side naman nila ng mapa tinutulungan sila ngayon. Pero Elder Drake, sinisimulan na ng BRU. Si Chaz, magagaling pa sa base. Not sure kung kaya niya umabot dito at kitang-kita ngayon ng RRQ using the ultimate from the Senna.
And yun nga no, kanina si Viper ang siyang naglakad ng harap-harapan para malaman nila, makakuha ng information, pero si Hyde ang siyang papalit. Pero the turn, dahil expected na nila any hero play mula kay Chaz, but no, it isn't gonna be enough dahil siya din ang mahuhuli na may kasama. But Helios with the play, this might be it, ang inaantay natin na opening ng RRQ. Yes, makaka-recall sila, but the Baron buff na magiging makunat dito ang ibang minions will put a slow play na manggagaling dito sa Buriram. Pero si Viper, merong Elder Drake, so isang Division Justice lang na may sapat na HP, tutumba siya. Pero si Archie kailangan niya umatras dahil may warning shot mula kay Helios.
And mukhang okay, titignan ko ngayon kung ano ang palma ng mapa. Yes, Elder Drake nasa side ng Buriram. Mukhang hindi pa tayo kayang makahinga dito, and Helios still looking for ways to buy more time for RRQ.
And ito na, kung kanina si Chaz ang naging savior, si Helios naman ang siyang magtatawid sa sitwasyon ngayon. Dahil papasok na ang Buriram, and this might be the opening that they need para itumba ang RRQ at papunta sa Game 3. Pero nakikipaglaro pa sila ng bagya, Wither being used by Viper, but not gonna be enough to have a damage no, dito sa kay Kuya Helios na matakot itong tanky frontline ng Buriram.
And again, I'm going back to the siege. Nag-flash ka agad si Noel, trying to get that pick off. May Elder Drake buff pa rin dito ang Buriram. They're looking at the top side third right now. RRQ trying their best to defend.
Yes, trying their best to defend, pero mahahati sila sa dalawa dito at trabaho lang ang gagawin ng Buriram. Pero still, magandang pagtatrabaho dahil makakahuli sila ng isa. Pero the showstopper, 3 ang mahuhuli. And you have the Elder Drake kumakaway dito dahil nga pwede silang madali anytime. Habang si Kuya Chaz, stealth lang muna, tamang tago lang sa Void Assault, and ire-respeto pa rin ng Buriram. Hindi sila basta-basta magpapabaya. Ayaw na nila na mag-unblock ng comeback kings dito sa RRQ, not giving up any reckless movement.
Exactly. Huge respect coming from BRU against RRQ right now. Hindi pa nila diniretso yung base kahit meron sila ng Elder buff kanina, but looking at the map, 5 seconds on Baron. Yun na ngayon ang tingin ng BRU with 2 inhibitor turrets down. Kaya na diretso ng BRU with a couple of Baron buff of minions para ma-force ang RRQ to defend on the top side and the mid lane. And magiging diba yung bot lane turret. So RRQ trying their best to look for a way to again Shaz look for the steal. But unfortunately, BRU so far, man-to-man ang depensa nila. Kung sa basketball, man-to-man sila na laging may isang nakatoka kay Chaz, and that is what the Jess. Laging titignan ni What the Jess, nasaan na nakapwesto to, kailangan ko siya i-showstopper palabas o kailangan ko siya i-face breaker pa. Hindi niya maabot with these steals. So, RQ needs to play this dance. Helios shoving the bot side of the map while the Baron is being started right now by BRU.
Yes, and this will create a lot of pressure sa magkabilang team dahil aware sila sa lakas ng isang Zed. Pero kailangan nila ng lakas dito para surpresahin ang Buriram. Itutuloy ni Helios, hindi na siya babaka pero tamang pagpasok
Hyde?
lang mula kay Hyde at hindi na nila mai-steal dahil nga nakatoka dito na iba to palabas. Si Kuya Chaz sigurado mauhuli pero unti-unting makikipaglaro sa apoy ang ibang miyembro dito and the Baron recall will be enough para on time na mapigilan si Kuya Helios at ang ibang miyembro ng RRQ. Kailangan na nilang umuwi, kamaripas ng takbo para mag-defend.
Yeah, but it looks like this is it. Osay, mukhang kaya nang tapusin ang BRU. Baron buff up minions, 3v5. Pero lumalaban pa dito ang RRQ.
Yes, hindi ba sila basta-basta susuko dahil buhay pa ang pangarap ang dalawang miyembro, si Hyde at si Helios. Ngunit hindi na talaga sasapat pa. Napakalaki na ng advantage to the point na hindi na nagmatter ang scaling.
Yeah, hindi na nga nagmatter ang scaling dahil nga BURIRAM was able to take control of the map, was able to get the momentum and the tempo on their side and able to secure ang Game 2 ng ating 4th series of the day. And currently, ang score natin ay 1-1 between RRQ and BURIRAM. And grabe pa yung game na yon. It was still neck and neck until BRU was able to get the Elder Drake, which really blew the game wide open for them.
Yeah, kumbaga, we are expecting yung scaling nila yung tipong comeback kings na ine-expect natin. Talagang sinigurado na ng Buriram yung pagpigil kay Kuya Chaz na na-extend lang for the reason of the Baron steal pero hindi na sila nakakagawa ng opening at yung Baron power play na yon hindi rin naging sapat para maitulak sila pabalik sa mismong laro. May makita mo dito, Kuya Crazy, yung gold graph natin is slowly but surely lumalaki.
It tells the story nga of how BRU was just really able to essentially choke out RRQ away from this game. Pinigilan nila makakuha ng enough gold, pinigilan nila makakuha ng enough resources si Viper sa kasi Exocet to really scale into the game. And honestly, I want to go back to yung previous analogy ko na man-to-man defense. Kasi kung titingnan mo din si Helios, ang nakatoka sa kanya lagi si Archie on that
Yes.
Garen I think 9 out of 10 or maybe 8 out of 10 na death marks ni Helios ginagamit niya kay Archie. And that's obviously not the best target, but that's the only target he has just because of how much Archie is just sticking to him in the whole game.
Yeah, and hindi nga niya nagawa nagawa niya pero hindi totally to the point na it will matter yung kanyang split push duties. Na kinailangan pa talaga nila totally ng Baron para lang mag-open up yung ganong klaseng Zed. And as much as we are saying na napaka-impeccable ng Zed plays niya, this isn't the assassin na talagang nagawang makapitas ng mga miyembro. And with the composition of Buriram, they did their homework on how to make sure na hindi makakalayo si EXO sa kung nasaan man siya. And I think also na etong Senna Nasus is not fully utilized sa side ng RRQ. And I just think that they kind of fit yung traditional marksman na galaw ni Kuya Viper.
Yeah. I think that could be an adjustment coming from RRQ na ibalik sa traditional marksman to si Viper. But also, ang inisip ko din, it's mostly BRU in Game 2. If we're looking at a best of 3 and who has momentum, it's obviously on BRU, right? But I think what's harder for RRQ coming into Game 3 is that ako pakiramdam ko ngayon, BRU could be in the heads of RRQ just because of how much they really just focus in 2 key players ng RRQ, which is Chaz and Helios. Talagang yun na yung focus nila. Lahat ng abilities ginagamit doon sa dalawang yun, and it stopped RQ in their tracks. So they have to look for ways to really counter that.
Yeah, and grabe, I mean, hindi ko in-expect talaga yung game na yun. But right now, Bago natin malaman kung sino nga ba ang siyang mananalo, we just have to head for a short break. Pero wag kayong aalis, magbabalik kami. We are back for the last game of the day, and this is still the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational with Osiris and Crazy Apple. At natungayan nga natin ang matinding bakbakan na umabot pa sa 1-1 matapos nung nakahawin ni Kuya Chaz yung baron. Hindi pa rin sapat. At how are you feeling for the last game, Kuya Apple?
Sa totoo lang, syempre, sobrang excited pa rin dahil ito yung deciding match natin eh. Kahit medyo hirap na, medyo nakaramdaman ko yung hirap ng RRQ doon. They really try to claw themselves back. Pinasesyon talaga nila sa sarili nila to try to go for that comeback. Chaz nga, tulad na sabi mo yung steal doon sa baron. Pero kulang pa rin for that comeback. Kudos to BRU. They really played that game well. They identified yung winning conditions ng RRQ and just shut them down the whole game. So, in terms of strategy, sobrang talagang yung utak ko ang galing ng pinakita ng BRU. But as a Filipino, I would have wanted to see RRQ win, man. Parang yun talaga naman ko, but still, it's great Wild Rift that we're seeing today.
Yes. As much as we support it, but it fairly showed that how good it is as a group itong Buriram, and definitely keeps on showing that they are a force to reckon with in terms of playing in Asia.
Yeah. Iba din talaga ang mga caliber ng teams natin. But hindi na natin kailangan maghintay ng matagal pa para dito sa ating Game 3 ay ito na nga, tayo sa pick and ban phase for the last game between RRQ and BURIRAM, and blue side ulit ang RRQ in this game while red side ang BRU. So far, we've been seeing pag red side, nakapick sila ng mga pwede nilang counter picks so far. So we'll see kung ano yung adaptation dito ng RRQ. In the bans though, not much so far.
Yes, and right now, yun pa rin, yung nagmamatter, no? The Yumi who enables most of the power picks ng RRQ. But let's see, ano yung magiging change nila? Ano yung magmamatter na priority pick ngayon ng RRQ?
Yeah, let's see kung ano magiging priority pick nila. And let's see kung ano yung magiging third ban dito ng BRU. It could really show kung ano yung magiging adjustments ng RRQ on their side. With the Singe though, hindi naman ito yung madalas pinipick, and pinakita kaagad ng RRQ yung third ban ng BRU in game 2, which pinag-usapan nga natin kanina was that Blitzcrank. They were also hovering that Senna, but seems like RRQ really comfortable with getting that first pick Senna on their side.
Yes, and so far, no, talagang ilalagay pa rin natin yung Senna, although we saw hindi siya ganun ka-effective, kaya parang para sa akin questionable. So, I'm not sure if this will be still a good opening draft for them. So, they're still going to go back on the default game 2 pick.
Yeah, they're still gonna go back na to that default. And again, BRU, pareha pa rin. Still the Morgana, still the Fiora. Mataas ang chance again na mapupunta na itong Fiora sa kamay ni Golden Feet in the jungle position. So, we'll see how that pans out. But looking at RRQ, mukhang they're immediately looking to secure another yung laner na usually kasama ni Senna in that Dragon lane, no, with that set right now being locked in.
Yes, and sila naman ako ng set ngayon, hindi man magiging conservative support si Kuya EXO. If ever na talagang Senna set yung pwede nating ilagay sa bot lane, pero Senna Nasus kasi talaga yung go-to. So this will be a different, this might be a set sa kamay ni Kuya Hyde.
Yeah, might be a set with the hands of Hyde. Then there's a chance, but I think ito yung unang beses, probably no, actually this is the first time na makita natin si Chaz today to might be using the Shyvana in the jungle. And this is also a takeaway from BRU still, kasi even though we are expecting that the Fiora would be going to the hands of Golden Feet, he has played Shyvana din earlier, and Shyvana could still be flexed there. So I think it's a good pick overall right now for RQ alongside that Senna. It provides a lot of healing for the Senna, and also gives her room pag pumasok ng Shyvana, just because of how dangerous to leave a Shyvana alone to just to hammer down or to deal damage against the enemy team.
Yes, and right now, they are the ones going to secure naman itong Gragas that can definitely use as a disengage once na nag-Dragons Descendant. And sa lineup ngayon, no, anything can happen. Sa side ng Buriram na talagang they fairly utilize well itong Fiora jungle, na kahit sabihin natin na buff na siya nitong 3.3C, nakita lang natin talaga siya on the top lane. But this time, going back onto the jungle, and no questions asked, really did a great job on putting a lot of pressure para sa side ng RRQ.
Yeah. I have to agree. And looking as well, if I was RRQ right now, thinking about ano kaya tong pwestuhan, or ano kaya yung mga saan kaya pupunta itong mga champions ng BRU. And ang daming flex di ba? Like we've talked about how Morgana could be in the jungle. Freya, yes, most probably in the jungle just because of what we've seen earlier from Golden Feet. But pwede pa rin siya nasa kamay ni Noel. Yung Gragas, pwede ding nasa support. Pwede ding, it's everywhere right now for BRU. And I think opening with these three is such a good pairing of flex champions on their side that right now talagang malaking problem solving ang kailangan gawin ng RRQ. So, let's see ngayon if mas maliliwanagan tayo with the fourth pick coming from BURIRAM.
Yes, and right now, Renekton pa rin kay Kuya Noel. And alam na natin to did well on making sure to catch anyone off guard. Ang pinaka-inaalala ko dito, no, na ito na naman yung tanky na frontline ng Buriram, no? Although natanggal na si Garen and sila naman yung nag-ban ng Galio. This can be a Rakan pick for what the Jess if they want to have another CC alongside with the Gragas ult.
Possible. They could go Arakan. Ang inisip ko lang kasi pag nag-Rakan dito ang BRU, it feels like they are gonna rely a lot of the damage coming from the Fiora and the Renekton. Kasi Gragas, yes, also has damage, pero it's skill shots eh. I mean, in fights like where I'm seeing right now, where RRQ is heading, they have a Corki, they have a Shyvana. These champions can jump in, are pretty mobile. So, we'll see kung ano yung direction dito ng BRU. But again, RRQ going back to that Nasus.
Oh, okay. So this will be a Morgana and Gragas. We saw kung gaano ka-aggressive ang Dragon Duo ng RRQ and can be punishable with Morgana, Gragas. But let me change things up, sabi ni Bang, as I am going to go back sa aking AD carry na Varus, and this will be the Piercing Arrow Varus kasama ang Gragas. So hindi si Morgana. Morgana will still go back sa kanyang jungle, at si Noel naman. Fiora.
Oo. Fiora in the hands of Noel, and yep, talagang sabi ko nga kanina ang daming flex picks on the side of BURIRAM. So it's hard to figure out where they're gonna go, and until the end, finlex pa nila. Medyo sinike tayo doon sa Fizz, but I immediately switch it back to the Varus. So far though, looking at both of these team composition from both teams, RRQ again, bit of a late team scaling on their hands. They have a Corki, they have a Nasa, they have a Senna, 3 and Shyvana, 4 champions that deal a lot of damage late game, pero medyo I'm looking for a bit of that early to mid game strength for them. And we saw earlier how BURIRAM can just really choke them out when it comes to the early to mid game.
Yes, and so far, so good yung draft natin ngayon dito, as we saw already yung ating Shyvana, the meta pick, who's taking the game by storm, pero we still have the Noel or the Fiora that can dominate itong si Kuya Hyde. And ang pinaka-concern ko din is once again they have the Morgana meta pick na has been dominating talaga yung ating meta ngayon. Kinda affects yung pagpasok ng ibang champions because of the Black Shield. Pero ikaw ba, Kuya Crazy Apple, you explained the draft very well, but leaning more towards how the performance of Game 1 and Game 2 for both teams, which are you going to settle with?
Hirap naman ang binatanong mo sa akin dito, Sai.
Nako, sorry kasi yan yung mga bagay na hindi ko masagot basta-basta. Kailangan ng mga big brain tulad ni Otto tsaka ni Crazy Apple eh.
Sige, bigyan mo muna ako ng konting oras because we're gonna go into the Game 3 in a bit.
Yes,
Okay.
and sige na, ipaliwanag. Explain yourself, Apple.
Nakabigay na ako ng konting oras pero sige. May walang ka-bias. Being very objective, I'm slightly in favor of BRU's composition kasi meron silang catch potential early to mid game. They have the Varus, they have the Morgana, and also the Gragas. 3 champions that can make plays, especially early to mid game. And ang counter kasi at ang weakness kasi ng composition ni RRQ, I feel like, is since they scale into the late game, if they get caught out in these objective contests, babalik tayo ulit sa game 2, wherein BRU will just take hold of the game and slowly bleed RRQ out. So I am slightly in favor of BRU in the draft in this game 3.
Yes, and so far naman, you explained it very well, no? Talagang masusubok muli ang lakas ng RRQ as the comeback kings, as the momentum has been on the side of BURIRAM, and they just need to once again, no, acquire yung lakas nila. But Helios going to settle for a Corki, more damage on a very safe place, habang itong si Kuya Viper nasa Nasus pa rin.
And isa to sa sinabi na natin kanina, we're looking forward na sana mabalik si Viper on that additional ADC. Like nung game 1, nakita natin siya on the Zaya. I kind of hope na baka yung Corki mapunta sa kanya, although we usually see Corkis in the mid lane, no? Pero there is a very different swapping ngayon dito sa top side.
Yeah, and this has been expected. No? Kung kanina nakita natin si Chaz na nagsettle sa Tribe Rush dahil alam na natin na mamandohin dito si Hyde to push even further yung lakas ni Noel na parang sabihin na nating Shiba feels yung dating paggagang o pag-focus kay Kuya Noel. Kayang-kaya pa rin gawin yon ni Golden Feet. And as we saw the wave being pushed heavily ni Archini, it means that they wanted to convert for a 3 members para doon sa top lane. Pero mukhang si Viper tutumba dito dahil sa Ignite. Pero ito na backup. Si Kuya Chas, make that 2. Tulog muna kayo.
Tulog muna kayo. Tumalon yung Dagon galing sa likod. At nakakuha nga ng double kill ang RRQ. Unfortunately, first blood did go to the side of BRU right there because of the Ignite coming from what the Jess. Pero it was all a bait for RRQ. They gave that false sense of security to BRU na nasabi nga, Exosen, punta sa top side. Kaya kini-question ko yun. Kaya nga, I understand na that was a move, a rotation from RRQ, an adaptation to catch a gank coming from BRU for Noel, no? Pero bago doon, Exen, get it on.
Uy, na nga si Kuya Exo. Expected na natin to as Sen na mainit talaga sa paningin nitong mga damager and ginamit pa lahat ng pwedeng magamit upang hindi siya makatakas. Remember, he still got the flash, he still got the barrier, but the layering of the skills definitely converted for a kill.
Yeah, I agree. And yun na, nakakuha pa ng another kill BRU, but going ba? Kaya nga medyo yung utak ko pa question yun kasi it was so obvious that they're giving Viper this weak lane, and napag-usapan nga natin na how it feels like Viper, this is not his comfort, he's more on the traditional ADCs, but that was just an opening that they gave BRU to punish them and accelerate itong Shyvana ni Chaz. So as we all know, Chaz and Helios ang win conditions ng RRQ. They're some of the playmakers on this team. If you put Chaz ahead, just very well win the game.
Once again, we are back with the Chaz game. Dahil si Kuya Noel ang siyang magiging biktima ng karahasan. Nangaaway ka kanina no? Kuya Noel, kanina ka pa. Ngayon kami naman. Pero galit din ang tropa natin sa Buriram dahil susubukin ng tadhana ang dalawang miyembro dito ng RRQ, but they were able to survive with both burned resources with the barrier naman ay exhaust kay Viper at flash naman kay Kuya Exo.
Yeah, but this, unang third kaagad. 4 minutes into the game, nakuha kaagad ni Chaz at ni Hyde yung Baron lane first tier turn. Nakuha nila lahat ng plates din doon. Although that is still the answer then coming from the bot side naman din. Si Waterjess at si Bank, mukhang masisira din nila itong turret. So, all plating, all of the gold there, pupunta on both of these teams at the end of the day. But late game-wise, ang tinitignan natin dito, mas na-accelerate again ang pacing nito ni Chaz on that Shyvana, and when Shyvana gets ahead, she can just go in and deal tons of damage, especially these squishies like Bank on that Varus.
Yes, and right now, mukhang gising na si Kuya Chaz, no? Parang kanina lang pala siya, parang binigyan lang ng konting patikim. Pero Archini will use the ulti at anytime pwede siya pumasok dito, pero maglalaban yung magkuya sa loob ng Dragon Pit. Si Kuya Nasus at saka si Kuya Renekton. Pero ito na nga, sige, gamitin mo yung explosive plan, pero hindi ka aabot. Soul Shackles gagamitin ni Golden Feet, pero mukhang si Viper siyang may iwan dito, but a very good flash over the wall. Subukan nila makatakas, pero ang barrel mukhang magkakabarilan nga dito dahil si Exo nakareta na rin. But explosive gas para mapabalik sa nakaraan. Itong si Viper, pero siya ang tutumba. Sasagutin naman yun ng ibang tropa natin sa RRQ with Archini paying the price.
Yeah, Archini paying the price. Medyo naghanap siya ng another way in. Was able to throw, use both the flash and the ignite, pero na-hunting siya doon ni Hero. Was able to convert, get one more kill for himself. And it's still more of an even objective take for RQ. They were able to secure the Dragon, so which is very good for them. 2-0-2 ngayon itong Tichad on the Shyvana. There's a lot of late game potential on RRQ, but we have our eyes right now on our featured matchup, which is going to be Golden Feet and Chaz. Golden Feet hindi siya on his usual carry junglers. Mas supportive itong kanyang Morgana. Goes for the bindings, tries to get the hard crowd control as well as the Black Shield, while Chaz focus pa rin siya on the carry potential for his champion, which is this Shyvana. So we'll see how Chaz will be able to keep converting, especially if he has this lead right now on his hands.
Yes, and we saw already no na Chaz can play on a Shyvana na parang hindi lang siya yung talagang Lee Sin, Kha'Zix or yung mga usual niya. So this will be a huge step up para sa RRQ na they can settle dito sa mga ganito klaseng meta champions. But EXO, tanking a bit of a damage. Pero sapat na muna yon at mukhang magba-back away muna. Teka muna at mukhang hindi natuloy ang pag-back niya. Pero kasi may Rift Herald So any moment pwede itong simulan ng BRU. Kaya they are putting a lot of pressure with the piercing arrows, making sure na Viper and Exocen will recall. But a good Scryer's Bloom para makahuli sila dito.
Yeah, ang ganda nga ng mga poke ngayon ng BRU para ma-make sure na makuha nila tong Herald ng walang matinding challenge coming from RRQ. And RRQ looks like sinurrender na nga nila itong Herald na ito dahil na half HP nga si Exos, and they have chosen to go for the bot lane instead to take structures away from BRU. Pero Archini looking to defend right here.
Yes, at mukhang makakahuli ng bahagya pero Dragon sa Ascendant para paatras. Pero nakapag-slice na, masyadong masakit ang Tore. Pero nagpadala ng shield para mabuhay ng konti. Pero Valkyrie at kumagat na si Kuya Chaz. Pero paparusaan siya ng Tore at masya-shutdown nga lang siya doon.
Yeah, masya-shutdown siya. Herald though, nakakuha pa ng isang tackle dito sa mid lane. Si Viper lang nag-iisang dumidepensa. So, medyo, this is a slightly different game. This feels like a bit like Game 2 with slight differences, right? At about the 8-minute mark na ito, then BRU was able to take down the mid lane turret, the first tier, tapos nasama na yung Herald to take the tackle on the second tier turret. And dito yung crucial din for RQ to buy time. They need to stop structures from falling down. It just so happens right now na mid lane turret is down and they need to buy themselves time for the Senna and for the Nasus to have some effect coming into this game. So
yes.
I am now very I'm looking at RRQ and I'm kind of afraid for what happens to their comp kasi BRU again yung tinanong mo kanina at the start of the game, marami silang catch potential and
exactly.
One mistake from RRQ can snowball for BRU.
Oh, the Winter being used but the stun at mukhang mapapatumba na ba dito si What the Jess but the backup ginamit ang Chase of Corruption pero si Bank mukhang hahayaan lang muna nila explosive gas. Napakaganda naman nun para mapalayo silang lahat at hindi pa talaga nila tinapos. Flash magagamit dahil Soul Shackle si Golden Feet. Tila ba matatali sila? Pero si Noel nasa gilid, Facebreaker, si Kuya Hyde papasukin at si Helios nasa gilid. Pero this will be at 4 versus 2. Kailangan munang umatras ng RRQ.
Yeah, madalas nakikita natin, madalas ang mga napupuri natin na explosive cast. But wait a minute, Archini.
Teka lang, si Kuya Chaz. Kanina wala silang nakuhang kill So baka naman mabibigyan pero Gargoyle Stone Plate ang siyang gagamitin para magkaroon ng bahagyang shield. Pero si Kuya Chaz hindi siya tataos. Burn out talaga. Itong si Archini and Lolong is out.
Yeah, Lolong is out. He bit off a bit more than he can chew right there. Looking at the blush, but still, Shyvana is a very scary champion to deal with. Lalo na when she's ahead, already has that Triforce and paid the price right there. Bit of a mistake from BRU, but they were able to capitalize still dahil nga nagkaroon sila ng a bit of pressure in the bot side of the map, was able to get the 4th turret of the game. So, and also actually nakuha na rin nila yung 2nd tier mid lane turret. So, the map is now wide open in favor of BRU. Dragons coming up with package being picked up by Helios.
Yes, and right now, ito na yung pwede nating mapakinabangang setup mula sa package. Yes, naka-ready na ang explosive cask, so pwede silang mang-hostage anytime. Pero nasa harap, si Kuya Hyde, Facebreaker. Priority dito, si What the Jess. Hinati na ang River para hindi na magkapalagan. Pinatalsik nga si Viper. Pero kita mo naman sa Kuya sa pinakalikod, walang problema. Natakuha na natin ang objective, kaya pwede na natin silang ubusin. Pwede na tayo mag-focus na ubusin ang ibang miyembro ng Buriram. Pero si Golden Feet running low and Hyde with all of those attention na siya lang ang tinignan. Buhay na buhay.
Buhay na buhay ang RRQ doon. And isa nga, di ba, ang kinakatakutan natin dito para sa RRQ is the catch potential from BRU.
Exactly.
Yung roots, the bindings, the ultimate coming from Valos. RRQ just said, we're gonna position our way into this Dragon Pit at isi-secure namin objective, even getting one more kill against Arjun. Going to this replay right here na si Hyde brought a lot of space along with that package dahil nagkaroon ng linya sa sahig, hindi nakapasok dito sa Archie. And then for a couple of seconds, RQ was just looking at high. And they were not able to do anything, which gave yung opening dito kay Exocen at kay Helios to deal damage to the front line of BRU as well as securing that dragon. So good overall play right there. Good control at that point of the map for RRQ.
Yes, grabe naman talaga indeed, Kuya Crazy. Strongly agree no sa mga points mo kasi inuunti-unti nila eh. And even the Rift Herald, umaabot na sa punto na natatakot na ang Buriram na i-contest compared nung Game 2 na they are the ones who setting the tempo. Pero tingnan natin si
Nice
EXO, oh, nice flash para maiwasan ang body slam. Pero mukhang gagamitin rin ng Dagon sa Senate para makatakas dito si Kuya Chaz. But the Blue, nilalaban ng bahagya, piercing arrow, but Viper onto the side. Golden Feet, this is the full member of Buriram na pwedeng mag-cause ng kaguluhan. Chaz, konting apoy lamang, konting backup mula dito sa RRQ at mukhang mapapaligiran nila dito si Kuya Noel na naka-hull breaker. Pero kailangan nilang depensahan yung mid lane dahil inhibitor turret na lang ang siyang natitira. At pahinga muna.
Pahinga muna tayo ng konti dahil nagkaroon na ng matagal na chase between RRQ and BRU. At the start of the confrontation between the two teams, makikita mo doon yung respect din ni Chaz. Knowing na up yung flash ni Archie, he immediately ulted out para hindi siya ma-flash stun nung Renekton. Kasi kung na-flash stun doon, he could have very well been picked off by BRU. And again, going back, yun yung overall game plan dito ng BRU. No? So RRQ really needs to stick together, maneuver themselves in this map. Hindi sila pick off one by one with BRU. Kasi BRU, the 4-man squad can burst down a lot of the members of RQ while Noel tabaho lang siya sa side lane, split push lang on that Fiora, no? And we all know how fast Fiora takes on turns.
Oh yeah, I was expecting an explosive cask para mahuli na naman si EXO dito dahil suking-suki. Gustong-gusto nila makakuha ng free kill sa kamay ni Kuya EXO, pero si Kuya EXO syempre expected na niya yung mga ganyang galawan at si Kuya Noel kumukulit pa nga. Dahil gusto pa rin niya magtrabaho dito, pero ang backup na si Kuya Helios, and ang Corky din naman, no? Isa rin siya sa pwedeng magdala ng Hullbreaker. So if they really wanted to answer itong kulit ni Kuya Noel, they can do anytime. Pero syempre ang RRQ, they still need to win a team fight. At, hindi alam. Smite lang. Smite deep. Makulit kasi, Kuya Golden Feet. Nanakaw ko na
Thank you for
kayo.
the leash.
Nanakaw ko na yung Baron sa'yo. Pati yung Blue na nakawin ko. Walang iyo. Lahat ay akin. Jungle Lords ako eh.
Jungle Lords, walang patawad. Pero Noel still split pushing. At ito na yung engagement coming from RRQ.
At siyempre, Rift Herald, sige Kuya Noel, magtrabaho ka dyan dahil busy muna sila at magpapadala naman ng ibang miyembro ng RRQ at hindi pa pala ninukuha yung mid lane. Nako, medyo talo tayo sa palitang iyon. Napaatras na, biglang nag-turn, ginamitan ng showstopper but the show isn't going to stop because RRQ is here to stay. Pero nasobrahan sa package at na-deliver sa body bag itong si Helios at mukhang si Kuya Noel pa siyang magbubukas ng inhibitor turret. Tatlong kanyon ang siyang lumulusob dito sa tore. Pero papaligiran, kailangan mo nang umuwi. Kailangan mo nang tumakas pero mission na coverage para dito kay Kuya Noel at kailangan na lang niya makatakas at itanabak at magagaling dito sa side ng Buriram dahil unti-unti siyang iipitin at sapat na yun para makabawi ang Buriram.
Yeah, sapat nga yun ang Buriram ngayon. They have destroyed the bot lane inhibitor turret ng RRQ. That super minions always flowing in from that lane. At ano pinaka-importansya pag nabubutas ang bot lane inhibitor turret, that is the Baron which is up right now. Dahil laging may point of pressure going to the bot lane of the map, madalas maglalagay ka ng isang tao para tumawa ka doon para hinto yung wave. Pero dahil doon, malayo ang lalakarin kapag kailangan bumack up, rumesbak doon sa Baron, and that is now the advantage that Buriram has with that macro play, with the punish against RRQ. So we'll see right here how RRQ can react, but looking for, I am now thinking that RRQ medyo mas hard silang magpo-force. Hindi na sila papasok when it feels like it's a sure win. Mas mag-go sila for these 50-50s just because they are in a more desperate spot right now.
Yes, and yun nga, no, yung naging opening na ginawa doon ni Kuya Noel, still one of the playmakers ng Buriram, hindi man siya nagpa-participate sa laban, nagawa naman niyang butasin yung mga lanes dito, no? Nakagawa siya ng breathing space para sa Buriram, and Helios is still mostly on his third item with the Infinity Edge, so hindi na talaga niya plano mag Hullbreaker, doesn't really want to answer any split push, but they're going to make sure na yung wave management dito. Although si Kuya Noel, they're going to play on a 1-3-1 with 1-3 on the Dragon and the 1 onto the Dragon lane. So yung hati ngayon ng Buriram dito is working well para sa RRQ na ma-force sila talaga dito.
Yeah, exactly. And yun na, tulad na sabi mo, yung hati ngayon ng BRU with their lineups is forcing RRQ to react right here. And they're in a medyo awkward yung spotting nila ngayon. In BRU, they're being hounded, they're being pressured. It feels like the map is no longer in control of RRQ. BRU has sole control over this map na kaya silang sundan kahit saan ng bulyan para sila matokahan na naman, para mark where RRQ is going. And again, ito na yung chokehold ng BRU. RRQ needs to find a way, figure out how to get away from this chokehold.
Oh, teka lang. Lalaroin muna nila dito. Dragon sa Dragon. Sino ang kakagat? Pero explosive gas, tatamaan man. Hindi umabot yung binding. Pero makikita natin sa likod na nakikipaglaro si The Boss. I'm the boss. You're not going to take me anywhere. Pero ito nag-argol soul plate para makadepensa na bahagya. Pero si Fiora, si Kuya Noel, kumukulit. Gusto tapusin, gustong bumakdor, gustong
may Gundam siya kasama.
Yung mga siege minions. Meron pa kasamang Gundam dito. Sapat nga ba yun? Para matapos ang larong ito, nagkahabol ang ibang miyembro sa Buriram. Pero isang maling turn, magkakamali ka ng tuluyan ng Buriram dito. Habang si Kuya Noel gumamit ng Grand Challenge, pero stun coming in from Exoscent. Exoscent going down. Itong si Kuya Noel. With the slow, with the damage, at the flash, harap-harapan. Ito pa, si Kuya What the Jess, kumukulit ka masyado. Gusto mo masyado may pag-body slam, pero paplito kasi ako sino nga ba ang boss dito. Ngunit sapat na muna yon dahil sila Kuya Viper hindi tatali.
What an answer from RRQ. Such a dangerous spot that they were in. Kaya tapusin yon ng Fiora dahil mabilis din siya mag-take down ng objectives. Pero dahil she's taken down, this is a 4v5 right now in the map. RRQ needs to take this Baron. Let's see how BRU can respond. Si Golden Feet nandun na sa kabilang side. Pwede siyang mag-blast cone in to probably get a steal. Pero RRQ looking for a fight.
Yes, looking for a fight dahil nga si What the Jess ang uunahin nila dito. Wala na explosive gas. Gagamitin na Chain of Corruption. Mukhang delikado si Kyle Chance. Ginamit ang shield. Pero meron pa akong Guardian Angel. At mukhang mamimit na nga ng Angels itong taga Buriram. Once na mag-continue ang isang pagpitas nila dito, si Archie niya mahuhuli at si Kuya Hyde with a shield. Patong-patong na damage. Mapapazone niya pa dito. Pero mukhang zone na nga talaga dahil tutumba na si Bank at wala nang iba pang hahabol.
At ito na nga ang making of the comeback kings here with RRQ led by Chaz here. 7-1-4 on this Shyvana. Bank and Not the Jets are down, pero Golden Feet is still up. There's still hopes for this might still coming from BRU, and RRQ is still looking for a couple more kills.
Yes, at pwede nga lumaro dito si Kuya Noel para sa bottom dahil nga ang laki na ng lane, pero tamang patakbo lang. Ibinalik ang ginawa mo sa amin, showstopper. Ikaw ang lumayo at mukhang lalayo na rin dito si Kuya Noel. Masyado ka makulit, talagang sasampal-sampalin ka muna ni Kuya Chaz. Dahil hindi ka na makakatakas pa. Ikaw yung push ng push kanina, ngayon push ka hanggang umuwi.
Binigyan na ng ticket para makabalik ka agad sa Nexus. Pinatay ni Chaz si Noel at ngayon 3v5 in the map. Helios dumidepensa sa bot lane. 4 na miyembro ng RRQ ngayon with a Baron buff looking to take down some of these turrets. 25 seconds pa si Archie, so there's a lot of time here for RRQ to take down these structures.
At ito na si Kuya Hyde, trabaho lang din. Kung kanina siya yung nahuhuli, ngayon siya ang nanguhuli. At siya ang patuloy na nagsiset up sa backline para hindi na makarespo ay ibang mga tropa ng Buriram. And it's really working well, no? To the point na si Kuya Viper at si Kuya Exo untouchable.
Yeah, exactly. Yun na, dahil umabot na sa point na sobrang scary na itong si Hyde sa si Chaz on their respective champions. Nahihirapan na ang BLU makatawid. And again, kanina nga talaga sabi mo, ginawa ni Hyde yung ginagawa kanina pa ng BLU on that set.
Di ba ikaw yung masyado makulit? O sige, ikaw na lang uunahin namin. Ikaw muna uhulihin namin. At ito na si Viper, siyang nang mamando kung kanina. Siya ang hinuhuli. Once again, siya na ang mangbobos ngayon dito. At unti-unti na nauubos. 2 Titan ang nasa harap. At yung Dragon nagwawala. Kinakalapit kung sino-sino. At mukhang hindi na kailangan pang mamanakit dahil aatras na ang Buriram.
Yeah, atas ang Buriram at binibigyan ngayon ng spasyo dito ang RRQ. They're taking down the second tier turret in the Dragon lane at they have their eyes set in this inhibitor turret din dito sa Dragon lane outside.
Ayan, nakikipaglaro sa apoy si Kuya Hyde. Soil, sasalawin ng bahagya. Chains of Corruption para dito kay Kuya Helios. Pero sapat nga may flash na may kasamang stun. Pero siya yung tila maiinis stun dahil showstopper. Pinalagbag na may kasamang buga ng Elder Drake. Kaya tumumba na rin si Kuya Bank. Ano na, Kuya Noel, mag-isa ka na lang ngayon. Kung kanina ikaw yung mag-isa, gusto mo mag-isa, edi mag-isa ka na ng tuluyan at magigisa ka sa kamay ng RRQ dahil 2-1 in favor of RRQ ang balagbagang gabing ito.
Yeah. And RRQ able to take down Buriram United Esports 2-1. And I just want to say, very stylish pa Osa yung ending na yun na habang tinitake down yung Elder, yung showstopper, pag landing may buga ng dragon. It's just so beautiful execution right there from RRQ, and they were able to take down one of, I would say, one of their strongest rivals here in their group here in the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational.
I mean, how close every match that we saw. This is definitely a good ending, and checking on to the post-match, you can definitely see that everyone did their job, and Kuya Chaz, once again, 915. At kung sa tingin nyo, ginulpe ng sobra si Kuya Exo, nakikita nyo ba yung kanyang mga medalya? Best student. Best student.
Best student. Talaga lahat na yun. Kumbaga, valedictorian siya kahit parang lagi siya yung binububog ng BLU, no? Pero, grabe talaga. Chaz, deserve din niya yung MVP na yun kasi ang dami doon sa mga fights na yun really revolve around him. When he's gonna go in, when he's gonna back away. And RRQ playing towards one of the best players in their team, which is si Chaz. Heroes also did his part. Kita mga dito, he has the most damage on his team, but grabe pa talaga. It was sobrang wild nung game 3 na yun between these two teams.
Yes, and grabe, no? Kung hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na Buriram didn't really did their part. They did. It's just that RRQ, if Buriram adapted on set 2, it was RRQ's game who set the tempo on game 3. And it was the Shyvana who's being uncontrollable. They are funneled onto the fact na pwede nilang i-outbully yung Dragon Lane. And I love how the fact na nag-adapt si Exosen, rotating onto the top just to make sure to keep Hyde away from harm's way. And again, we saw na naging yung resulta noon nagbunga dahil nagawa nilang gamitin si Hyde with the hull breaker for a split push duty with the added factor of showstopper destroying the backline.
Yeah, and I think isa din I want to mention is that sobrang ganda din ng adaptation and where they want to go. But yeah, before we talk more about that, the last match of the series, we're just showing the results and of today's matches. And yun na, nakita na kanina ang pinaka-upset I think for us casters is the Team Flash na KWANGDONG was able to win by.
Yes.
And we almost had I was really hoping na manalo ang SANDBOX, diba? Against ROLSTER. And still, it was still a very good showing. So overall, holistically, this day has just been such a lot of surprises then for us.
Yeah, I mean, totoo naman, no, na I was really expecting for them to be winning, but right now you can see the group stage results as we saw Flash Wolves up by 1 in KWANGDONG FREECS, Team Flash with a loss and UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, pero RRQ and ROLSTER will share 1 point each, and SANDBOX, Buriram United for now will suffer both losses, but we will still continue for the next days to see kung sino nga ba yung mga teams na pwedeng maging top. But for now, this is a good start for everyone. And for tomorrow's matchup, it's gonna be ROLSTER going up against Buriram, RRQ versus SANDBOX, and Team Flash against UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, Flash Wolves versus KDF. So once again, masusubok na naman ang lakas ng Korea, Kuya Apple.
Yan lakas sa Korea na, and it's gonna be a Korea versus WCS. All matches tomorrow. So very exciting then. I think isa din na telling for us at these results is what will happen if KWANGDONG FREECS will be able to win their matchup para to really solidify themselves in that top 2 spot for their bracket.
Yes, and I mean, I'm expecting everything to show us what we saw doon sa ating group stage. There are teams who still need to crunch time, still have the time to adapt, but for now, these are the winners. These are everyone to expect na the meta shifting and then the 3.3C buff really did well on changing the landscape of Wild Rift. But for now, I think we're good for the day, Kuya Apple, and from the casters and from the producers and directors, thank you so much once again for tuning in sa the Wild Rift, sa the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational, and we're going to see you tomorrow for more matches. And we just have to think na we're still far from knowing kung sino ang magcha-champion. Parang day 1 pa lang pero mararamdaman mo na close lahat ng games, Kuya Apple.
Parang again, day 1 pa lang breaking expectations. Ang mga teams natin, Kwangdong FREECS taking a game against Team Flash. So, ang initially inisip natin Team Flash, wala na talaga magiging first siya sa group niya. But I'm so excited to see the games tomorrow.
Yeah, and me too. So yun nga, sa sobrang excited natin, kailangan muna natin magpahinga para sa mas maraming balagbagan, sigawan at kulitan. Saan pa nga ba? Sa The Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. Once again, ako si Kuya Osiris with Kuya Crazy Apple. Expect also Autolose and Sphere and even si Dash for any days, for every day of a Wild Rift adventure. See you next time.
Red team champion.